throw the monkey wrench into the works here, and we'll see whether they can utilize this big change-up of playstyle, especially given the fact that Sybil, now on a completely different jungler, is going to be a lot more gank-focused, not really caring as much about the farm, and we'll see whether that difference is going to affect them, because Fantix on the Twisted Fate, this is a very different style of game from the Direwolves.
So that's the first question we have to ask is how will Sybil adapt to the different playstyle? The second one is essentially how will Legacy react to not just constantly invading them?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Do you think that Legacy are going to be able to close out the series 3-1 now? Use that hashtag LGC win. Otherwise, if you think Direwolves, they have it. They're going to be able to go for that reverse sweep. Use that hashtag DW win and let us know on Twitter. You also use that hashtag IMOPL if you just want to join the conversation. But we are onto Summoner's Rift. You can see at the top of your screen, 2 to Legacy, 1 to Direwolves, and now all of it rests on the red side Wolves to bring this one back.
That's right, match point Atlas. And Legacy, they are still on that 2-win. Direwolves looking for the reverse sweep that a lot of their fans are hoping for. And if there's any team that can do that, it would be the Wolves. They've done it in the OPL regular season split, pulling back a lot of 1-0s during the best-of-3 series. Now they have to prove they can do it in a very long best-of-5.
Yep, excited to see last game's Keystone Masteries there as well. If you guys are curious about how the Direwolves managed to win that game as far as Masteries are concerned.
Yeah, no, great.
It was the
Learned a lot from that one.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I actually quite like it.
Moving on.
Yeah. It's the Grasp of the Undying as well that we did see out of Tally that was working quite nicely for the Assault in the laning phase.
It's got a very different champion this game.
But you can see Sapling's already set up.
So there's only 2 Saplings there. I think it's usually 3 to take it, which to me says that Fantix is about to red card them for 3 CS.
Look, I wouldn't put it past him.
Look, yeah, exactly. To me, it's Fantix, it's Raptors.
Yep.
He may not be Gangplank. I don't think it matters.
The man loves some popcorn chicken.
30 gold. It's worth it, really.
Well, you can see Legacy are starting this lane swap. You can see Cuden making his way through.
Oh, no one got him.
Trundle doing what he can.
In peace.
Yeah,
save the chickens.
Legacy looking for Cuden, who is trying to disrupt, but everyone moves over. He is going to vacate using that flash. Exactly right.
Yeah, so Legacy, they were all there, but they're all there to actually stop the lane swap again, right? So they want the standard lanes, and it's kind of like a, I guess, a brute force measure to kind of...
Brute force.
What's a
Brute
force
Yep,
measure.
that's the one.
Countermeasure. Oh,
yeah. It was a very good sentence, but unfortunately, just the execution
I'm just
wasn't
going to
quite
sit over here.
No, we need you. We need you.
I want to watch League of Legends.
Well, Raze.
Well, you can go to the bathroom if you'd like to do that.
Oh, nice. Bringing it back to the former conversation that we were having. I like it. But Dancing Grenade out here from this gen, and we'll see exactly how this matchup is going to go.
Because down, fish fingers.
Of course, it was popularized into the Callista matchup, if I remember correctly.
Yes. I think Jhin defined as being able to out-trade Callista by trading in bursts for auto attacks is the very obvious rule of thumb with Jhin. But it also means that you're meant to hit them 4 times and then peace out. Otherwise, you run the risk of being out-traded by a Rend, which is where Trundle comes into play. So it should be the auto-attack combo, however many it is, and then pillar and run away.
We can take a look at the mid lane now. Fantix taking a lot of damage, but aggression up in the top lane. Fire, but here comes Carbon. Kuda doesn't have his flash anymore, but he's looking to try and take down King. Not quite close enough for it, and it will be Carbon that picks up first blood.
Yeah, Carbon with a very early rotation towards this top lane. I will say that was outright unexpected by Carbon to be top, because he just started on the blue side of the map. So, early gank, still a level 3 gank though, and they pick up that first blood.
Makes a lot of sense there as well, of course, blowing the flash early.
It does make a lot of sense.
Cuden did work, though, despite that. If that was a 2v2, I would give it to him.
You can see why Ejim is so frustrated with him in solo queue as well. It's not just his Soraka, it's Trundle, apparently.
Okay.
Whoa, dishing out pain.
There's a different reason why Ejim is frustrated.
Woo.
Something.
Yep, something. But Sybil,
Tally.
Yeah, looking for a potential cocoon here. But Carbon, once again, exactly where he needs to be on the map.
Got you.
And this, like, again, Spawn actually mentioned this on the desk, his awareness and prediction of where Direwolves need to be in the early game.
Oh my goodness,
Hello.
once again.
Actually, they'll get out-traded, though.
Yeah, that's a level 4 Sybil here who's able to do a lot of work, uses the repel to
Actually,
close the distance, gets the flash. That's a big deal. No flash body slams out of this Gragas.
So he was expecting Sybil to be at Gromp. And pathing-wise, Sybil changed it up, caught him out of position, looking toward the Gromp, and effectively actually has to flash his way to safety. So big win for Sybil on the flip side.
Yeah, I like it. Fantix using his teleport to get back to the mid lane here. You can see gone, grabbed himself a null magic mantle as well as an extra Doran's ring. Building up towards that Abyssal Scepter by the looks of things for Fantix. He's just throwing out wild cards and chooses. You have to be a little bit careful.
Yep. Once again, it's the Azir that doesn't take the teleport coming into this matchup. So he's still stuck on his Doran's ring, just trying to farm as much as possible.
It's a Twisted Fate after all. You might want that cleanse. Elise as well is actually the jungler you take cleanse into, because the pick potential in mid lane is ridiculous. As these two going at it again.
Yeah, big knock up out of Regret, but getting his namesake there as Raze just chucks a 4th hit into his head. Not too bad. Kuden just utilizing that Relic Shield, getting the work done.
He's doing pretty well up in this top lane. It's still relatively even, but he does have a slight CS lead from himself. But look at this, man. Carbon is back up top lane once again. Regret is positioning really aggressively.
He doesn't have flash.
Oh, there's the flash out of Raze. He gets it immediately as the pillar goes down. Only level 4 for the cow, and Carbon is being so patient.
Oh,
Destiny's being popped. Yeah, doesn't quite get the belly bop as now Fantix in with the gold card, flashes forward, but doesn't get the auto attack down, and now Sybil flashes, but doesn't get the cocoon, and Legacy survive.
Legacy get out in, I'm going to say, a lucky way there. Fantix's target selection was onto Regret, who body slammed him to safety and had the flash. So King doesn't burn a summoner spell. Carbon without the flash was protected quite nicely from Legacy. So really well executed on the runaway.
Yeah, it was a little bit like the Benny Hill music was needed.
From both teams as well. I mean, avoiding the pulverize really early from Raze. Fantastic as well. Neither of the teams get a kill or any advantage up in the top lane, but still showing what they're made of.
Well timed as well from Fantix. Of course, no teleport available for Choose, and actually had recalled, I believe, based off the pressure that he was putting down. So the second the recall came in, they signaled that they can go top.
But teleports are still available on these two members on your screen, Sharp and Tally. Just farming out down in the bottom lane to have the summoner available if their team require their assistance. So we're going to head back in towards the mid lane. Completely even in terms of CS, as Stinger has been picked up by Azir, and Twisted Fate is still working towards his Abyssal Scepter. Tally looking to be a little bit aggressive against Sharp here. Dashes forward. We'll be able to whack him a couple of times if he gets close. Carbon
phase dive.
Being a bit sneaky, doesn't have a ward to spot the blue buff.
Looking for Twisted Fate, but actually is a bit awkwardly running around.
Card. So. Nailed it.
Easy pickup.
Yeah, Carbon not going to quite get there in time. As you can see, Cuden moving through the top side of the map. Fantix just farming from range, trying to keep safe as, of course, Regret was missing. Cow prowling towards the mid lane, and Fantix says, all right, we'll just stay safe. Everything will be fine.
Yeah, it's a blue buff Twisted Fate. He can just use the Q if it comes down to it. And every piece of farm that is given to Fantix is actually a slight amount of golden advantage to him over, you know, the relative income that both mid laners have off that passive.
Stacking that deck.
That's what it's called? That was the E.
Stack deck, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Gives him extra gold. I don't know.
So I thought
I thought that's the E.
Oh, wait, yeah, maybe it is. Maybe... What's it actually called?
It's called He Gets Money on last hits.
Oh, come on, man. I always actually just called it the stack deck, but you're right. That's the extra auto attack damage from his E.
Yeah.
Phew. I really need to do my research.
Revolutionary new spell called I Get Money with auto attack.
Yeah, get money, hit people.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I like it a lot. That being said, Legacy. Farming out this wave that's been smashed towards them here on the top side of the map. Raze. Loaded dice is, of course, what it's called. Oh my god, I knew that.
How does... What?
Loaded dice, the passive
aggression.
Yeah, this one's Fate's Call, though, and that is going to be used on top of Raze, who's going to get headbutted back towards King. The exhaust.
Nice.
Down in goes Carbon, and Raze says, oh god. I'm just going to die to the turret as the Render's going to pick it up. King going to grab himself a kill.
Yeah, so Carbon and Legacy once again working together well to pick themselves up another kill This time it's on to Raze, not to Kuden. And that is the bottom lane of Legacy now, 1-0-1 as
Look at this.
Choose flash.
They're trying to jump onto Choo Choo, so he is able to flash over that wall. Doesn't quite get the juicy Raptor camp. But with that pick up in the top lane, Legacy are just about 600 gold ahead of Direwolves.
That was actually really cute though from Fantix. So Choose used his E to get over to the Raptors. Because you want to kill the Raptors, right? You need to get over that wall or they'll reset. TF uses the ult and forces the flash out of Choose. Which means ganks mid could work. Even though the cleanser's there, it could still work. They have 2 forms of crowd control.
We'll see whether they do get themselves in there. Sybil now actually counter-jungling towards the bottom side. You can see Direwolves with a lot of deep vision around the enemy red side jungle.
Yep.
Now Choose just pushing things through, and Fantix, of course, was farming the Raptor camp.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
I mean, Direwolves actually playing to their strengths once again. Sybil doing something that was very Carbon-esque, but also expected is he gank top, invade bottom side, take whatever you can away from him, place vision, and then maybe look to gank a lane, which is why there was a flash on Choose and the threat to Tally.
Yeah, and speaking of the junglers, of course, it is the full jungle item completed here by Sybil. Carbon needs to go back before he can grab his Runic Echoes. Of course, 11 CS the lead on the bottom side of the map as Sharp's actually come back here in this matchup.
I'd like to see if he picks up the Banner of Command as well after he gets his Runic Echoes. He's been going that almost every game. I believe every game, actually, for Carbon.
Yeah.
Play Gragas every game, right?
Yeah, there's also a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, there's not many ways for Direwolves to deal with a Banner of Command minion once again. AP in top, AP in the jungle, AP in the mid lane. Only really got Raze to try and take those down.
I believe Twisted Fate's actually a little bit better at it than a lot of other AP mids, though. But Sybil actually looking for the cocoon, doesn't find it as Choo Choo's going to eat himself to safety. Red buff slowing him down, Direwolves continuing some pressure. Kuden going to make his way through as well. The bottom lane's moving in. There's the headbutt pulver. Sybil taking a lot of damage, wants to try and get out of there, but not with anything to repel to. He goes up into the sky. Where's he going to go? He'll need to flash, uses it as the cask comes out. Carbon actually slowed down there as Regret cancels out the curtain call. And now Dial's looking to turn this one back on. That's 5 people in the mid lane, and they're going to push this one through.
Yeah, and King is working his way around. So you thought Dials might have a small advantage, but keep your eye on those mana bars because they're actually not really in a position to do a whole lot more. Very risky if they continue to the dragon.
Sharp had to teleport into that fight too. Tally's is still up and available. So teleport advantage for Legacy. You're going to have to see if they're able to make use of it while Sharps is still down. Fantix doesn't have his either. So Legacy, even with just one teleport, have the map advantage.
Yeah, and Shu still has cleanse. So this mid lane, whilst Fantix is trying to pressure, doesn't really amount to a lot, especially if there is an Elise nearby. Really, he can just cleanse one and try and dash out of the other.
The really interesting thing here as well in this matchup in the bottom lane at the moment is the fact that Sharp can instantly cancel a teleport, whereas Parallel Convergence takes a bit of time. Sharp can just get out of there with that summoner spell if he needs to. So you're exactly right. That's just a stinger.
I was going to say, I thought it was a Nash's for a little bit. He has a lot of money in his back pocket against the Abyssal Scepter. And even an Abyssal Scepter, which is like a 2,500 purchase, you can get it around 80 CS. So both mid laners stacking up that money.
Whoa. Yeah, speaking of which, Nash's Tooth now completed as well as an Amp Tome. As Fantix, of course, Abyssal Scepter is there with the slight CS advantage that he does have.
He'll be able to go back probably for a Sheen after this wave and then a little bit more.
Yep. Of course, loaded dice passive helping him out.
Because, you know, Twisted Fate uses dice.
Yeah, he does. Well, he's a gambler. He's a gambler.
No, I get it. 1 to 6, though.
Yeah.
It's funny. It makes sense. Edgy.
But if it was loaded, wouldn't you get a specific number all the time?
It shouldn't have been. I think it is. Wait.
Because a loaded dice gives you the number you want. Because it's loaded. It weighs more on one side than does the other. So when you roll it, you're meant to get the number which it's loaded against.
I don't think he's played much Twisted Fate, guys.
Are you okay?
Never mind. The joke's lost. Let's just let it go. As now, Raze, you know, he's farming out pretty good. Does have an extra 11 CS as Choose. He's going to get delivered a blue buff. Regret may actually be caught out warding as there's the pillar. A nice catch with the deadly flourish as Raze actually used the ultimate. Regret was actually looking for a re-engage. That was optimistic. Thankfully, the wall was there. Yeah, that was keen.
That was curious. Of course, Jin ultimate was also cancelled, so he didn't use a single bullet. That cooldown will be severely reduced. What we are seeing, however, is Kuden's pillar already being very annoying. And that is exactly what we look towards as we hit the mid-game. As skirmishes break out for Direwolves. Twisted Fate ultimate with a pillar to catch someone. Dangerous for Legacy.
Take a look back up at the top lane. Both the 80 carries and supports are still in this lane farming.
And jungler.
And junglers.
Shh, it's a secret.
Being sneaky.
Oh, Fantix misses a cannon creep. Quickly, turn the camera off. Cut the video.
Oh, quickly turn off the camera off now. Choo-choos. He's going to be able to just skate over the wall.
Yeah, just
and come back.
slides his way out. Fantix still has that gold card at the ready.
Teleport used in top lane.
Yeah, Cuden's just in the bouncy castle right now. Deadly Flourish going to do nothing, and King locks himself down another. Legacy will be able to transition into this top lane out of turret at the same time. And this could be the first time they have a real gold lead in this game.
Yeah. Surprise. I mean, the first real teleport of the game.
Oh, Fantix.
Hello, get him.
Got him.
See you later, Fantix. The 1v1 from Choo-Choo.
Solo kill from Choo-Choo's from Legacy. And they get the kills up in top lane and the turret. They're looking for the inner turret as well.
Yeah, pushing 2 turrets right now is actually massive. As Fantix, a gold card on a turret, is it really worth it? It didn't even matter if he hit choose because the cleanse was there, to be fair. So, like, let's be honest, mistake. And hello, fighting.
Yeah, Dial's actually looking for something more there as the chrono break was used from Tally. Yep, Regret is going to get slowed down by that ultimate. Lots of shots into the backline there as well as King takes a lot. It is going to be Choose taking a turret in the meantime, but Tally may be caught out of position. Carbon heads over the wall. Deadly Flourish, max range, not going to get there as the disengaged barrel is brilliant out of the Gragas. And Fantix now trying to find Choose. Early cleanse. Big deal as the Empress Divine has to use the flash into it. That was a very confusing interaction as now Choose is going to die. Fantix locks down that kill, and Dials at least get something back, but that's a huge swing of gold for Legacy.
But it's also the mid tower that's about to get threatened for Legacy, and nobody able to respond besides a lone Moo Cow. So that is going to go down. He couldn't move there fast enough, thank you. But again, that's actually a trade back for Direwolves off the back of a teleport from Fantix, not the ultimate. They locked down Choose, who didn't Captain Jacket.
He was he was able to abuse the fact.
He thought he was back on NA, you know, just a little bit early. Thought the ping was there.
200 ping cleanse wasn't enough.
And I can actually tell you for a fact that he plays on 8 normally because he lives 200 meters from my house. So it would be basically the same as right now. So it's not that he's used to something else.
No, again, it's just a misclick.
Yeah,
it's too soon.
Just when I brought it up, I just wanted to make sure that, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it is going to be the Rylai's Crystal Scepter almost completed here for Choose. Getting very close to that one. His Azir has been fantastic so far this series.
We have to also quickly mention that Fantix playing Twisted Fate is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, historically, you don't give this guy Twisted Fate. It's been banned from him even, like, every single game that he's played mid lane, mostly in the OPL.
And Choo just picked up a solo kill onto him, which speaks wonders for Legacy's mid laner. I mean, barring it was a mistake, but look at this. They're going for an engage once again. They know Kuda was in that brush. They get the double knock-up from the Fate's Call, but the Troll takes absolutely no damage.
Yeah, nothing doing from Legacy besides a bit of aggression. They have to keep their eyes peeled, honestly, for Direwolves. Look at Fantix. He's even hiding himself by doing wolves. The strength of the Twisted Fate doing jungle camp as opposed to a gangplank is he could literally be anywhere in a second.
Yeah.
And you just don't know where he is. So vision control, you would think, is very important for the mid lane area of Legacy, but in fact, 3 pink wards are there from Direwolves.
And speaking of Twisted Fate, he's looking to pick up Zhonya's Hourglass as his second item, so he can dive into the backline to be a little bit aggressive with his Destiny and pop the stasis to keep himself alive for a couple of seconds.
He's effectively a tanky stun bot, though, so he's not going for the Lich Bane just yet. You would imagine third item. It also means that he doesn't want to split push, he wants to team fight, group up with the team and hit those gold cards.
Legacy have been doing that really well. Great engages up in the top lane, solid kills in the mid lane. Gonna have to wait and see where the next big team fight breaks out.
And it's
look
on
at this.
Carbon.
Yeah, there's the Destiny is Carbon. He's just going to get caught out and destroyed. Fantix grabs the kill as now Dial's positioned for a dive. Regret going to get the headbutt as King's going to be the focus. There's a Deadly Flourish. The ultimate comes out as well as King's going to die. It's a double. Regret now underneath the turret, but that's 4 members of Direwolves. And see you later, Moo Cow. Direwolves pick up 3.
No teleport for Tally because it was still on cooldown. Choose not rotating because Twisted Fate does it better. Direwolves, they pick up 3 big kills and turrets.
They're still pushing down in this bottom lane. Choo Choo's is aggressively shoving the mid lane to try and take down the mid lane inner turret. He's already working on it, got it incredibly low.
Will go.
It will eventually go down. So Direwolves make a big play for themselves. Legacy still holding on and keeping the gold lead even. The rest of them have now come back down to bottom lane. Good Pillar will interrupt that body slam. But Legacy are chasing. Look at Choo Choo's. He's making a rotation.
Kuden
Yeah,
is the
might be a
disengaged
flank.
god right now. That pillar was
This is risky
amazing.
for
Yeah,
Choose.
Choose trying to get some work done as Sybil going to take a few auto attacks, but he gets cocooned. Raze may need to turn around. Deadly Flourish is not going to find him as there's the Emperor's Divide. Raze flashes forward. Grenade not going to find too much else as the Jhin will fall down. Now Tally trying to find Fantix. Gold card is good. The slows there as Sharp is going to try and protect his mid laner, but there's the parallel convergence. Doesn't find the stun as now Direwolves may have found themselves a group. Tally is going to utilize the Chrono Breakers. Kuden now in the back line is going to flash his way over. And Direwolves still in position to fight this one. Regret gets Fate's called, but Direwolves say, all right, we'll trade that one and see you later.
Yeah, Direwolves actually get out with only one person going down. It was still Raze, however, so not a lot of damage available to them. And once again, I keep coming back to Vision. I just want to bring your attention to the river once more because those 3 pink wards have not been touched. Direwolves have not had to purchase extra pinks.
They've been essential as well in allowing Fantix to move around the map as stealthy as possible, getting picks like he did against Carbon
Exactly.
there, giving them that huge advantage in the bottom lane. But Legacy are answering strong. They're taking tower after tower every single time. They're 4 turrets to 2 in this game so far, and they're still slightly ahead on gold. So despite the picks the Direwolves are getting, Legacy still have an advantage in structures. That does mean there's a lot of standing gold for Direwolves as well.
As far as I'm concerned, Direwolves are actually ahead right now when it comes to team fighting. They've got a Zonia's and an Abyssal on Fantix, which are resistance items, so you call them effectively mid-game items. Working towards his scaling ones. Sharp's always relevant, and in fact, Tally could be in trouble.
Yeah,
I don't think so, though.
Destiny's going to be popped here as they see Choo Choo's moving up the river. They're actually pinging Sharp back as Sybil's actually going to turn around because Sharp may be in trouble.
Tally's going for it.
Yeah, he's super durable as well as Carbon's going to find his way in. Sharp, he's also durable, but they
What a
don't have a
monster.
turret to go back to. You can see Sybil trying to get some work done. Tally down to about half health, but Choose is going to find his way in. Sharp held onto that flash for a very long time, but he's going to fall down.
Wow.
Nowhere for the tree to escape to.
But you have to keep your eyes on mid lane because these guys are going on Regret.
They're looking for Regret. He doesn't have his ultimate available. Going to take a lot of damage.
No ult.
No ult available for him. No Fate's Call either. They trade 1 for 1, but look at this. Aggressive teleport coming in from Tally.
They're looking for it. He's just going to phase dive his way out. There's the Deadly Flourish of Sybil just going to die in the air. And now Legacy trying to continue this
dead.
push. That's a big stun potential, but King is picking up so much.
Raze is dead.
Yep, Carbon picks that one up, and we can actually hear Legacy from this room right now. They're being so loud because that team fight worked out for them, and they're going to move to the Baron.
Yeah, 3 big picks, 4 people dead. Straight to that Baron pit. Fantix and Sharp, the 2 remaining members, and they will take this quickly. Keep your eyes peeled, of course. King's damage on this makes it go down immediately.
Direwolves have
Choose
both
as
their
well.
teleports available, but not going to opt to try and take this Baron away from Legacy. They picked that one up with ease. They're 3,000 gold ahead of the Direwolves.
Yeah.
And a Baron buff.
Quick pause here as well as we catch our breath after that last fight, and Legacy really sort of affirming their lead that they did already have, but the Direwolves, they have a lot of skirmish potential, a lot of pick potential. We'll see whether they can pick their way back into this game, because now Legacy have to push forward, utilize this Baron to grab some turrets, and we'll see whether they can do so.
And it's a small detail, like Perfection, or Fantix rather, using his ultimate. Doesn't actually follow up the ultimate, but what they do is they spot Choose, and they're like, oh no, they're just going to disengage. Choose went over the wall to safety. Turns out Tally can actually just chase to the ends of the earth.
Forever,
He's a monster.
On that Echo with the Iceborne Gauntlet.
I like
And
how
actually,
you use Ends of the Earth there as well, because he has the Aladdin skin right now.
yeah, it's
Very familiar
totally
with that place.
intentional with what I meant on
Yeah,
that one.
nailed
so
it. Well done.
Definitely a chase to the ends of the earth. Now I just have to use it every time. They get the kill, right? That's one person dead. And literally from that one kill, Tally recalls and teleports in and they get a team fight. Like the synergy that Legacy have, the decision making more so, is always there.
It feels like Direwolves have a lot of threats, and they're threatening Legacy all the time, but they just have the right answers. They're always answering the aggression that Direwolves dish out. And it's been working out well for them in game number 4
At the
here.
moment, though, all they're missing is like a QSS on King, and then they are smooth sailing.
And he's-
800 gold, my friend.
Looks like he's working towards it. In fact, sells that Vam Scepter that he picked up for a second, gets that Quicksilver Sash.
The buyback function.
Buyback.
It's beautiful.
If this was Season 1, you'd be in trouble.
No more double boots. As Direwolves will be able to pick up the second dragon of the game for themselves. This time, they're the ones in control of that Dragon Pit.
Ironic, considering the fact that they now don't have a Sated Devourer user on their team. Tally's going to continue split pushing here. Now towards the bottom side of the map. Sharp just going to answer him now with Spirit Visage and the Sunfire Cape.
Sharp's going to answer, but it's a Baron buff.
Yeah. He's going to struggle to answer. That's probably what I should say.
The rest of Legacy going to group up towards mid lane. Now actually making their way through the jungle of the Direwolves, grouping up with Tally in the bottom lane. Direwolves not going to go out a fight, but look at this. A dive came out from Regret. He's jumped in towards backlines, popped his ultimate. Turret will eventually go down. Legacy will not decide to chase any further, but do pick up an objective for the Troubles.
Kind of just like nonchalantly throw Regret into the team, like using 2 of their ultimates.
Toss me.
As far as I am concerned, that's actually an Alistar that's no longer tanky. So as far as fights go, it's all on Carbon's engage. Now we'll Regret getting like a flash, which just came up. Headbutt Pulverize combo.
Well,
Raze?
Wow, Raze!
Yeah,
that
most of his
Tally!
Tally with
Yeah.
the face dive. Chrono breaks out. All too easy for Legacy.
What a play!
You can't sleep on Tally. Legacy breaking the base now.
Yeah, without Raze, there's nothing they can do to defend. The pillar goes down, but that's not going to save the inhibitor as Direwolves now pack up and try and clear out the rest of the waves.
That should be mid as well.
We'll see whether they can get there in time. Of course, they are going to have to tank this one up for a few seconds. As the Baron buff is there. Now down to half health already is Regret. He's in amongst it. The exhaust is down on Fantix. Just uses the Zonias. But is it going to be enough as he flashes away? Emperor's Divide. Not going to be enough. But the last couple of auto attacks from Choose is enough to do it
This
because
might be
he's
game.
massive. And in goes King. The exhaust is down. He's just going to wait on it as Sharp has fallen down way too
Raze
low to
is
complete
alive.
this one. Yeah, Raze trying to find it. Curtain Call
Curtain.
comes in. Locks down the kill. Gets the double as the cow falls down. But is going to cancel that one out. Raze now moving forward. King doing a lot of damage, and Cuden's all the way out of mana. Deadly Flourish doesn't find the target. It's 4 versus 3. Inhibitor falls as Direwolves, they need to clean up their base.
Yeah, they bide their time until the inhibitor goes down, and they manage to, from the looks of it, get out safely. Legacy just blow the map wide open.
Teleport
with the
though from
advantages.
Sharp.
Yeah, manages to get in behind King. Twisted Advance is there,
King's dead.
uses the QSS as he's actually trying to find the kill on Cuden, but Sybil locks it down. All too easy.
Yeah, and Fantix even had his teleport if something were to go awry in that situation. Direwolves, they get something back.
Yep.
But when it's 2-9 in turrets and a 7k gold lead for Legacy, and all they can get back is a single kill onto King, who's alive in 25 seconds anyway.
And that turret disadvantage might be the saving grace eventually for Direwolves if they find any sort of advantage. A lot of standing gold on the map for them to pick up. But like you mentioned, they've got to go through a Legacy lineup with this massive gold lead and only 1 inhibitor turret left to take down.
Well, I mean, there's 4 members of Legacy that will team fight you if you go for an objective. There's no Baron to take either, so that pick actually equates to nothing.
Yep.
I didn't know the red sensor showed the Scuttle Crab submerged. That was interesting.
That's cool.
Hey man, it's weird. He's still there in the river.
That is very... Sorry, that was really unusual.
It's
Of course,
got you.
Legacy, they have 1 lane left to attack. They should be clearing out that top lane very soon, you would imagine, King. And then Siege. Siege until someone loses their health from Choose in particular. Azir should have been banned this game.
That's how they started the previous fight as well. Choose just sent a couple of the Shurima Sand soldiers and literally poked at Raze until he died.
Well, Lichbane now completed here for Fantix. And with 2 inhibitors dead, Direwolves only down 7,000 gold. As now Fantix trying to Destiny his way out, is going to. Tally can't break that one. He's going to get himself back to base. It's a big cooldown down, but at least he's not dead.
So
Tally
this
has
is
teleport.
actually really good. So Tally, yes, he does have teleport, but he doesn't even need to group with them if they just poke when they siege. He can teleport if things go poorly, but he can also threaten the Nexus.
Banner of Command minion is going to try and push towards this last inhibitor turret. Tally's already inside the base on the bottom side of the map. Fantix trying to deal with him as much as possible. Red Card's not going to be able to help him out in that situation. Legacy still sieging on this top lane. In fact, it is going to be Tally that's jumping on top of Fantix now. They're dueling out inside the base. That calls for the rest of Direwolves to try and respond to this. He's jumping on towards the Nexus turret. Gets a lot of damage down onto Fantix. This inhibitor turret should fall shortly. Direwolves They need to react to this somehow.
Yeah, Legacy just hold all of the cards right now, despite the fact that
Tally.
Twisted Fate is on the other side as Tally. Yeah, Chrono breaks his way back, but still underneath the turret as he gets exhausted, decides to go in. Gonna get the shield back, but there's the ultimate curtain call comes in. It is going to be the Jin picking up one kill, but Tally did manage to get it. Underneath the turret now against Cuden, who does have the subjugate. He's trying to batter him down, but he's just waiting. Raze comes in, finally gets the kill. There's still a 2 for 2.
But the space is falling. That's the inhibitor going down. All 3 inhibitors are gone. It's 3 on 3. The last inhibitor's there. Fate's call's coming in. Raze has been knocked up. King is going to be able to take him down. He's kiting back and forwards, but the turrets are gone. The inhibitors are gone. The base has been absolutely demolished by Legacy, and they're looking to be the first finalists of the 2015 Split 1 of the OPL.
Yeah,
Legacy, massive work.
Ridiculously well played out of Legacy. A 3-1 victory for the team. You can see giving each other a hug. Our first team into the final. As King almost stacks it.
Regret, of course, sitting in the sidelines over there, didn't get in the huddle. Unfortunate, didn't want to trip over some chairs with his...
Yeah, well, he saw how hard it was, right? He's like, nope, 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 nope.
But that was impressive from Legacy.
Really impressive.
Coming into that 4th game. It started off, I will say, forcibly standard again, so slow-paced. But they ganked top lane. They forced a flash at level 1 from someone being expected and over-aggressive, though. And then they just gank him. They get 1 kill, they get 2 kills, the map breaks open, Legacy just explode.
And Direwolves did use their team composition to fight back hard in the mid-game, just that Legacy responded to it perfectly every single time. And it was a great game for them.
Yeah, really, really solid performance out of our team. That we went 9-1, of course, in the regular split. They were our favorites. They were the #1 team. Powerful, powerful performance here in this first semi-final, but we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And in the end, it is Legacy 3-1 victors over the Direwolves. So continuing the tradition of 3-1 victories in what is becoming a very exciting rivalry between these two teams. Want to take a quick look at the final game and how this one rounded out. A little bit of a different composition out of the Direwolves, going with a Jin Trundle lane. I know that you're a big fan of it, Frosk, and like how it was able to put down some early hurt.
Oh yeah, Cuden also played the level 1 very well. He was a phenomenal Trundle player. We saw him utilize his pillar quite effectively multiple times that game, despite the fact that they ended up losing. But the cool thing about Jin Trundle is you effectively put up the pillar, it gives you the free W, which then you, pretty much in that duration, you should be able to get off entirely all 4 of Jin's shots, which means that you're getting the automatic crit, so it's just a very oppressive lane.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more Jin, because he's actually quite good into Callista and Sivir, these sort of shorter range AD carries that have to elongate trades with you. So I think we've started seeing as a response. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the issue of Sivir specifically is that Jin has a very serious mid-game power trough, and recently they did give some power back to him by allowing him to kind of semi-crit the towers, because the thing is he can't siege. We're in an objective focus meta where the primary global goal is to take down as many towers as quickly as possible, and Jin can't do that, and then she just runs him over.
I was about to say, the other problem is that she makes everyone quick, and
yeah,
I know Kobe hates this, but I'm going to do it. He's a mobile. Like, I know the dude can move, but he just doesn't when he fights, because he goes into turret mode, right? And like the aim is to get the ulti out. You saw time and time again, they'll just speed up the echo, put it in the face, and you just have to cancel. It's like, I'm out. Like, there's no way I am dealing with that by myself. So I thought that was huge during the mid-game, and that's where I want to go. This was the one game where, even though Carbon ganked well, I'm going to say that they didn't really get ahead until the mid-game team fighting. This was a game where Legacy legitimately outfought the Direwolves nearly every skirmish.
And I actually think that comes down to Choo-Choo's in particular on the Azir. I think the Azir priority pick was the correct thing to do with the Sivir ban. I absolutely 100% agree with that. Azir was huge for this series, and Choo-Choo's really pulled it out.
And I think on the other side there, you look at Fantix, his Twisted Fate, it's a legendary champion. We've seen him play it so many times. We've heard just how good it is. I honestly feel like it's cursed in big OPL matches, because he rarely wins on the champion. This was a great comp for it, I think. It's a good matchup. It's not a great matchup, but I think you neutralize Azir relatively well. Like, everything was there for the comp to work, and it just felt like execution wasn't there for the Direwolves. So all their picks they tried to make in the mid-game, they couldn't, and Legacy did the great thing, and team fought well in mid-game.
All right, guys. Actually, we have a quick interview. We're going to throw it over to Atlas and Tally to get his thoughts on that match.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I'm here with not only the OPL MVP, but of course, the top laner of Legacy who just made it to the grand final here in the OPL. First of all, how do you feel after that win? Of course, 3-1, still very convincing.
Still feeling a little bit jittery after the game because the nerves did come in at the beginning. It's not as exciting as last semis was, but it still definitely feels great.
Yeah, and look, the Echo coming out here as well, saving it for the semi-final. What is it about this pick? I mean, you were so dominant in both of those games.
So in solo queue, I play a lot with Trident Impaired, and I've been inspired from his Echo. The builds he does, they're actually insane. And so I decided to try it myself in top lane, and it seems to have great success versus tanks, which are really popular in the meta right now. So it's just, worked really well for our team.
Yeah, well, it certainly did, of course, picking up victories in both of those games. Now, I want to talk about sort of what happened in between a lot of these games, because we've seen Legacy win a game before, and often it's you guys going completely nuts, getting really, really excited about it. But this time you looked very calm and controlled. Is this something new about Legacy? What was it with sort of the more subdued in-between games, even if you did win?
So we've been going about this model of like a deep breath in between games to like where Tim like rails us in, so we're not crazy. We don't do stupid things in the game as much, and it's been it's really helpful, like the calm mentality in games, because we can react to bad things much easier. It's helpful for us.
Well, it certainly worked out, of course, even after that first loss. And I do need to ask you about that one, because were you worried at all moving into game number 4? Because the Direwolves really started coming back there in game number 3.
Yeah, after game 3, Direwolves did show their strength there. The team fighting, and we weren't able to do much about it. But we went back to the room, we reset, and then we had a plan, and we didn't really worry that much.
I have to ask you one last question here as well. That Graves game, can you just let us know how we do that at home? Because we all just want to take over solo queue, please.
3 Weet-Bix every day.
Hello and welcome to day 1 of week 6 of split 1 of the 2020 OPL. I'm your host Nick Boy Richardson, and we just saw a very, very young Tally there in the pre-show game. We will be seeing a much older, more grizzled, more wizened Tally again today. A surprise return for a legacy veteran who's coming back. Other people who are back. We've got Skimmy, we've got Rusty, we've got Spawn. Hello, gentlemen.
We also saw a very old version of myself there with Atlas, and my God, how things change over a couple of years.
Young version of you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You looked great. You looked really good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, missed that.
I miss Atlas. Like he was. You never forget your first love, Nick. Mm-hmm. And Atlas was actually the person that got me into commentary, period. Yeah,
right.
He dragged me away from a party one night and made me commentate some OPL games in autumn of 2014. And yeah, ever since then. And he was such a good duo. His whole message and whole MO was just I'm going to make you look good. I don't care how dumb people think I am. Mm-hmm. I would just say anything to make my co-caster look good. And I always really respected that about him. I think he's a really good caster. So I actually think he's the best play-by-play in the world at the moment.
He was your on-camera first love.
Yeah, off camera as well. We used to do content behind the scenes. I used to drive to his house all the time. We lived together when I first came up to Sydney. I like Atlas a lot.
So am I your midlife crisis fling?
Absolutely, yes. Now that shit's hit the fan, I'm just clinging on to anyone that come near me.
That is too real. How's the week been, Skimmy? How are you doing?
It's been good for me. Yeah, no, I've just been spamming games and just progressively getting better. I think I'm nearly gold 1 now, which I don't think is too bad after only playing the game for 2 months.
Yep.
Probably still better than a whole bunch of people watching that have been playing for maybe 10 years.
Wow.
So let me just get that flame out there real quick. I feel like this couch is getting comfier by the minute.
You've got a long way to go before you can sit in this chair, though.
No, I've still got a very long way. I've got to go, down? To sit on that couch?
Yeah, I was about to say, but if you come over here,
Yeah.
you could be
Free
unranked. That's fine. It's a warm, comfortable life.
So what are
over
you
here.
playing at the moment? Because you were playing DGen Champions last week. Are you
Yeah,
still stuck on them?
Yeah. So all I was playing last time was like Malzahar and like Veigar and stuff, just like really degen, just lock somebody in place and hope that your team can follow up. Now I've realized that like mage supports in the bot lane, like Brand and Zyra, are just dumb.
Ooh, okay, so you're up to DJ Paulie B's dad level.
Honestly,
that's what we're up to.
I've hit this level. I've hit
You're
this
at
level where
KT level.
I ban Pike every game because he's just annoying, and
Yeah.
then I just verse like Freshes and Blitz, put my plants down or whatever, and dodge it, and they just get like super QQ tilted, and then like we just outpoke them in lane, and people don't know how to like team fight. And if your mid laner like shits the bed, you actually do enough damage as well. So
There you go.
it's like this really like solo queue mentality.
I like this is like this. Scientists will go back and do like they will do case studies over Skimmy's journey from good person to League of Legends Gold 1 brand main degenerate. And like now the real study is, does he come out the other side? Does he
Yes.
pick like an honourable main from here on out? Or is he just going to be stuck as mage support who plays mage support because my mid laner can't carry? Like, we'll see how it goes, Nick.
I know Skimmy, and I know he's going to get stuck. Rusty, hey, you may have lost your youth and your beauty, but you did get a new haircut.
I did.
Now you look like Ragnarok,
That's-
Ragnar and Vikings.
We're halfway.
Yeah.
We're halfway
What's-
point. I
what's
need
the other half?
beard.
Beard.
I can't do
Okay,
that.
right.
Yeah.
Work in
Have
progress.
you got one of those beard growing kits?
Yeah, did
No.
did you save the stuff they shaved off?
Yeah, I did. I glued it on.
That could be a
But
segment.
do you know what I'm talking about? Does anyone else get Instagram ads for this?
Beard
No.
growing kits.
I have this. I always get the same ad. I can grow a beard. Thank you very much, Instagram. It's on my face right now. But it's this thing where like it has like a wheel and it's got spikes
Oh, I
on it.
have seen that.
And you roll it on your face and it like spikes your face a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you like pat this lotion into your face, and apparently it gives you like a very luscious beard. And what they generally have is like Greek or like Middle Eastern like guys that are very attractive who are like shaven like 2 minutes beforehand
Yeah.
because otherwise they are hairy
Yeah, I
as
was
all
gonna
hell. And then like the next time it's just like, oh, they haven't shaved in 2 weeks and look how glorious their beard is. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that isn't due to the beard kit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's due to superior beard growing genetics
That's very
that we
cool.
know that is out there. But you get a beard growing kit is what the takeaway from
I
this
mean,
is.
we could try
Waste
it.
$60. I reckon that case study number 2.
I'll tell
Can
you
Rusty
what,
grow a beard?
I will buy it and we'll just claim it as an expense and just see what happens over the rest of the split. We just
down.
start like rolling shit on his face and just see how he looks at the end of the split. Okay, that's basically
You
all that
know
is.
who cut my hair, by the way?
Oh, who?
The same hairdresser that you go to.
Young guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Went to brush my hair while I was getting it done, just straight in the face with the brush. Literally punched me in the face with the brush.
Was this before or after?
Halfway through.
Oh, right. Did that inspire confidence?
Oh, not at
You're
all.
too committed by that stage, right? You can't just leave.
Has anyone left?
This hairdresser, by the way, actually, talk about case study number 3. I conducted this case study myself. He was like an apprentice when I first started going there, and he was banned from touching my hair. Like, terrible hairdresser. But then he went and did like this 2-year sabbatical at a barber shop. And now he does like the cleanest fades ever, which is good because our old hairdresser, who shall remain unnamed, Chris, got like booted from that place.
Yep.
And so like we were left without a good hairdresser for a while. And now a young guy's there and he does a good job now.
Can I ask, and we will get to the games, when you go to a barber, I hate when you're maybe one of the only people in there, and it's like a barber code that one of them cuts your hair, and if one of them is cutting your hair, the other 3 barbers have to stand behind him and just watch. And they just stand there and just go like,
Do they?
yeah, all the time. All the time. It's like you've got apprentices who are learning. And I just go, I can't handle that pressure of having 3 people standing just staring at my head. And no one else has this experience?
No, I do. And I
Yeah.
also have the Instagram experience where if they do a really good job of my hair, they're like, can I take a photo of you for my Instagram?
Yep,
Oh,
yep.
right.
And
no
I'm
one's
like-
ever said that to me.
Yeah, I'm just, well,
I've never
with a
had
head
that
like
either.
that.
We're not lucky,
Can't
Nick.
really blame them. But yeah, so that happens. I think it is a learning thing. That's how I like to think about it, Nick.
Yeah.
It's like they're just trying to learn how to like master a haircut.
Redux says, WTF is this? Barbershop gossip is supposed to be gossip taking place in the barbershop, not gossip about your barbers. That is true. But I'm fairly certain in a couple of weeks this place will be a barbershop. And so, you'll get your comeuppance then. Now, Mr. Missouri says, is that doggo alive or what? Bailey is alive. He's just having a little nap because he just went on a very big walk of literally 6 steps outside of the building before he found food he wasn't allowed to eat and had a hand shoved down his throat. And in the celebration, the celebratory spirit of shoving hands into animals, Tuesday was World Wildlife Day. So we are going to celebrate by spending today just talking about animals on the broadcast. So we're going to be, I just want to say that some of my ideas for segments that were shut down was I wanted to rate the most delicious beast flesh we'd consumed this week.
Oh my God.
And our producer said, no, absolutely not. That is monstrous and a breach of human decency. And then also I wanted you guys to send in pictures of your pets. And that at the end of the show, we would pick a new pet as the mascot of the OPL.
Oh, and we'd kidnap the animal and like it could live here?
Because we have a bed already, and Bailey is like he does.
He's a part-timer at best.
He's a part-timer at best. He's in here like 3 or 4 times a split. So we would like to take your animal off your hands, and we would pick a new OPL mascot. Again, the producer of the show was like, no, my dog actually is like half the salary of my household. So there you go. That's just how that works. But we do want your weird animal stories. So please send them in to me or to the OPL, at OPL or at NickBoy on Twitter using the hashtag IamOPL. We want your weird stories, your funny stories about animals, and we'll be reading them out throughout.
I have a question.
Or send them to askingboy@gmail.com. Ask away.
Do children count as animals?
Yes.
Okay, thank goodness, because I can now participate in this segment. If it was just only animals, I was out.
Thank God, because this could have been the only broadcast where Jake didn't speak. All right, it is time to move on to the schedule.
And no one would have watched. Let's be serious. They all would have checked out.
It's time to move on to the schedule for today. Let's take a look at the games we have coming up. Game number 1, Order versus Pentanet.gg. Game 2, Avance taking on Mammoth. And it's Direwolves up against Legacy. And then Order and Avance, making a return for Game 4. What's the banger? What's the banger?
Surely Game 3.
It's Game 3
It's Game
for sure.
That's an exciting game. There's things on the line, stakes, livelihood, a return of an OPL favorite. Has it all.
It does. It's exciting. The first game as well will be interesting as they have the exact same win-loss record.
Not exciting
And
at all.
I think we're at that point in the split where you do need to find your legs and really start
That's
to
not
push
true at all.
towards-
See, people keep saying this to me. We didn't find our legs until Gauntlet Match 2
you
last year,
you barely
and we
got
made
in.
the final.
You barely
We
got
barely
in.
got in. We didn't lose a game between Game 1 of Gauntlet and Game
We're talking about Gauntlet,
10
so you
of
barely
Gauntlet.
got into Gauntlet.
No, that's true. You know what?
One
We'll sneak
game
in
out
there
of
again and we'll do the
Gauntlet.
same thing. It's kind of time for both teams to put up or shut up, to be honest, because people obviously look at Order because they're the more established brand within the OPL. But Pentanet came into this spitting hot fire with like a really promising lineup that people thought were going to be top 3, myself included, and they've kind of been pretty disappointing as well. So big game for both teams.
Skimmy, was it Pentanet.gg or was it AV who were tweeting out their lineups?
It was Pentanet.
At Order.
Yeah,
right.
we've already got to laugh about that one. So I'm going to be rattling that off during the draft and seeing if it's true or if they've just debated us all.
Does that get into the players' heads?
Not at all. Like, actually, half my players hadn't even checked social media, which is good for them. So I had to tell them, and then they kind of had a laugh.
You had them well trained, like children. You removed their phones. It's the most
Correct.
important thing. All right, it's time to take a look at the lineups. Let's start off with those children of Order. Daddy, who did you bring?
I'm about to leave, but it's Viper in the top lane, only in the jungle, Harry in the mid lane, and Rare 7 and Ayla down bottom. And of course, the most handsome coach in the whole of the OPL, maybe world, is me.
This is why he doesn't do his
I
own
love how we've done this
introduction.
self-segment. That's fantastic.
No more is he allowed to introduce Order.
No, never again. And I hate the fact that I just called him Daddy.
Yeah.
It just feels wrong.
That's gonna, you know, it's gonna
That
end
was
up
a
on a
2
Twitter
for 1.
account. It's like out of context. You know.
Oh yeah.
That's definitely on
That
there.
wasn't even out of
And it's
context.
gonna be like. It's gonna be like some zoom in, distorted face of you, like daddy, and it's gonna be like dirty, like bass. I don't know. It's gonna be crazy.
That's going to really play well for my brand. All right, how do we feel about this game? Who's taking this one out? As you've mentioned, equal win rates, up and down teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say.
Can't pick because
It's
they're
hard to
equal
say.
win rates and up and down tems.
Very inconsistent rosters, of course. There's been a lot of preparation and planning that comes in from Pentanet.gg. I think that's what you have to look at with them, is what is their recipe that they're bringing today to take on Order, probably decides the winner.
Let's take a look then at that Pentanet.gg lineup. Who did they bring to take on Order? Rusty.
The Biopanther still in the top lane. No changes in the roster today, of course. Sully in jungle, Get Back mid. Praedyth and Rogue are your bottom lane with Coach Western Way.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be pretty happy after getting some victories last week. You know, the fact that they took down the Direwolves, the big rival, and that won the longest game we've had in the OPL this split so far. And we got to see some consistency in terms of them actually being able to put out some results where all these mad scientists' results were sort of like tumbled around. Finally came to a head.
They had some crazy games last week, if you think back to it. They had the really long game against Direwolves, I believe.
They did, yeah. That was
some
an exciting one.
singed picks in there as well, some Pantheon support picks. You never know what you're going to get with these guys.
You don't know what you're going to get. The only way you know what you're going to get is by starting the game, and we do that by jumping straight into the Macca's Champ Select.
Well, let's kick it off with the very first game of the day. As they've mentioned, both teams on an even record so far, sitting at 4 wins and 6 losses. Last time these two teams went up against each other, it was nearly 40 minutes, Rusty. Peninet were the victors in the end. Rather convincingly so. There was only 11 kills across that game. It was a big, big match on a macro state.
Yeah, that's the inconsistencies of order there through the first round robin of the split, so you never know what you're going to get with them, and we've just gone through with their first 0-2 week of order, so I think this is actually that, like Spawn mentioned, the put up or shut up moment for them.
Yeah.
We get to see what they really have to offer, and it starts off early here with the ban Skimmy, getting that Pantheon away from the likes of Rogue, and presumably the flex there with Get Back.
Yeah, maybe that's Sweet getting in their head, but we have seen Peninet flex it in multiple different directions. Get Back, as you say, running up the teleport. Rogue showcasing it last week as well. Rather nimble support in that regard. Senna finding a lot more love on 10-4. Starting to be drafted as that support. And still, Ornn is ridiculous. But both the AD carry priorities come online. As you'd imagine, it's been the same story all 6 weeks. And bot lane's already locked in here for Peninet.
Yeah, Senna actually gaining a lot of traction because of the likes of Tahm Kench and Rumbles, and we've seen a bunch of stuff, but Senna's the AD carry playing the support role, so a very unique champion in that regard, so taken away from. I like that ban a lot. They've locked in the misfortune for themselves. Perhaps an Enchanter might be the direction they choose to go. You could even see the likes of Morgana for order. They're the type of team that will play the Namis, but it does look like we're going to be going for the Thresh this time. And that's into, once again, this weird Rakan priority that we've been seeing from Legacy that we're now seeing from Pentanet.gg in this draft.
Yeah, it's been one that you've been a bit confused at some states when you're thinking, well, you're not going to pair that up with a Zyra, or you're not going to get that Lover's Jewel, you're not going to get the added benefit, if you will, but something that they're feeling confident on. Rogue liking to get engaged, or liking to be the one to engage, I should clarify, with Biopanther being on the back and ready to follow things up with. So, second ban phase comes online. Kale instantly denied here by order.
Yeah. Menace may not be in the OPL, but it seems like he still had some influence in the draft phase nonetheless. Kale was one of those picks that he would always go into the Ornn.
Yep.
Though Ornn is banned and Set has been picked, I think a similar thing could be said about that. We actually saw Kale in the LCK into Set when it first came out as one of the counters, in that you scale up just so incredibly hard, and you'll always do more damage as the game progresses, and it's one of those matchups where you can just kind of hang in there.
Ooh, they've denied his Singed as well. He played it once, and play it again, he will not get that opportunity.
So devastated by a Panther.
He played it against the Set. He played it up against Chippies.
Yeah, it's a similar matchup. Like, consistent damage over time will beat Set in the way that his shield is for burst, right? So if you can just outpace, which in a funny way, if Singed presses R, Set presses Q, you just walk away and he dies. If he chases you, which is his only function as a champion, he's dying, and you don't burst him, he has to press W for less than a max W and Power Yoga Super Saiyan, then you start to win. But not going to see that matchup anyway in this game, because we've locked in our jungle here for order.
They were hovering the Ivan for a fair bit of time. I was wondering really what the game plan around that was, but it will be the Power Farmer in Karthus, a pick that Sully is definitely showcased he's quite comfortable with. Whether or not going to play as aggressively with level 2 dives for tower platings or not, or if we're just going to see a case of boost to level 6 and then try and find those engagements all across the map.
Waiting to see where they go here, Pensnet, for the rest of their draft. Soraka actually going to be the lock-in. You have to assume that is going to the top lane, given that the Rakan is already there. unless someone wants to channel their inner G2 perks and go Rakan mid lane. But of course, that's not going to be what happens, as there we go, we finished it out. Our composition, some nice mixed damage through the rest of that draft there as well. Good damage mix from Pensinet, having a Soraka and a Syndra to round that out.
Get Back and Praetor both playing the same champs they did last time. Both the actual highest performance in that game in the Syndra and the Aphelios. Brand new roster for Order this time around. A new identity, a new idea to try and take this one on. Going to be Harry showcasing what he can do with Irelia. We've seen Rare 7 try and draft up against the immobile AD carries, or just immobile members in general. Whether or not Harry has a new spin on things as he's playing into mid lane. Quite excited to see.
Yeah, you can't really, like a lot of Aurelia's biggest strengths in certain drafts is that you can go like a Wit's End rush, and then, you know, Syndra won't be able to do all that much to you, and it's possible here. You can still be very aggressive with a Wit's End rush, but there's a Jarvan who will be doing pretty strong just base physical damage onto you. So we'll see where Hayri chooses to go with his itemization. May not just be that overbearingly strong Aurelia variant that you would get in some games, thinking back to even Worlds when Caps was getting those free reigns with it.
Well, both team compositions are locked in here. Pennet have a fair bit of sustain, and on standby, Western Way. Welcome once again as we crack on in with this one. It's a brand new week. You're up against one of your rivals in the league in Order. How are you feeling about this matchup coming into this day?
I think we're feeling pretty confident. I think our team's been doing really well in practice this week, and I think that our performance across the split has just been going up and up. So yeah, I think the whole team's feeling really confident about today's match.
And one thing that you guys always seem to do is come in with a pretty clear strategy and clear plan through draft. And I would say this is one of your more reserved drafts compared to some of the other ones that we've seen in the past. So what is it that you've been looking at this week for that consistent improvement? Is it away from the drafting some weird champions now, or is that still something that's in the back burner?
So we kind of have two things which we focus on when we're practicing for the week. So there's kind of like our general concepts, you know, how we're just getting better at the game as a whole. And then at the beginning of the week, we usually think about what kind of strategy we want to play against the team, depending upon the strengths and weaknesses of the team that we're going up against. So it's kind of like both of those things. And the general improvement has been doing really well. And I think generally, like, each team is not too unpredictable, which makes it quite easy to determine a strategy and practice it across the week as well.
And with a side like Order, notoriously they used to like that 1-3-1 perhaps at the start of the split. They've got possibilities for that here, but you've got the Soraka, you've got the capabilities of grouping up a little bit more in this game. Was that very conscious against a team like Order?
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think about the Rakan, the priority, obviously, to lock it in without the Xayah? Is that just a influence of Rogue saying, look, I just want to play it regardless, or is that definitely a clear identity of comfort and just it outscales as to what we're looking to try and achieve here?
I think it's a bit of both. I think as far as Rogue goes, it's one of his best champions, and he's very, very confident on it, which means we're usually comfortable to play it in pretty much any situation. But also as far as the game goes as well, you know, if we're playing team fights, we're playing for scaling, Rakan's obviously very good in those scenarios too.
I have to ask this. The camera did just pan away from your team, but that mustache, when is it going to go?
I mean, there's been a bit of an effort to get rid of it, so hopefully it's going to disappear soon.
Look how he covers it as we talk
it's like
about
he
him.
knows.
Shame.
He can hear us from the other room.
Is there an incentive for it then? Is it if you win something, do we get rid of the mustache? Like, is this or like if you win, you can keep it?
I mean, if he wins, he can do whatever he wants with his facial hair.
There you go.
Yeah.
There needs to be a challenge for this one. I like how we've just got like a zoom-in camera as he's having one of those like vulnerable moments. Doesn't realize the camera's on him.
He's hit that point with the mustache too, where he just can't help himself.
You just love the play of it. Have you seen the reference photo it's actually going towards?
No. So he's posted a reference?
You've seen it, right?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's like some like TikTok video he saw. Some guy that had this like mustache like this and some like real crazy hair, and he was like showcasing it on his stream. Like, look, Skimmy, what do you think? And I was like, I don't know, man.
I think we put a stop to this Western Way.
I think we do.
I think there needs to be a challenge where it's like if we win or if you just hard int, if there's a big jungle difference game, that could be the killer.
Hopefully.
We're just waiting to see what's going on here with this game pause. Doesn't look like it's anything too significant at this stage.
Thanks for joining us, Western Way. We'll let you go, mate.
Thank you very much.
Don't want to keep you too long during the pause. And it's a small issue, was what I received word on. So it shouldn't be too long. I think it was just settings, nothing massive. So we're back onto the Rift as fast as we can. No PC breaking issues, thankfully. As you can see, it's Mr. Swingler.
Yeah, need a big performance out of Rare today. He's definitely when he's on form, he's able to really showcase what he can do. Definitely when he's not up to snuff.
He's a unique player.
he can feel a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, he's very different. There's a lot of standard AD carry type players that I would say that Rare does not fit into that bucket. There's a lot of things that he does that I would say are uniquely good for him. The first thing that comes to mind when I think of Rare, formerly Dream, of course, is his ability to flank somehow as an AD carry player.
Yeah.
Which flanking you would attribute to like a mid lane champion, jungle champion, or a top laner maybe. Alistar for a support on a flank, but like none of those champions are an ADC. But he has done it, not just once, but multiple times. He's got teleport flanks that have helped him for like map flips to gank Swiper's lane, going to the top laner. Like he has that unique capability, which I think not many other ADCs possess. But at the same time, when I think of Dream, if you ask me what is the first negative thing that comes to mind, is that he's constantly dying without his team.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it was that moment that was highlighted last week in the game where he was like solo defending an inhibitor in mid lane. He was the one to fall on down, and then the opponents obviously able to rush through and end the game as a result of that. I'm keen to see what we can get out of him today. Misfortune, a champion he's incredibly comfortable on.
Yep, but the same issue that Misfortune has as an Aphelios is that there's no mobility.
Yeah.
There's move speed increase from an MF for sure, but in saying that, can be caught. You're against the Jarvan, you have to have flash into that champion, or a Syndra can lock you down. There's a Rakan as well, so flash probably the most important summoner spell in the game for both ADCs. We'll have to really closely monitor how they pull that one off.
Full damage, no utility, no get a Jail free card, no Monopoly pass go. As we're going to see a very shy standout here on the Rift. We'd seen a few invades recently, but it's gone back to weeks of old, where lanes are just posturing out to get information for the standard 130 leash.
Yeah, not just the pure 5-point defense by any means. There's an earlier ward placed to make sure that there's no craziness happening. So it's just going to be the leash on the red versus the leashless blue. Misfortune and Thresh looking to control the lane from the get-go, which is not a bad decision. It does, you'd say it hides where the Karthus starts, but it's a Karthus, so there's no such thing as that. It just gives a bit of extra tempo for a Jarvan having that leash to match the speed of a Karthus' clear. And having this pressure in bot lane does actually give a decent amount of priority. Or you can push the wave in, crash it, have it bounce back towards you, and suddenly there's gank threat, and that Karthus can then full clear and come down to your lane.
Well, this is interesting. Well, both junglers actually start at bot side. Sully goes across into the Baron pit. Swiper was only a few seconds later to spot things out, but he might now have eyes on it. They're going to go for a pincer maneuver. Get back is there because he's got Prio.
Swiper just isn't laning. He is playing to win the jungle. He's level 1. He has touched one wave, so he'll be close to level 2. Just needs one more wave worth of experience in order. Hayri even moves to place a ward for only. A lot of emphasis on keeping this Karthus in a good position through the jungle clear. And they are successful, and I don't mind that call at all. It is super important that that Karthus stays ahead of the tempo in jungle clearing compared to the Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan looking to obviously prevent that. And Swiper quite happy to sacrifice a bit of CS as he is up against a very passive lane in Soraka that will be naturally sacrificing a fair bit too. Doesn't need too many resources to come online.
Yeah, no, full awareness of where this Jarvan has been going. Wards placed by Swiper while hunting to find that Jarvan. A nice hook from Ayla.
What goes on, but that gives Rogue the ability to jump on in onto Rare. Does force out a summoner heal very early on. Both for PGG down to half a response, so you have to imagine summoner for trading potential.
Uh-oh. Here we go again. Sully has his eye in. He can kill only here, but only very vigilantly throws the Skittles down into the bush. And just keeps throwing him down. Keeps finding him.
What's a dance-off right now for the Sculler? And once again, it's that man in the top lane. Swiper comes on down, ready to show what he can do. Both junglers having double buff. Mid lane unable to assist in that situation.
Getting juked by the Scuttle really aggressively here. That's like 5 jukes on a Scuttle. That actually costs a lot of time. Only goes to cross mid lane there and opts against it, as Sully has already crossed towards the bottom Scuttle himself and has mid lane priority. So they are just trading in the end. A whole lot of time just spent with junglers looking at each other, which really just isolates lanes. And the real winner from all of that isolation was bottom lane. You saw that trade before.
Yeah.
Now the wave starts to crash back towards them. If that Karthus resets and goes towards the other side of the map, which Pensanet.gg should be aware of. Now they have to push it back away as fast as they can, crash it into the turret.
Both supports obviously are running Ignite, so I'm not going to see a heal barrier lane. A very passive nature. It's going to be aggression, which we kind of expect from both of these ADCs.
Look at the respect here by Pensanet.gg. They don't recall. They'll place a ward instead. that wave is in an atrocious position. If Order got that reset off, they would have been in a very good spot. But both teams choose to stay, and now this opens the door, so to speak, for a Karthus coming down here. But he's just going to choose to continue farming.
Order right now are blind. They have a control ward on their own blue buff, but the river is blank. There will be one in the pixel brush. So very reliant on the fact that they're behind their tower. We now do see the ward go down.
Ooh, doesn't spot that. Does now, of course, as he places a ward on the way out. That's the only ward that Rogue has available to him, now completely nullified by a control ward. And he's not going to feel safe clearing that one, you would
Absolutely
have to imagine.
not. Cannot face check that one.
And again, PGG need to reset and Order keep freezing the wave. They're losing some health for that freeze. And now they just try and force this in. The same thing will apply if these minions spend any time hitting the wave. It'll still crash closer to Order. The dance continues with no junglers being involved.
Does indeed. Both is sticking to their guns and getting the power farm on. Only is up by a level at the moment. Get back is incredibly low. And the Summoner Ignite will be the final ticking clock as he hits 6 first. Order are online.
Yeah, one key difference in the Summoner spells in mid lane proves to be the difference maker in getting the kill. The Merc Treads rush from an Aurelia is not your prototypical power spike, but having the Ignite can circumvent that, and having the lead in levels does the exact same. Very well done here from Hayri. We didn't see exactly how it happened, but you have to assume he hits 6 and just immediately throws out the stun. Yep. And now because he's got the ultimate, constant resets available. Knows the damage calculations. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
And that hurts so much for Get Back right now, because not only did he burn Flash, he actually used Teleport to get back to that lane, so forced to walk back. Very down in this situation. Order going to capitalize on that one. Their bot lane will now finally be able to respond and go back to base, get those items online. And we'll pick up a Drake and a Scuttle too. Macro advantages, pressure across the board.
He even grabs the Honey Fruit rare. I thought he'd just go back to base and reset after that Drake. That's exactly what Pensionet wanted to do, but no. He's going to push this one in for free. He knows that he has the pressure of a roaming Karthus nearby, and Rogue's going to freeze this wave potentially himself. Just a lot of shenanigans down in bot lane.
He just doesn't want to base.
It's a never-ending cycle.
When does it reach a point where it's greed? The junglers, surely there's going to hit a ticking time when it comes to 6, which they are getting close to now. Sully is hunting for it. Karthus does have Requiem online right now.
I mean, this is the exact moment where it's greedy. But they're not going to get punished because they've already killed the cannon. The wave's going to be pushed. You just, like...
Rare cannot contest this. No 6, no mana, and no items.
So what this means is that right now it's a free wave push from Pensionet.gg in bot lane. They can then leave the lane, play some deep vision if they would like. Sully already with the preemptive sweeper. As Rare is massively overstayed, so they're going to miss the full wave for it.
And they're able to find some love now in his bottom lane. They did have Sully in the wings, which he may now just decide to stick around for.
I don't really know what Sully's doing, if I'm being honest with you. There's nothing on that side of the map. A lot of teams would flip. You know, we're hitting closer to the 8-minute mark. Drake is gone.
They want to try and tower dive. Now, this is interesting. They're trying to capitalize on the fact that Rare has no ult, but neither does Sully.
Saw Thresh mid.
They've just picked up 2 turret plates.
I just have to look at... It's the Twitch test here for Rare.
Rare. He's going to get flag and dragged on. A beautiful flash to deny that one, and that actually hurts Sully so much because he's bought so much time for Karthus to carry on free farming. Look at that scoreboard and just look how much further he's ahead now.
Yeah, that's why, like, at first look, you're like, I think they just had an opportunity out of what was nothing, really. Just a lot of time spent, but they got the opportunity. Rare checked the bush, but a good Twitch check. He flashes out successfully. And so only 6-5 in levels. Definitely a big CS lead, like you mentioned. Now 7-5 in levels. All of that time spent was just definitively time wasted if they don't get a return gank into bottom lane and kill Rare.
And he's just been able to pick up the blue buff as well. And as you can see from the economy standpoint, up by 600. He's getting the dream start for a Karthus if he will. Got Dark Seal online, obviously, with the Dark Harvest too as his rune choice. And with him hanging around this top side with the control ward down, has no concern about saying, well, Swiper, you can come on down here. Harry's online already. We're getting dragons, we're getting Rift Heralds. We're going to get this game on the way, basically.
It's pretty easy to be the Karthus, though, when Hayri is able to get solo kills in mid lane. Opens up a whole load of options for you to move around the map and just be more aggressive, knowing that Aurelia presumably always going to be there first, or just going to have significantly more HP or threat if that fight does break out. Of course, the flip happens. They run basically from bot side to top. Making sure that Herald is secured on the way through. And Order, so far in pretty good stead. 9 minutes in, even though it's 0-1 in kills, it still feels like they are pretty much in control.
Yep, feels a little bit similar to the last game we saw. So it wasn't so much about getting the kills, but more such about, you know, lane management, macro decisions, and objective control. That's been the one so far. Rogue is still hitting in that bush. Did draw down Sully again, and they almost stubborn at this point, Rusty, of trying to force this objective, trying to get this tower down.
Yeah, Herald actually gets summoned to top lane, and once again, they want to force this turret. Swiper's on set, so as far as champions to dive go, this is one of the hardest, but they have to.
They're going to look for this one. They're going to go for the flag and drag to start off with. He's going to burn the flash to try and buy some time, then knock up the charm, the heal. As he goes for the haymaker, he's going to live for a very long time as Ayla's there trying to buy as much time with that box. The box finds little to no value. Rogue is very, very low.
Harry's on the roam as well, though. Rogue in a lot of trouble.
Members are split so far. Harry's going to follow this mid laner down and say, I've got Ignite and you're going to die. He gets that first kill. Teleport coming in now as a result from Biopepper to try and give some heals to the rest of this team. Rogue was low. He slipped through the bush. Can he get hooked? Can he dash away? Harry's looking for it, but he finds a double jump, utilizing that E cooldown effectively.
But top lane breaks the turret, crashes a big wave in as well. Order still come out well and truly ahead in that trade. And once again, even in bot lane, the tower stands. That was the objective here for Order. Sorry, for Pensinet.gg to get. And now Biopanther is running the risk of being dove as he has stayed in bot lane.
It was a 2-for-1 to start with. They don't get the tower, but now it's going to be a 3-for-1. They get a tower top lane. They made us look to get some plates in the bottom lane as well. And Order have just showcased better decision-making across the map.
Yeah, from the beginning of this game, it does feel like Order are just making the better decisions as a team. Anytime that they make the choices, it just seems to be besting their opponents. Now with 4 kills, all 4 of them on an Aurelia. This is a disaster in the making for Pensinet. You see this again. Swiper actually uses his E, brings Rogue in while he's ulted, and then flashes over him. Unfortunately for Swiper, he had ult that whole time. Would have liked to perhaps use that at some moment. Buys him a decent amount of time and disrupts the opponents. But Ayla gets here and does what he can. The real winner in this situation is Hayri. Gets in range for ult, hits the stun because, again, Get Back is next to the wall. And with that Ignite, secures the kills. And just pretty clean stuff here on the Aurelia overall. But it's the numbers responding from Order that does make the difference. It's obvious from Pensinet.gg. And instead of trading objectives across the map and giving anything to them, they respond. They help Swiper instead. And they're still winning top lane with Rare 7 pushing there. Bio, this is a wave crashing at the half. He has definitely overstayed his welcome. Being under this turret, very risky. No ultimate, no chance.
A Soraka's worst nightmare there. You know, the silence puddle is going to do much to delay that one there when you've got raw damage coming on out. And, well, Harry, if we had doubts before about whether or not Order want to run that Aurelia again, well, those have been dismissed here, Rusty. 4-0, very, very close. Got all 3 components for that Trinity Force. He is definitely giving Get Back a bit of PTSD right now.
Biopanther steals away the red buff from Swiper, which will be nice for him to have, but you have to look top lane. Ayla is about to run into Sully and Rogue.
Ayla has no summoners. He does have his ultimate online as a result. Sully juking out.
Good cancel.
He's going to get the Flay to prevent the drag across. Now going to use the stopwatch. Sully is going to fall on down, but keep your eyes on this lane because Harry's going for the 2v1. They want that bounty. He's forced to dash away, utilizing it, but Praetor bets himself online. Doing Aphelios things, gets a fair chunk of gold, and you have to wonder, Harry had Trinity Force buy available, but thought he was just still so much further ahead rest of the pack.
Yeah, just tries to do a little bit too much there, it felt like. Hubris coming back to bite Harry, no flash, no ignite, no Trinity Force purchased at that point, but still went for the 1v2. Well, they already had the free kill there in Sully, so end of the day, 750 gold going over to Praedyth is something that you don't want to give away. That's the way that it has gone here for Order.
No neutrals to contest at this stage. Order looking for the reset, still healthy. Around about 3k gold difference. Majority of that will be in the balance between the jungle as well as the mid lane.
You can see the results of that extra kill going into the pockets of Praedyth. Equalizes the AD carry position. I mean, that's an important thing to note, is all that did was equalize. It's a kill that you don't want to give away, but at the end of the day, Order have still been playing this significantly better than their opponents in the first 14 minutes to have the lead that they had.
Third time's the charm. They do finally lock down that bottom tier 1 turret. Order already have their eyes set on the mid lane. That's where they've got their AD carry positions. They want to break that one down, open up the map, and just give themselves so many flanking routes and opportunities.
And we're looking at a dead map at the moment in terms of objectives that we could be looking towards. It's that point in the map where wards and picks are the only real game plan. Outer turrets standing, the bot lane outer is something that Order could look at, and mid lane is usually going to be the most heavily fortified or defended objective on the map. So without a Herald spawning, which will be shortly, then it's a hard objective to take. Right now you're looking at a Thresh who has the hook, maybe make some picks, generate some control around the map. You've got a Syndra who could do the same thing with a Jarvan. Those are the two players that you have to look at, I would say, from Pentiment or GG to bring it back. And with a Herald spawning soon, I think that's where the direction will start.
You'd imagine the majority of this vision that Pentanet put down so far, which is towards that bottom side to try and break that tier 1 turret, will now be replaced towards the top. Try and get this Herald on lockdown as the TP comes in, and you imagine that now will start to become the priority. Drake is up on minute 30. And Order are grouping up as a pack.
Very clearly the GLP has now been purchased by a Get Back, so one full item for himself. And pretty similar across the board here from the side of PGG. They've all got their one item spikes, but Order very much first to the punch. And again, the risk-averse playstyle that we've been seeing here and there from the Pentiment or GG lineup sends them to bot side control. Looking at bot lane, but not really committing to anything because that's far too deep. And now they're just going to lose mid for it.
Losing again, yeah, Biopamper was collecting top lane. They were trying to find advantage in the bot lane, unable to really do much because they're just going to lose mid as a result. Riftherald will one-shot that.
This game really has become a bit of a head-scratcher here from our blue side. I guess they knew they couldn't fight, but the way that they approached that was not to get mid priority before anything else. They just lose mid after.
Last time these two teams played, actually, Rusty, here's a bit of an interesting fact. Order picked up the first 2 Drakes and then didn't get a single Drake after that. All the Drakes after that went to Pentanet. We kind of seen this from them before, where they just sacrifice all the neutrals and just try and play the map and try and play side lanes, but...
Yeah, we've also seen Order throw a lot of their game at objectives, which tends to be the reason that they'll get the early ones and then they'll like lose a fight, get aced and lose the objective, and suddenly the game swings.
Yeah.
And of course, there's no contest from their opponents in this one, so that's just not going to happen anyway.
Going to show face now on his top side. 2 control wards getting dropped on down to try and give Harry some time. This is dangerous for Rogue. He respects the decision. This tower may not just fall. It's living on borrowed time as the teleports come on in. Get back on the flank using that gun to slow the members down. You can see Swiper's got one idea in mind. He is looking for the showstopper.
No priority put towards that Infernal Drake just yet. Only maybe walking over to solo it. Of course, at any moment, the opponents you would expect will be looking towards him. But let's take stock of the minimap. Where are Pentiment.gg? Well, there is an Alcove Warrior recalling now in Rogue. And they're just pushing top lane looking for that outer turret. They break it, but the cost is Soul Point. Just gifted over to the side of Order.
Once again, it's just beautiful execution from Order, being the ones to say, we will take this top side, draw you up here, we'll pick up a Drake, and then if you want to force a fight, we've got the global ultimate from Karthus.
It's also an Infernal Soul on a Karthus.
Yes.
Who has the Runic Echoes enchantment and is now level 11. He could press R and someone just gets eviscerated. I guess that doesn't make too much sense. Evisceration for a Karthus ultimate.
He's a rogue.
Can you like magically eviscerate?
He's got combo points. Yeah. He's definitely big at this stage though. 60 CS up. A fair chunk of gold as we've highlighted in the past. Getback's actually done a fantastic job of trying to equal out that CS deficit. Will obviously still be down based on the gold, but he's had a rough time so far. His identity has changed from being a one-shot mage more into a let's try and control some of these choke spots and limit their aggression.
I guess we have to start looking at when is it that Pentiment.gg do something in this game, because it does feel like they've been sacking a lot of objectives.
Yeah.
And in the coming minutes, they'll be definitely forced for that Infernal Soul to make something. By that time, they should have the redemption there for Biopanther. We've got 2 items already on for Praetor, so he'll be able to have a stopwatch maybe as well as something else. An Executioner's Calling is possible, but I don't think necessary in this game. I would say that if I was Pentiment.gg, I would use the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds to try and keep neutral around Baron, get stopwatches, and look for this Infernal Soul fight, because you're against the Karthus. If you don't have stopwatch, you're probably just dead at the end of the fight anyway with how far ahead he is.
Yeah.
And then just look to take it. Rely on your Aphelios, who is just utterly broken.
What does it say? Would you argue that they need to get a big performance out of Bio here to find value not only in the silence, but just the ultimate heal to negate the Karthus, right? The fact that they can try and lock down and prevent those
Kinda, yeah.
cooldowns being used.
I think it's like Bio having to be there is important. He can't just sit in a side lane. I would say that an engage from Sully is big.
Hang on a minute, that's a flash hook. Flay deletion only will be the one to pick up that kill. And Rogue caught out in the wrong neighborhood there.
They are walking towards Baron. I think the intent to do it is definitely there for them. They don't spot the ward as they walk through here, though, as they'll be spotted doing the Baron. Ayla's hook is definitely something to keep your eyes on, even though he's on a ward. They can't see the health on the Baron itself, so...
Double execution is online. Obviously very easy on Misfortune to spread that around with the bullet time.
And we have got that redemption on now. We've got 2 items there, waiting for boots upgrades for the mid laner and jungler of Pentanet.gg for certain. Once those are online, I think they're combat ready. I mean, they have to be.
Sacrificing too much. The gold has definitely stayed at a 5k balance for a rather long time now. We've highlighted where those impacts have been, be it mid and jungle.
Yeah, Krug Hunter. Hey, he was sitting there waiting for them to spawn. I think only just wagged his finger at him. So I'm Karthus. Gets to the Krugs on spawn easy as you like.
We need to see a big impact with this Aphelios. It's the man with the kills, the man you'd want with the kills, quite honestly. He's been pretty impressive when he's had this champion.
Yeah, Praetor's always also been quite a good team fighter. And Pentanet.gg have always been the type of team that just kind of turns it on. They just hit the gas at a moment later in the game. You know, slow it down. Suddenly they're just winning. But I can't help but feel like we've just been watching the inevitable. Unless a mistake is made by Order.
Well, as we reach that 1 minute mark, they need to try and find these side lanes being pushed out first of all. Give themselves some win conditions, some ability to capitalize on a one-team fight. On a wipe, if that were to happen. They're flirting with danger in the river, though.
Very good early vision placed down by Pentanet. Deep behind Order, where they may not see it if they sweep. They should spot that, however. It's not the deepest ward of all time.
But look at the vision in that river specifically. Free control ward saying you can't hide anywhere. We know exactly where you are.
No real wave control to be seen either. With 40 seconds until it spawns, top in a fairly neutral position, if not pushing in favor of Order. Bot lane's just been set up by Swiper as he leaves. And with 2 teleports there from Pentanet, they know that the most important thing is having the Soraka with them and grouping. That doesn't mean that they can fight. You know, a lot of the way that you get into this game is taking negative trades, not all-ins, and then having the Soraka to heal you back to full where that's not possible for your opponents.
Oh, this could be the situation. That'd be disastrous. Sorely going to get locked in place. Bullet time going to be used as a zoning tool, but definitely not as a damaging tool. That could be quite big now,
but
Rusty.
They survive. So they took the negative trade, they've lived through it, Soraka exists. Ayla is now very low if they want to take this fight. This is an example of what is possible as Swiper on the hunt.
Swiper's looking for it right now. He's going to get locked in CC after CC. Haymaker to delay the inevitable. Burst deplete.
Rare dead.
But Get Back gets that kill. He takes down Rare and he gets himself on the scoreboard. And this is that moment, Rusty, that you were wanting for, that you were craving, and now they've now delivered it to us.
And they picked the correct moment, they execute it well. Swiper caught very much out of position, and it results in Rare dying. Praetor, one hell of a champion, Aphelios, isn't it? Was able to make sure that those kills go over towards his team. And it's the same thing. Take the down-tempo trades. Take trades that look bad, but just be a Soraka. And it doesn't matter. Use Redemption, and suddenly you're back to full health as well. League of Legends just do be like that sometimes with a Soraka in your team, and it means that Order, you have to throw that one punch. It has to be a very good hook connecting. Your opponents on the counter are relentless.
Yeah, if it isn't an instant kill, you can see what Pentanet have left in their arsenal to respond with that one. They had to sustain.
And it starts with a hook, right, which looks great. But turret goes down, and Get Back hits a stun onto Ayla, and this trade is matched. And if
Fully
a trade is
disengaged.
matched, then you lose. So you sit in this position, Swiper thinks he has a flank on, and he either flashes and commits to this, or he doesn't have the flank on from the moment he's control warded. And suddenly he's locked down, which results in Rare once again dying, as he just gets hit by a Syndra and a turret.
And it's such an awkward spot for them to try and fight in, right? You know, stuck under that ramp, stuck in the brush. Angles for Pentanet, almost taking the higher ground to say we can come at you any way we want without to overexpose ourselves.
And it's twice now that Swipe has been killed without being able to use his ultimate. I actually don't know if we've seen Set's ultimate in this game.
I don't believe we have.
25 minutes in with opportunities.
I believe he's just been CC'd after CC'd, and they're locking him down.
It's hard. It is hard. He's against a Rakan who
there's a lot of CC to deal with.
There's a Soraka silence, which is a very big deal. It's all about the flanks, though, for me. You've got Praedyth and Get Back, the two carries, the squishy members with no mobility, playing flanks in those last skirmishes successfully.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to do. And still having flash on both of them means that there was no threat going towards them whatsoever. I wonder if that's the directional shift that we need to have here. Hayri not having teleport, needing to get flanks is hard. Getting backline access then becomes difficult, and Ayla's hooks have all been towards the Jarvan or a tank.
It looks to me, Rusty, like they want to set up for Baron because Harry was actually going to be coming to mid, then decided against it, rather clear out top, set up that lane.
Using the Infernal Drake here, bit of extra vision control. Perhaps looking for Thresh hooks once again as a very good start to a fight. You can bring the set to the fray as well if you hit the hook. Throw the Lantern to Swiper, and suddenly you're in the middle of everybody.
Hurts. Order have just danced around the entire time, and Pentanet just got a full reset off. They've been baiting nothing.
League of Legends with God Vision sometimes jades the perspective, but they definitely would have been considered waiting there without knowing. Again, looking for hooks. The best way in for a team fight is to hit the Thresh hook. A collapse perhaps was going to be there from Get Back, but that's because Hayri is showing in top lane. He doesn't have teleport, so they will be trading control of mid lane in its entirety.
Rare has to be so
pushing
careful
top
right now. He's defending on his own. Flank is coming online right now. Swipe is looking for it once again. Has to be careful of all that CC.
Still waiting for that moment. This waiting game just constantly adding tension to the point that we're at. Game 1 of the OPL in week 6. It feels like what felt like an inevitable conclusion has been delayed, and in the back of your mind you're thinking Pentanet can win this game, and I think it's absolutely true.
Both side lanes set up for
big
order.
Items for Praedyth. Massive. Compare that to Get Back.
Yeah.
Look at the item difference between them.
He's got a big responsibility to exert that pressure necessary with the luxury items on board.
The thing is, we've got an ARAM against the team that really wants to do Baron or bait Baron. So it almost feels like a chicken dance. Pentanet.gg are like, we'll run down mid lane and we'll pressure mid lane. There's no point in us checking the Baron because we'll just get thresh hooked and die.
Yeah.
And then Order is sitting in the river saying if they come and check this, we'll kill them. But they haven't started the objective. But I think now we're at a point where it gets real spicy. Again, 30 seconds until Infernal Soul available for Order. They are on Soul Point. And stacking Souls, not a bad option in the end if you get 4 of them. Stacking Infernals, rather, for Pentanet.gg. This Drake becomes even more important.
Bio forced to collect bot lane.
Teleport from Bio Bantha from bot to mid. Just wants to be grouped. Again, the same principle applies here if you're Pentanet.gg. All-ins, you can throw stuff at them.
Order getting upset right now. They want to force a fight, but Sully's the one to jump right in right now. He's just going to get absolutely evaporated. Redemption won't save him on that occasion. Bullet Time finds some love this time. Ayla flirts with death, but he survives. And then you've got Requiem, which has blasted you to smithereens. One member survives. It's Get Back, and he needs to get all the way back to that fountain. The patience of Order finally paying off.
Yeah, just because you throw the punch here first, Pentanet.gg, doesn't mean you win the all-in outright. You need to be able to survive. And even through the stone plate of the Jarvan, they kill him, and that's it. The fight becomes impossible. Swiper gets the ultimate off this time, gets the flank off this time, and look at the difference that makes for the fight. That's Infernal Soul, that's Baron. Everything that you would like here for Order is free for the taking because they finally get the team fight that they needed. Here, of course, Sully going in. You'd think he survived quite well by having the stone plate, but Hayri's hitting him as well as Rare. And that's 2 of the carries putting out some serious damage onto a Jarvan. He's not going to live forever. Get Back doesn't get the flank off that he had last time with Praetor, as they do get collapsed on as well. And that's a big difference maker. Putting 2 carries by themselves trying to flank, if someone finds you, you do die. And this time they do find.
You argue perhaps that the fight was a little bit too explosive for what Pentanet have drafted right there. Yes, they had the lockdown burst that Syndra can provide. Yes, Praetor has 3 items online to definitely admit, but look how different it's been when the fight's been a little bit slower. When Bio's been able to cycle through those cooldowns and make magic happen.
We're setting a 1-3-1 at the moment. Hayri's sitting top lane by himself. Again, no teleport. Swiper does have the teleport, but he's playing the weaker side, so he doesn't want to show himself. This delicate dance, it means they won't be breaking mid easily. That does mean that if they get access to the side lanes, those turrets go completely boom.
So Karthus has hit that point where you start to wince a little bit. Rab's now completed. Oblivion Orb in hand. He's working towards the Zonias as well. And he's got 8 stacks on that Dark Seal, so potentially wanting to go for the Magi's after that. With Baron buff, with Infernal Soul as well. I mean, Rusty, like, a guy can 1v9.
Yeah, I mean, is it the point? Like, Karthus has always got that scale that starts to get worse and worse. But now if you see a light above your head, you actually just scream in agony, knowing what's coming.
Am I seeing
no,
things?
you're seeing it correctly. There's a 5-level difference.
5-level difference between Karthus and Jarvan. Yeah. Unheard of.
Oh, nice hook too.
There, Cook. Fox into the play to start things off with onto Biopanther, but this is where Order start to suffer. Rogue unable to find the knock-up, and Praetor was hungry. He was waiting, Kasuli's on the flank. 2-man Cataclysm. What can Praetor find as a result of this one? Silence comes down with Starfall. Try and get him some sustain, but the bullet time flank over the wall! And they have fun with Karthus, and they just wipe the team of Pentanet. Harry's already in the base. He wants to end this game.
Yeah, Harry looking for the solo on to get back. Karthus ultimate forcing the Zonia's Order. They get the team fight with a huge ultimate there out of Rare, and that will just be the game here. 31 minutes in, they have put on an absolute annihilation with a weird slowdown in the middle.
It was a game that was so strong in the early game for Order. Mid-game was an ARAM, but late game was a demolition. They have crushed their opponents today. They will not be even on the scoreline. They'll claim victory in the first game of the day.
And as the Nexus dies, I think it's fair to say they never looked like losing. The closest we got was there was a moment where you're like, maybe they're pulling it back, but just as quickly as you get those feelings, they're completely washed away. So at the end of the day, Order still looking like the better team in the game. And it starts super early getting a Karthus ahead, and it ends with it being 5 levels ahead, which is quite ridiculous, to say the least.
It snowballed out of hand very quickly there. Sorely unable to find the advantages that he wanted to, and Karthus utilizing that time to scale up, and boy did he scale up the amount of items that they had, exerting pressure around the map, and the smiles say it all. Order very happy with that win today.
Definitely a team that are known to be smiling. Jumped out of their seats after the wins as well. It's good to have for Order. They don't go 0-3 on the day, or the 2 weeks.
Getting the look there from Spawn. Who we'll pass back to.
Well, the scream started right about the MF ult in bot lane there and didn't end until we took a seat back here in the studio. Order very excited about that win.
Yeah, I think one thing we did really poorly at the start of the season, because obviously the players put such a high expectation on themselves, is like you stop celebrating the little wins, right? Unless you actually win the season, people are acting as if they're not happy. So like we made an effort over the last couple of weeks that even when we have like good days, when people are getting up on time, when people gym and stuff like that, we do a much better job of like celebrating the little things and like acknowledging that that's kind of how you get back on form. So I'm sure the guys were pretty happy to pick up a victory like that.
And from a coach's perspective, which I can talk to you about, how was that from the draft with you?
Yeah, I mean, we had one of these drafts where Aphelios is kind of unrivaled in mid-game power, but isn't as good in laning phase as what he was, right? He's been knocked down a couple of times. So I think that we kind of had 3 prio lanes as soon as Harry got level 3. And those drafts are like, can we just protect Geordie? Like, can we protect only? Can we get him into a situation? And Rusty kind of called it on Cast, right? Like, so much of that early game is just about helping Karthus get to level 5. Yep. And once he's there, he's the quickest farmer in the game. And then you saw he went 5 levels up. He had like more gold than the solo laners in that game. So I think like from a draft execution point of view, apart from Ronan frontlining in one team fight, we had a pretty good game. He also took a scuttle crab after Baron and didn't hit B with the rest of the boys, so it cost us about 12 seconds of tempo. But I'm getting into the real nitty-gritty stuff here.
You're getting into literal coach notes.
I will
here on the
literally
couch.
take up with him afterwards.
But instead, we'll turn to you guys. Ronan, welcome back. Dream.
Hello.
But Harry, welcome to the couch.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, boys. Who was the screamer, by the way?
It's definitely.
It's not me.
Was it you?
Yeah, it was me. A little bit, but I was getting the boys hyped up.
Yeah.
And then Harry started getting hypey, you know. He got a solo kill level 3 and he's like, oh, he's dead, boys.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go, boys! He's dead!
Level 6.
Yeah, level 6. Sorry, same thing.
Harry, how are you finding Order? Because you are an impressive player on this team.
Yeah. Like when I hit the roster, because I think I was one of the last ones to join. I was like super excited because I have like a lot of respect for everyone in this team. So yeah, I was very excited for the most part.
I used to call him future order mid laner. Harry
remember it was a meme.
For like half a split.
It was kind of a bit of a meme, and then like as soon as Simon tells me that he's going overseas, like I pretty much alphaed DOS. DOS and I like were going back and forward on mid laners, and I alphaed. I put my foot down. I said I wanted Harry, so I was happy I got my boy.
And it's working out. Ronan, is it working out for you?
Absolutely. I'm just getting carried every game.
You are. It's true. I didn't want to say it on broadcast, but
I mean,
I'm glad
hey.
you did.
So talk to me about the game. Talk to me about what was the early game plan, and how did you think it worked out for you guys?
Early game plan, Harry just stomped 1v1 mid and 1v9 the game.
Work out, Harry?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it worked out.
That was what
Like
happened.
we wanted to play with confidence today, so I think that's what I did, and yeah, I had a pretty good early game.
And
Had a very
obviously
good game.
we're 0-5, I think.
Yeah, having big
before
performances
this,
every week.
Just kind of getting our head kicked in. So what changed, this game as opposed to the last 5 that we've played?
Corgi.
Yeah, tell him about the corgi.
Alright, so Jake promised us that if we win the split, that we're getting a dog. We're getting a corgi.
Oh,
yeah.
like literally a corgi.
Yeah,
Yes.
well,
Not a corgi. You're getting a dog.
No, we decided corgi
no,
and
we're
it's
getting a
happening.
corgi.
If there's no corgi,
The ordered dog is going to be a corgi.
Yeah.
Like the queen.
sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's like motivation.
Have
for
you
us.
picked out a name yet?
Not yet, but
PUBG.
we will be PUBG.
PUBG the dog. We've been playing a lot of PUBG in our spare time.
That's actually
So,
not a bad name. For a
PUBG.
dog. Do you? Maybe I'll ask you. Do you realize how much work a dog is?
Yeah, so the overall game plan is I really want a dog at the moment.
Right.
This is why they don't get to pick what kind of dog it is, but Jenna won't allow me to have a dog. So if I can disguise my dog as Order's dog, that then just comes and lives with me when the guys are on off-season break and stuff like that, and I bring it into the gaming house. It's kind of a win-win for both parties. And now all we have to do is pray that Jenna doesn't listen to this week's broadcast, and we're all home scot-free.
As opposed to all the other ones she definitely watches.
No, she actually does.
Does she really?
Yeah, she gives us all critique. And she actually has a real big opinion on how we play the game. I don't often tell the players this, but she has firm opinions on what our champion pool should be.
Can I say Order is the weirdest team in the OPL?
Well, yeah, look, I mean, you're probably not wrong.
No, probably not wrong.
That is a cute dog.
Well, congratulations on the win. It must feel good to take the win over a team like PGG, who you were equal with all this time. You splitting the difference, moving ahead. This is towards, we're in the middle of the split now, doing the Order thing of like, now you're starting to be successful.
Oh yeah, it takes a little while to ramp up.
It's good. You want to ramp up at the beginning? Yeah, at the end, sorry. You don't want to ramp up at the beginning?
Absolutely, that's too
Terrible way to
boring.
play.
You need a comeback story.
All right, well, congratulations to Order
Thank you.
for a great win, and
Great
we'll be
win.
back with you guys right after this break.
After the break.
Yeah.
Members are split so far. Harry's going to follow this mid laner down and say, I've got Ignite and you're going to die. He gets that first kill. Teleport coming in now as a result from Biopaper to try and give some heals to the rest of this team. Rogue was low. He slipped through the bush. Can he get hooked? Can he dash away? Harry's looking for it, but he finds a double jump. Swiper's looking for it right now. He's going to get locked in CC after CC. Haymaker to delay the inevitable. Burst deplete.
Rare
But
dead.
Get Back gets that kill. He takes down Rare. They're getting upset right now. They want to force a fight, but Sully's the one to jump right in right now. He's going to get absolutely evaporated. Redemption won't save him on that occasion. Bullet Time finds some love this time. Ayla flirts with death, but he survives. And then you've got Requiem, which is blast you to smithereens. Two-man Cataclysm. What can Praetor find as a result of this one? Silence comes down with Starfall. Try and get him some sustain, but the Bullet Time flank over the wall. It was a game that was so strong in the early game for Order. Mid-game was an ARAM, but late game was a demolition. They have crushed their opponents today. They will not be even on the scoreline. They'll claim victory in the first game of the day.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple.
Or Pineberry Frozen Fanta Mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Welcome back. Up next, we've got AV versus Mammoth. But before that, we have animal stories. Speaking of animals, we've got two on the couch.
Okay, make it 3. Don't leave him out.
We couldn't drag you away from the dog. Apparently, you're not getting a corgi. You're getting a
British Bulldog, English Bulldog.
Do you really want a bulldog?
Yeah, I
They
really
sound
do.
annoying.
They are
Why?
so cute, man.
They're so
corgis.
scrunched, and don't they like die because they can't breathe?
I think that's pugs and stuff. I think one of the reasons I really want one is Jenna hates snoring, and apparently they all snore.
Yeah.
And
Don't
I
they
think
also snort when they're tired?
Yeah,
Great partner.
that is so cute, man. Oh.
So to celebrate World Wildlife Day, which happened on Tuesday, this is an animal-themed OPL broadcast. So animal stories, weird things that have happened to us with animals, lovely things. Let's steer away from all the deaths.
I've been sized up by a kangaroo recently.
You have been? Oh, hang on a second. I did forget. Sorry. We do have titles for this, and this is a title sequence that anyone over probably the age of 25 will hopefully recognize, because this is totally wild. Oh my god.
That's pretty fun.
That's so ridiculous.
I had not seen
made
that,
that?
so thank you very much. Do you know Totally Wild? Of course you don't. Sorry, you got sized up by a kangaroo.
Yeah, I spent the last few months in mid-northern New South Wales in like a farm town, and we had dogs there. I walked the dogs all the time. And one time I was just walking the dog along the main road. It's a town though, so main road's not very big. And 500 meters along the walk was a giant kangaroo. I'm talking like 6 foot, like unit. And it was maybe
like
20 meters away.
Yep.
I was like just to the side, like I hadn't noticed it, and so I was like, oh, hang on, it's right there. And I hopped forwards once, and the dog was like, hell yeah, like let's do this. Like I want to take that thing down. Border collie instincts kicked in. My instincts were pick up border collie and run the other way.
Yeah.
So there was this constant fight of a kangaroo just going, what? And my dog like, let me get him, and I'm just like, no.
Are you the guy in the video that beat up the kangaroo?
Did you punch a kangaroo?
The headlock one?
Yeah. Is this? Had you seen that video? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's exactly what happened.
This
The
kangaroo-
kangaroo was going after the dog, and the guy just stepped in.
This
Were you
kangaroo's
watching
twice
that
as
video
big.
in the gaming
And
house
we don't
the
mess
other
with
day? Or was
those.
it Geordie?
I think it was Geordie.
Someone was watching that in the gaming house the other day, and I still am just looking at it. I'm like, who punches a kangaroo?
Yeah, I know.
Someone with a
It's kind of
death
messed
wish.
up.
We're a country of freaks.
Talking about animals sizing up people.
Yeah.
I had a rabbit that used to constantly size up Rusty.
Yeah.
So if you enter a rabbit's domain, they will thump
Yep.
And then they will do, it's called leering. It's where like the Pokemon move comes from. And what they'll do is they'll like thump, run away from you, and then run back towards you at top speed, but then like pull out at the last second. Like it's like an intimidation tactic. But like obviously Rabbit's not the best fighters. Anyone that's played Quest for Glory 4 knows that. Hopefully over 25-year-old
real callback
reference. Yeah. So Ted used to like go bang, 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 thump, 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 run around a little bit, and then run at Rusty, and then Rusty would just be like, "What are you doing?" And then Ted would just bolt into the backyard.
Why do animals hate you, or at least want to fight you?
I mean, this one was jealous because Jenna was like Teddy's main girl. Anyone who got near Jenna was in trouble. So it wasn't just me in this case, but I was definitely one of the prime suspects to attack for some reason.
Do you boys have a story about an animal trying to fight Rusty?
Trying to fight Rusty?
Have you got any animal stories? You have dogs everywhere. I watch your stream and there's like these little dash hounds all over you.
Okay. Well, I use my dogs in a bit of a mean way, but I put them on my stream to cover my champ select. So when I have one tricks, they don't get banned out. Everyone's like, "Oh, those dogs are really cute." And I'm like, "Well, that's not really what they're here for. You know, they're at work. Essentially, they're protecting me from getting my games griefed on stream and punching my monitor or whatever." So,
that's lovely.
But outside of that, no, they only eat premium steaks. Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, only steak.
Only steak.
Well looked after dogs.
Yeah, but well cooked.
The dogs.
Well done.
Yeah.
Only steak. Nothing
When
else.
I went to Bali when I was like 10, and we went to the monkey forest, which apparently you're not supposed to do.
The monkey
it's just
forest.
awful because they've completely
don't get into the politics.
the monkeys. Anyway, so I'm walking through there, and the guide hands me a bag of peanuts. He's like, "You can feed the monkeys." And I was like, "I don't want to feed the monkeys." And he's like, no, you can feed the monkeys. I'm like, I really don't want to feed them. He's trying to shove the bag at me. My stepdad steps in. He's like, he said he doesn't want to feed them. Like, leave it alone. We then take one step into the monkey enclosure thing. The woman who's now holding them, who's this like American tourist, that takes the bag that I was going to have, a monkey leaps on her head, starts scratching at her hair, and then runs down her arm, bites her hand, grabs the bag, and then jumps over into the tree.
Give me the peanuts and no one gets hurt.
Totally. And I'm just standing there like, I dodged a monkey-shaped bullet because I was supposed to be holding that bag. That monkey could have killed me. I was and still is a frail boy.
We better not let Rusty in the monkey.
So that's my bad time with an animal.
I had a similar thing. So I was in Cambodia and I had a bottle of water, and they say like don't have bottles of water around the monkeys because apparently they steal them all. So I just had a bottle of water in my pocket, and this monkey was real spry and agile, ran up and just knocked the bottom of my pocket, and the water came flying out, caught the water in its like other hand, and then ran off, undid the water bottle with its teeth, and just drank my water in front of me. And I was like, you know what? Not even mad.
No, enjoy the water.
Enjoy the water. Well played. Yeah.
All right, well, if you've got animal stories, please send them in for the next segment. I've already got a bunch from you, and there's some great ones there. But if you do have them, send them into @NickBoy on Twitter or @OPL using the hashtag IamOPL. Your totally wild stories about animals, and we'll read them out next seg. Come on. Totally. You remember.
I know Totally Wild.
It was the shit you had to watch before the cool cartoons came out. All right, it is time.
Get away from us.
We're going into the next game.
We're going into the next game. Yeah, it's all good. It's Avant versus Mammoth. But I'll tell you what, since you're here, you can talk us through the Avant lineup. Read it out.
The Avant lineup.
Yeah.
So we've got Dragku in the top lane. We've got Lisa in the jungle. We've got Chaz It Up in the mid lane. Gunkrab and API down bot. Beautiful roster.
Beautiful?
Yeah. At least top two on the looks. Hey.
Top two on the looks. Yeah. There you go. Rusty?
We also have Lisa doing K-pop dancing.
That's true. Top two in the looks. Maybe not top two in the gameplay.
Maybe not.
You should hear what I say about you guys when you're not on the couch.
Yeah, don't listen.
Don't get too lippy.
Maybe not top two in gameplay, but again, this time is split. Important to see how they've been improving if they have been behind the scenes. And this is one of those games that you look at and you're like, if they don't win this, something's wrong.
Yeah, something is wrong because they're going to be playing Mammoth. Let's take the lineup of Mammoth, and Rusty, you can talk us through who they're facing, looking for their second win.
Sure. They've got Maui in the top lane, Kweku, of course, there, Bass in jungle, Lived mid lane with Mboma and Emelk in bot lane, a man after my own heart, the Bard player.
What do you guys reckon with the roster squad? Amalgan and Boma in for Styled and Nausicaa.
Will it change their results? I'm not sure. In terms of laning prowess, I think the swap was the correct move.
I think it's an upgrade.
Yeah, I agree.
A tad.
Maybe, maybe they're sort of more positive in practice. I'm not sure, but hopefully Mammoth, changing up their roster will get them a few dubs.
Not leaking too much, but they flogged us a couple of times in scrims.
Really?
Not bot lane.
All right, well, with that flex, it's time to get into game number 2. It is Avant versus Mammoth, and it's coming up with the Mega Champ Select.
It's our second game of the day as we enter the Macca's Champion Select. Avant Gaming in blue taking on Mammoth. Looking to see if, as the boys in the couch highlighted, that bot lane difference will be enough to try and take down this opponent here today.
Yeah, now we have seen Mammoth with 1 win in the split so far, and that was actually playing the Bard for ML, who was known as a Bard one-trick. Played in the Oceanic Challenger Series, and it was pretty much permaban from him as well. So at a certain point, you do learn to play other champions. And that's where we're at, I think, with him. Well and truly into his career as a player. Definitely has some depth of champion pool, though he is still, as I said, a man after my own heart with that one-trick champion there. Looking forward to see what he will play up against Gunkrab, not Violet, and Api down in bot lane.
Yeah, there's always that wonder as to who Avant draft into that bottom lane. Gunkrab pretty happy with the Aphelios. I'm always going to remember that time that he flash engaged to try and initiate a team fight. Definitely a bit of spiciness in that one there. Mammoth going to open up with a set blindly, start things off there. And going to lock in for Bass with that Gragas switch. Also a great champion of his. He's shown us multiple times.
And I always say this, but where there's Gragas, there could be a Yasuo. You have to wait to see where AV go in responsive with the champions of their own. Lisa has been a very good Lee Sin, though there has been that one hiccup that I'll never forget, because it was honestly just so funny when he flash kicked someone away and then missed the Q. But otherwise, he's been a very good Lee Sin player, and is definitely a force to be reckoned with when he gets the pick. Though the matchup against Gragas is kind of 50-50 in the way that Gragas can also cancel your Q at any time. Perhaps a support to be seen here.
Yeah, the man on your screen there, Chaz, the mid laner, has definitely flexed a few different champions this split so far. It's been a big driving force when they have been able to find wins in their games. Comforts for the jungle so far, but are they looking to lock in their bot lane? They're hovering the Nautilus, and they will secure it.
Yeah, Nautilus for Api, so pretty strong on bottom lane, generally speaking. Of course, they could have gone for a solo laner there. They did know that one of the matchups would be set, but that isn't the direction they choose to go. Of course, Draku's one of those players that might just lock himself in an Aatrox if he wants to be weak side. So this, to me, is an indicator that they want to play to give Draku a little bit of priority in some respect, I think, no matter what it is. It may also just be that they want to save both solo laners to give Chaz the outright counter, if they can at all. But now we're going to the next ban phase, AV. They very easily start banning supports.
Let's see where this ban phase goes, with mid lane still open for both sides. You're going to look to try and deny some top lane matchups to make Set's life a little bit easier, starting with the Gangplank.
Yeah, Gangplank taken off the board. Other top laners, like mentioned, there is the possibility of that Aatrox still, with Ornn already gone and Pantheon removed. The options exist, but they aren't all optimal.
LeBlanc removed. Liv's most played champion this split so far. Actually in tied with his Syndra play too.
LeBlanc and Cassiopeia taken off, and especially weird that Chaz is banning LeBlanc of all people.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder where he's going to go with his champion of choice. When you look at the composition they'd have, I personally look at that and think that an Orianna would not go amiss here. Would actually make their composition pretty deadly with team fighting. And then Draku could pick whatever he would like. If he wants to be a Fiora and split push, be a Fiora and split push. I don't really care. They've also gone for the second
They
rotation.
have gone for that Yasuo. You
yeah.
called it. He's definitely played it, and it would have done pretty good in this roster.
Often you'll see Gragas Yasuo locked in just because it can be flexed with your bot lane, or the Yasuo can be flexed with top lane, or whatever it may be. It was possible from Mammoth this time, but of course, banned for safety measures here by AV, just in case. No support bans from them overall when it was entirely possible.
The only other support that ML's played so far is that Rakan. So still not diving too deep into that champion pool, not showcasing us exactly what he has. Now this is interesting if they lock it in. Volley Bear.
Yeah, the volley is actually a notoriously good pick into something like a Rakan, but because there's Nautilus there, that would be flexing Nautilus to presumably mid lane.
Yep.
I think the only other team to do that so far in this split is Mammoth, and they lost with it. So clearly not going to be the case this time. Chaz is just going to go towards the Syndra, not the Orianna that perhaps I was hoping for.
Heavy priority here from Avant to try and limit down that hero pool that Lived has.
What do they pick for Dragku?
Wow, and that as well. So the only champion that remains from what he's played so far for Lived is Rumble. Everything else has been banned or taken away.
Into a Syndra. You've got the Vladimir, perhaps, if that's a champion that he does play. You've seen Zeds here and there. You've got a Gragas jungle, so it's possible. Echo's another pick that has been okay into it, or you just go, you go Echo, apparently. I'll stop saying other counters.
Look, Rusty, you don't know what you're talking about, apparently.
Not at all.
Liv just wants to play the Echo. He wants to make things happen. Avant, typical Avant identity, aggression, damage, ability to lock people out, ability to kick people out too.
You know, there has to be a very specific routine with Kweko and putting his headset on, I've just realized. He'd have to actually like start at the front and like slowly move his head backwards.
Adjust the hair,
push
yep.
the hair back. You don't want getting any hair in that headset.
Natural white noise.
Don't think that's how hair
That's
works.
not how it works, but that's what we're going to say. 15 seconds on this one, Rusty, as we get ourselves ready for this game. And which draft are you looking at immediately and thinking these guys have a clear condition, a clear idea in mind to establish a victory today?
I think that it's just easier to play AV's composition. And so if I was comparing both of these teams who are hanging around towards the bottom of the table right now, then I would always say AV. But there is obviously some nuance in that because while Mammoth's composition is harder to perhaps play, they still are a decently strong comp.
Yeah.
Set is something that can just run away with a game and definitely is always going to be something to look towards. And a Rakan, well, it doesn't always have the best experiences. You get one good engage off and suddenly the game shifts in your direction. Same thing with Echo hitting a W or Gragas hitting a flash body slam. Suddenly the game shifts, and if they get ahead, it is quite hard to deal with. And if I was Mammoth, I would be looking at mid lane and saying, get the kills there, snowball the Echo. And one of the reasons that this is such a good matchup for Echo into Syndra is because if she presses E to push you back, as you're dashing forwards with your own E, you override that. You win that battle, and you're on top of the Syndra, and she has no disengage then. Suddenly she has to flash, but you've already hit Electrocute. Bam, you win lane. If she ults, you ult. Bam, counted. Like, there's a lot of little things there that help the Echo in this matchup. And I think having Gragas to pressure around that side of the map would mean the most.
Could be interesting to see if that skill expression does come online. Lived has gone for the teleport. As you say, they both have got the Electrocute. But I'm looking at Mammoth's composition so far, and there's a fair bit of displacement, a fair bit of lockdown. Depending on how things go on. Misfortune or have a good time. It's seizing the moment with the bullet time or just chasing people down.
But one thing to consider, of course, is that Aphelios is still just a really ridiculously strong champion. Gunkrab's going to be the recipient of that one as well. But we saw last game what is possible from the likes of a Misfortune once you hit those team fights. That is a pretty big difference here that's possible. When you speak about ease of execution, Aphelios harder to understand generally. Misfortune very simple in the way that you press your buttons. You're not reliant on having certain weapons, you know, for certain situations.
Yeah.
You just press R, and anything that gets hit by a bullet takes that damage. You couple that with an Echo Stun, a Rakan engage, and a Set ultimate, and suddenly you actually do have the makings of that fantastic team fighting that we were looking towards. Once again, both teams probably are looking for those team fights. As Draku's going to hold the wave first, reset the minion aggro from the melees, and try and build up a freeze.
Now, speaking of this jungle matchup, Kweko is going to get the assistance over the Bass. Both junglers starting top side, so you'd imagine there's going to be a priority of them hitting level 3 first, possibly going out to that bot lane to try and get those lanes online. Do you think there's a major breakaway for, you know, Bass getting that small little assistance by Kweku?
So the difference here between both of them is I think it's just better to be at least in than a Gragas starting on this side of the map. Red's pretty punishing with your health loss, whereas a Lee Sin, just by having the W, will always stay healthy. This is also a full level 3 clear on blue side from Lisa after doing these wolves, which puts him in a fantastic position to either go straight to the other side of the map and contest, gank, or just clear his red side very quickly. So this is my favorite clear for Lee Sin. I think he's always going to be in a pretty comfortable position. But Bass got through the hard part of that camp from the little bit of assistance that the set gave him. You know, once you start the Raptors, you don't actually lose any HP by having the Talisman there. You get as much back as you deal. You can just see the differences in tempo, really.
Yeah.
Lee Sin always going to be fast having the execute on cue.
Lisa going to be able to get ahead in this one as Bass is forced to reset back. Having got Predator, wants to get that boot online as quickly as possible. She does. Consumable pots there as well. And a control wall, so we can try and establish some control over a potential early Drake, which they have the ability to freely rotate into.
And so far, while we spoke towards the strength of this matchup being an Echo, it's not always going to just happen in that perfect situation that we spoke about. Syndra has a lot of Q poke, a lot of W harass. It's very hard to play around unless you are looking for aggressive trades, and Echo not one to look for those until he's level 3. So this is that first turning point potentially in the lane. But as you just saw, as you've just made note towards, they've spotted where Bass is. Lisa's level 4. He's in a pretty comfortable position to protect mid lane. So it's hard to play super aggressive.
And that all came off the fact that Avant have found priority in this bottom lane. They were able to get that deep vision down so they can control and understand. Well, you know, with them starting top side, are they going to look for a gank in that bottom end? We've been pushed into our tower. Surely he's on the hunt. And that just gives not only assistance to bot lane, but also to, you know, Chaz to try and not feel like he's going to get dived upon by this Echo.
Yeah. So now we start to hit, as you can see, that turning point in the lane. Bit of extra tempo. It doesn't actually mean that the Scuttle Crab will go over to Bass, however, as he is on the other side of the map. Very well done here by the Gragas, but far behind tempo. Slow game. And really, when you look at slow games like this, as far as starts go, we're only 4 minutes in. AV are the team that notoriously want to be aggressive.
Yeah.
So this is one of those games where you do look at Lisa and say, is Lee Sin? Very easily could gank, but it seems like he's gone for that full farm, full clear approach to the game, which is not too unlike him, but very unlike AV.
That has been a talking point in recent weeks about Avant being such an aggressive team in the early game, but not being too decisive of what they want to do. Well, they've been decisive right now. Lisa showing the jungle presence this time around, instantly forces out the flash from Kweku. That's quite big because he was pretty close to level 6.
Yeah, step 1 for the Lee Sin to get a flash off. Now farm towards level 6. Top lane is going to be a pretty difficult place to be Kweku. In saying that, Kweku at 6 can just press ult himself. So, still a delicate lane to gank. But it's good to see him being very active on the map, though he hasn't shopped. He needs to. He's going to have a whole host of money, actually. I wonder if he goes straight to the Tiamat build.
Interesting.
I give that one a 2 out of 10. Don't do it again.
Wishes that one wasn't seen on camera.
If he was afraid of Bass, then he's going to
Here
find
we
out that
go.
he shouldn't have been.
It's the Predator situation, and Boma has no health. He has no mana. Instantly forcing out the flash, and all the summoners actually from the Savant bot lane. The pressure was there.
Yeah, instantly everything used. The Gragas himself does flash, however, so was hunting for the kill, not just the summoner spells burn. So good job from AV on the disengage. They'll keep themselves happy overall. But like mentioned in top lane, with a summoner burn, it does mean that the repeat offense is possible, and ganking this lane now a whole lot easier. And they are very killable when you've got a Rakan with flash still up.
An explosion of pressure taking place all across the map right now. No summoners is going to make this dragon fight when it does come across. Even the Rift Herald, if that is the idea in mind instead. Much more interesting to observe. We keep our eyes on mid lane, where double door ins for Chaz for the survivability, the baby rod of the ages, if you will. Whereas Liv has one idea in mind. He wants to get kills. He wants to exert that pressure. No boots.
Oh, I mean,
Dark
he's
Seal.
also... Yeah, he's gone Dark Seal because he's got Time Warp Tonic in his runes and has the Corrupting Potion.
Yep.
So he just wants to increase that potion healing.
The mobility that you get from that as well.
Pretty stock standard stuff there for Echoes. He's gone for Domination as his primary, Inspiration secondary. A lot of the time you'll see minion dematerializer from someone like an Echo, and the purpose of that is to be able to press Q and clear range minions instantly with it.
It's forcing Chaz out of this lane again. And we'll now decide. I'll stick around a little bit longer. Very low on that mana pool. Be quite hungry to get that lost chapter online. Lisa is hovering around, ready to collect the XP if needed, but we'll get a brace, be able to pick up blue buff, and ideally get level 6.
Kweku hunting in top lane, looking for those kills. One of the biggest strengths of Set is being able to push past the minion wave to threaten, because it's a stun then if you're able to push past the minions. I think it's just the Demolish proc that he was really after there. There's still some shield up for Dragku if he trades. Overall, just a lot of tension building, not a whole lot of action happening. Bass also getting 6 before Lisa here. As things started to slow down.
Well, hang on a minute, because there's going to be a bit of action in the bottom lane. And Mel!
Oh, that was close.
Nearly caught by the range mark of that sniper.
He's got too many chakrams, you can't fight him.
The Hawk max range, the passive, that'll do it. Appy with the disengage, using his ultimate as double summoners come from top lane. They say bottom lane is where we reside, and both of them instantly disengage. Avant finding the priority for the first 8 minutes of this game, and Neda wants to get first blood.
And then Bass looks bot lane, but Lisa says absolutely not and puts a stop to it. Now you expect AV reset, happy with the situation, keep Dragku bot lane if they wanted, and flip the map towards the other side. Maybe go towards the Herald play. Drake is still up. For an early Cloud Drake, hard to do without some reinforcements from your teammates.
Well, Set teleporting on down. They're going to commit to this one. They've got numbers to support it.
Yeah, so Mammoth will choose to do the Drake. It won't be contested. They'll lose a lot of tempo for this, because that could have been a reset. You can see the wave building top lane. Most likely just be completely missed if they're able to crash that one in. This really tests the movement speed of a champion like a LeBlanc to see how quickly you can get there. But still, what's lost for that? You know, it's an extra wave bot lane. It's an extra wave top lane worth of time. It's an extra minion or monster taken in the jungle for the Lee Sin. You have to see that translated to something. Whereas Mammoth, against that flow, very well done. They get themselves the objective on the back end of losing a support.
Could have been a bit of a different story if Melg was level 6 with the charm to try and turn things around. You saw him look to try and leash a little bit of Echo's XP in the mid lane before. Still hungry for it. Forced to go topside to clear out that lane and push it away for that rotate. And Avant are going to take that moment to start off the Rift Herald themselves. So a 1-for-1 trade, it would seem, at this stage on the objectives.
They're going to just confirm that it is being done. No steal there from Baz. And Lisa not going to take that Herald because, of course, he is a Lee Sin and wants to have the ward hops. So he'll give that one over to Appy, the most likely member to be where the macro play is going to happen anyway.
Fair chunk of damage now starting to come out of Syndra. Liv's got the blue buff online, but he needs the health mainly.
Yeah, not really using the W aggressively, just copping the trade there. Like mentioned, it's one of those matchups where if the Syndra's able to just poke you down, then it feels bad to make the trades. It becomes risky. But if Echo gets on you first, has outright control of the lane. Still only 1-0.
Very quiet at this stage, just waiting for that moment to happen. Lisa hunting, will be spotted out by that ward on your screen right now. Mass is going to respond in the top lane as well. The charm now will come out from Guyan Crab, who will have to use both his summoners again. The pressure that this Gragas emits, it might not work out to be kills, but it definitely works out the pressure in the form of summoners.
And Lisa just straight up misses the Sonic Wave on a target that was knocked up or stunned. That's not what you like to see. Plate will be given over in mid lane as well to Liv, as Chaz was the one moving. And now there's Kweku hunting, perhaps. Of course, we'll just be spotted out here by Chaz.
Gold is dead even.
He got it as well.
Not much separating these two teams at this stage. 10 minutes in here, Rusty.
Now, it's hard to have separation when things aren't really being done.
Waiting for that moment to take place, waiting for that aggression out of this Echo, who's just copping it right now. There's the recall, as you highlighted, which can just completely negate what Chaz can do. Very low on mana, forced to respect, as Lisa is always looming around.
Yeah, Liv pretty much wins that trade, but it does seem like Chaz with the teleport does just want to reset anyway and teleport back, so not too big of a deal in the end. Liv just showing off those mechanics that you expect to see in the matchup. As Herald summon top lane, very early, I will say, just to get the gold on the plate, it seems. Definitely not to break that turret, and Liv will teleport to answer.
He will indeed, but the members of Avant are still hanging around looking for a potential dive, knowing that he doesn't have his ultimate. Mid lane is pushing right now. Death Realm using the bottom lane. No slam dunk just yet, and this is the patience the destruction that can come across. He dodges the mace. That's huge, but if he comes back in for an auto.
He kind of just pressed the face breaker that Ian brings him into melee range. So they do get the kill. Draco gets cancelled.
He finds Vengeance. Getting Mboma on the board there. You dodge the mace. You dodge the kill.
And all of that pressure that was getting placed near mid lane will resume once again.
Echo gets dive top lane as well, and that opens up this tower. So Avant find 2. Mammoth only find 1.
Flash forwards by Liv. Desperately looking for the kill, I suppose. Didn't have the ult, right?
Didn't feel confident under that tower, I guess. Tried to go for the style play.
I guess he just consigned himself to death, but like I said, maybe I can trade. This is worth it. And if he does trade, it is worth it. But
Absolutely.
Like, I mean...
Well, the Hextech items are online now for those mid laners. GLP for Syndra. Proto Belt for Lived. Show utility. And Lisa, you're missing Sonic Waves. You're stealing buffs.
I'm actually my job as a commentator, Skibby, is to usually speak about everything that's happening with words, but I'm steadily losing my words.
It's very early in the day,
game.
and you're already tilted, Rusty.
It's not tilt. It's just I suppose the word would be flabbergasted.
Well, Mammoth with that first Cloud Drake are going to start things off now. On the Infernal, Chronosphere going to be used as a zoning towards Liv once again. Looks for a target. It is a Nautilus. Not ideal. Drake will fall on down, and the Smite doesn't get it. It's actually Kweku who lands the last uppercut to steal that one away for his team.
Yeah, no Lisa nearby. No damage there from AV to actually respond to that one and make the trade. The second Drake of the game does go over to Mammoth. Only 2,000 gold really separating these teams. And as the game continues to scale up, the one worry that I would have for AV is the 1-3-1. The side threat that is capable from Mammoth once they get an Echo to 2 items. Particularly if he goes Lichbane or you know, as a third item after the Zonius, it gets even worse. Though I would say in a game like this, you wouldn't be afraid of going for a Zonius.
Very impressive once he hits that point of the game. Can buy a lot of time for the rotation.
And saying that, I do feel like as the game does go, Dragcoop becomes more of a threat to deal with. And we'll see if he goes towards the Nash's Tooth build, though, which is very much the duelist's Mordekaiser build. Whoever you take to the Death Realm, your goal is to murder them. Means that he becomes a serious threat in the side lane himself.
Claim their stats and utilize them. Leandri's online right now. Trinity full 4 sets, so both hitting those first 2 major power spikes. AD carries are working towards it, but it will be Gunkrab with a 25 CS lead on his counterpart to find the Essence Reader Thirst.
Yeah, but with the kill there for Mboma, generally they would have the same amount of gold through the CS and the kill average. Of course, you have to look at turret plates as a difference there, and there was some extra for the Aphelios. We kind of resume normal farming in Australia lanes. There's a lot of setup that has kind of been happening on the rest of the map. A lot of wards that start to get placed down. It's turning those wards into something meaningful where things have been going a little bit miss.
But just look at the map right now, Rusty. There's only 1 control ward in the Dragon Pit. Apart from that, it's all lit up blue. Avant know where you are, and they're definitely just freely rotating into the enemy's red buff, scouting and looking for kills.
Yeah, I mean, they have a Syndra, they have a Nautilus, they have a Philios and a Lee Sin. If you wanted champions to make those picks, they're pretty good at doing it. Hard to pick an Echo though. Hard to pick a Gragas. He just ults you away or body slams to safety. Hard to kill a set.
There it goes again. One ultimate for another, negating each other.
That lane is a lot about health though, and Chaz was the one sitting with more health, so has a bit of extra threat. Mid lane being threatened.
See, the idea was to try and get that Rift Herald down, but Bullet Time will say no to that one. Out comes the displacement with the cast down now. Dragku going into the Death Realm with Kweku, looking for that 1v1. He doesn't hit the mace. And Mordekaiser becomes a bit of a weak one after that. Now comes the engagement follow-up. Massive stun from Chaz to delay that chase up. He's in trouble though, forced to burn the flash. The milk jumps in. Both teams searching for that kill. Both teams unable to find it.
Yeah, an absolutely brilliant disengage there from Chaz, but the follow-up from Mammoth does at least force the summoner spells from him. Bass was the one who finds the flank, gets the engage off in that, and that was a brilliant cask from him to be able to start the fight in the first place. So once again, Mammoth, a little bit extra goes towards their favor. The 2,000 gold difference just shrinks a little bit. You can see those moments starting to build for them. Though I do think he may have, and I may be wrong because it was hard to see, may have just body slam flashed over his target.
Let's catch it here as we start up the replay with the bullet time to initiate.
Yeah, it was a flash from Gunkrab actually that dodges it, so that was nice. And then of course a nice cast bringing Appy in, and Stopwatch just buys time for the rest of his team, maybe for Dragku, but the Q misses and he just has to walk away. And then Chaz comes in with the disengage here. Just stuns them all, and it was during a Proto Belt advance from Liv, so great stuff there from Chaz, keeping his team alive.
Bowman now with the completed item, but Avant finding priority once again in these lanes. Lisa's been hanging on to this Rift Herald for such a long time. The guy just wants to get some plates, but there's no plates left because we're past the 40-minute mark. He wants to pick up a tower. He wants to open up this map that much more. A flash hook from Appy. He's got confidence. Bullet time still up. It's reset.
They confidently found a rock.
They may look to use it again, and Bowman's hanging on to it for as long as he can, waiting for that teleport to come through. The damage is done, but the tower survives barely.
Yeah, no one going back in with the Herald to try and just poke the tower down. Too many people from Mammoth start collapsing, and speaking of...
Dragku's in trouble right now. He's going to get suppressed to start things off with. Instantly into the death room to buy himself some time. Can the team help him? Can the team come in? He's running to the outskirts. He needs his team to try and live, but he's just going to get clapped as Appy jumps in. It's a double kill for Kweku as he does what Sek can do. Gunkrab only able to find one.
And Kweku actually times his Facebreaker with the Mordekaiser roll perfectly to lock him in place, as now they go again on a Chaz, and he's just dead.
Indeed, he's just gone. That's when Liv can pop off. He can find it in those exposed situations, put your chasing members down, but Kweku's had enough. He drags them in, and he claps them down. Shut down here. As Bast is able to get himself on the score sheet now. A flawless game from him so far.
Yeah, Mammoth actually wrestle back control in this game. 19 minutes in, it's their third Drake. They're on soul point, and it's a mountain soul at that. Once they eventually take that one down, and we'll see this fight again, because Kweku finds his target, locks Dragku in place, and while Dragku does get the ultimate off onto Baz, and actually does a whole lot of damage, he's just going to use the cast, push him away. And then look at Kweku here, because the timing, absolutely impeccable. And then even though the Aphelios comes in, Chaz hits the big stun as well, and they manage to get something back as they lock down ML. There's still too much going in the way of Mammoth here for a re-engage, and this is the strength of that Echo coming through. Gragas using the Q to scout the bush. And then Liv kind of just runs away. He could be helping the team perhaps, but was looking for the flank onto Lisa. And 3 people, all they really need to lock down Aphelios. Mammoth are doing it.
I feel like it was a bit of an awkward situation, really, for Dragku to walk in there and then say to his team, I need you to come in, kind of baiting them into their own demise, if you will. Mammoth take those, and Mammoth will now even up the gold score once again. It was even for the first 10 minutes. We had a 2k disparity. Van favored, but a first true showing of a skirmish, a glimpse of what a team fight can deliver. And Mammoth now sitting on soul point, very happy with all the options available to them.
The scary thing for me is that soul point. More than anything else. You know, with the goal being even, to Mountain Soul is a significant difference in strength. Because here we go again.
We do indeed.
You're going to have to tank the turret for that one.
He's going to look for this one. Takes one turret shot, negates it with his shield. Both say, well, we don't have enough damage in the pocket just yet.
Both wondering why that happened.
You've called it a head-scratching series. It's
what?
I think that's case number 4, if we're talking Spawn language.
Case study number 4. Head scratching.
Turret will fall on down.
Oh.
The bullet time is the use of that one. Once again, the cast split members apart, and Boma finds one. It's a trade so far, but Sek gets amongst it. Both the carries of Avant are bleeding, and they are dead. Now, Appy, the next target in their eyes. Mammoth see blood. They see reds. And they are the ones now in the driving seat. Patience rewarded, 20 minutes in here.
Yeah, they win the trade. They break the mid lane outer turret. Mammoth are starting to build themselves a lead. It's not just going to be the one turret that falls here, it's 2. They have full control of this game. Bast is putting in some serious work on this Gragas. Even if the combo's slow, It's still hitting, and that's what matters.
Members are being split apart and making light work for the likes of an Echo and a Set to chase up on here. The flash body slam to start things off, and then the cast.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a second to walk forwards there, and Lisa just comes in and annihilates Bass. But at the same time, you have to look at the cost of that. You know, pushing both carries towards his team. That's perfectly fine. If you're Bass, you take that trade. Now working towards his Zonias. He'll live next time.
That is his identity in this game. And he's, as I said before, executing it fantastically. Soul potential available in just under 2 minutes. Vision right now from Avant's side, heavily around this Baron. They can't afford to give that up, otherwise all their conditions to try and get themselves back in are lost.
Not having that flash could hurt a little bit, though, for Baz, in terms of getting those engages off himself. I think now you'd be looking towards ML and saying he's the one that needs to be the engage. Has the flash himself.
Yep.
Just waiting for that Rakan ultimate. So when you take stock of the summoner spells from the side of Mammoth, teleport. Oh, hang on.
It lands this
Right,
time. Appy doesn't find a rock, but he found a Melg, and that's a hard target to try and take on out. Dragu going once again for the death from onto Mbombo, who is kiting him around, playing Ringa Rosie, buying so much time for his team to respond with a nice effort with the bullet time, patting Dragu down to half, but the fight is taking place in the Dragon Pit, now towards the lip of this jungle. Lisa low, heal comes out clutch from Gunkrab. Surprising that not many more members fell in that exchange, but Lived is on the flank.
Yeah, he's super flanking right now.
No, he has no one to survive with. He's going to just jump in and clap Drag, who plays and flirts with that Chronosphere as well.
I mean, he's doing it. He has the possibilities here to make it happen again.
Oh my gosh, the recall as well. Nearly connecting with Chaz.
Making it look easy here, Lived on the Echo, showing his mastery of the champion. Gets not just one kill, but almost gets a second onto Chaz. And gets out with his life intact. 25 seconds till the Drake. And they come out on top in that trade again.
He's got the Lich Bane online. You wonder whether it'll be this or a rush towards the Zonias. Well, Zonias is the next one in there, but the fact that he's this far behind and the rest of his team is still in the river.
Yeah, I mean, Echo can go back 4 seconds in time, so if he wanted to, he could have disengaged at some point. He could have walked through mid lane, honestly, because there's no turrets there to stop him. But he finds his opportunity. Control ward in the correct position. And then he finds Chaz as well. There was a chance that Q2 actually hit him on the response. As here we go, the Soul Point Lived at it again.
This is the moment. Liv needs a little bit more time to get that Chrono Break up right now. I'm talking 5 seconds. Will he get that chance? No, because Lisa gets deleted. Avant have no smite. This is up to chance right now as the Drake falls down to half. What is the decision making?
Oh.
It's talking about bullet time. Death Realm on cooldown. They can't do anything. They can't remove Bass, but they can't remove their chances of winning this game because Mammoth have Soul Point online and they are getting kills. Only Chaz remains, and it doesn't even matter.
That's 4 kills, so Baron's on the cards for them here if they would like. Lived can recall, teleport back into the fray as well, and suddenly...
Wow.
It's not just a 2,000 gold lead for Mammoth. They have accelerated this game. They are snowballing themselves to potentially their second win of the OPL.
What a fantastic performance coming out of these guys here today. Soul Point now, with the Baron soon to follow. Everybody, you should imagine they're going to slow down the kill on this one to try and give Quickuit. He's up in 6. Everybody will have this Baron buff, and then they can look for that final team fight to get that second dub of the season.
Easily secured, all members get it. No teleports from the side of Mammoth available as they'll set up after they get this Baron. We'll see the fight here first because Lisa goes for the flash kick towards the rest of his team. And while he's flash kicking them, wow, the rest of his team's not looking at him at all. And they weren't prioritizing that target whatsoever. The Quaker goes over the wall and says, yes, please. And then Bowman just one-taps Dragku with his ultimate. Well, the Dragon's secured. From the moment they get that first kill, and it's onto the jungler, they were never going to stop the Drake from going down, but they still tried. And just by pressing forwards that little bit extra, you know, it's saying that this is the objective we have to stop them from getting. They ultimately lose almost the game from it.
It's a rough laning phase for Lived. He was getting outpoked, but as that mid-game's come around and as those fights towards the neutral objectives have come online, he has exerted so much pressure, just giving his team so much freedom to say, you have to come to us, and Avant almost feel paralyzed.
I think right now the only thing that AV really have going for them is the strength of their carries. They've still got 3 items on the Aphelios. You know, if he gets a team fight off, it's entirely possible that he puts on some serious work. So he is running the Gravitum Cannon. not going to be the maximum damage output. He doesn't have the chakrams there by any means.
Could be quite important in a situation like this where the siege begins to try and take down some inhibitors, locking people in place with a double route to follow up from Appy as well. Then an isolation that Chaz or Lisa can then get a kill on towards. We're going to see how it starts up as a split goes between mid and bot side, opening up these inhibs.
Yeah, they're not using any side lane pressure too massively here, Mammoth. They're actually pretty much grouped in like a 3-2 setup, which is probably the best option for them, given that they don't have teleports to go top lane. And the pressure's working, because if AV aren't fully grouped, their opponents are just too strong, honestly, and they'll start to force those turrets anyway. You can see it's a 2v2 in bot lane, and they can protect the cannon, so the turret's falling. And in mid lane, the exact same thing. So AV are trying to move between as 5, but it's just not working.
The turret will now fall on down the dragon here from Draku, who then gets met with a bullet time. Instantly, the depth charge connects. 2 ultimates to negate that one, but a beautiful flash in from Bass. He says hello with the cast. Boy, oh boy. What can Chaz do? A fantastic flash, I'll tell you that much. As Emil nearly had his number. The lockdown with the ultimate. Gunkrab will get one, but will it be enough? That is the question we're going to find out in this situation here. As Lisa down to 20%. Bot inhibitor remains, but mid lane is busted.
The last second of what looked like a red buff for Gunkrab and expired just after the kill was enough to net them that. And unfortunately for Baz, while he's been having a pretty good game in terms of the engages that he is finding, that cask was way too long and didn't knock any of them back into the team, which could have actually just ended the game potentially if that was enough to get those kills. Chaz able to trade flashes once again with ML to keep himself alive, but he would rather be the Rakan in that situation, as well as now Lived has a very easy life picking off targets, knowing they have no flash.
This game isn't over just yet, Rusty. 2 minutes, and Elder is an objective to contest, spawning out quite nicely. A 40-second buffer between Nats and the Baron, actually a minute, sorry. So there's a fair chunk of time where they don't have to do that dance and feel like they are losing out. We highlight once again Liv, now 10 stacks in that Darksteel, has now completed the Zonias as well, massively ahead of what Chaz has at his arsenal.
And, you know, against lower ranked teams, generally speaking, you know, losing one inhibitor and having it be the mid lane inhibitor is fine, especially when there is no major objective to contest, because that could just be time spent giving extra farm to your carries where they're not getting it, right?
Yeah.
So you have to look at Mammoth in situations like this and say, how are you going to play the map out? Mid lane priority is obviously going to be a given, even though the supers do that for them, because you need to try and keep AV at bay and look towards getting kills in the jungle and pressuring AV into doing something. Don't just let them sit around and do nothing and just farm in mid lane.
Mammoth are pressuring them in the mid lane to make sure that they don't try and split towards top and bottom. Gunkrab now does have the QSS online as well, so he can try and emit the amount of damage he just did in that last team fight and not get locked down in CC. He is a beacon of light for this team right now.
It's a deep flank.
Liv looking for the one.
They don't walk themselves into the choke point here, AV. They're very hesitant, and rightly so. Walking into an Echo could be just death. He's waiting for the next mid wave to spawn. This is the last wave before the Elder Dragon does spawn.
Discipline for both teams right now. Gunkrab nearly ever so close. Defram instantly coming out on towards Liv, so he can't one-shot. 7 seconds of him away. That's Gunkrab who flashes away. He's not putting out any damage right now. Liv with the chrono break back on in, and then Boma's the first one to pick up the kill. No smite again. Will it be necessary? Because if they can get a convincing team ace, they can just end the game. Advance, scurry away like ants, going every different direction. And Kweku says, you hesitated for one moment, I bring you in and I break your face.
That's all it takes to take them down. Kweku gets the second kill of that fight, but the first one was the jungler. And so the Elder Dragon spawns, and it's jungler versus no jungler, and all of the health bars of AV mean they limp away just barely. This will just be secured. Bowman not even going to help him. Not even going to consider it.
Elder is online. Lisa has just respawned. Gunkrab up in 15. They're going to go for the reset, is Mammoth.
Yeah, run that straight to the Baron. We'll see this fight again as Dragku knows the fight is on and immediately tries to get rid of the Echo from the equation. Does decently well trading one-on-one, but then of course Echo can end it with an ult of his own and suddenly he's back to full health, and that wasn't worth it. No flash from Bass. If he had that, Gunkrab would have been instantly dead there. And then Gunkrab just turns back, 1-7 auto attack. Could have kept running, but wanted that auto, and that was all it took. Kweku had to flash up, and suddenly there's another kill.
Greed is not always good. Not in situations like that, that is for sure. It cost him dearly. Exactly, that's where I was going with it. You can see a massive difference between jungle and top this side. Mammoth are having a steal. Kweku definitely evolving as the split has gone on.
I would say from last week, including this game today, he has looked like a different player.
Really has.
But we heard that from Mammoth themselves, you know, after their first victory. They had the interview and they said, we're taking it a lot more seriously now. I think that's evidenced in how they've been playing this game out. They've got themselves 8k ahead, comprehensive control of objectives around the map. AV not really finding any opportunities.
Mammoth are gearing up for a raid boss right now. The raid boss is the Nexus, and they've got Mountain Soul, they've got Elder buff, Baron buff, they have everything under the sun to say that we are taking those Nexus turrets whether you like it or not.
And they're doing that run it down mid until the game ends approach. Now there is pros and cons to this. The pro is that they can kill people very easily with how strong they are, and it pressures a lot of teams to just stay mid themselves. So no one really farms side lanes and you just stay ahead. The cons to this is that you're not pressuring side lanes, and so there's a risk this doesn't work, but they're going for it.
They're going straight for this one. Liv is the one that leads the charge right now. Bullet time there. Bass is just deleting Gunkrab. The turrets are still standing strong. Are they acting as the sixth member? Of course they're not. Elder and Baron are just too much for them to deal with. Every member of Mammoth survives. Bass does go down in the end. And now it's Draku and a Dream. He's on the fountain steps, but he won't survive. And Mammoth pick up their second win of the split.
A 34-minute victory for them here, and it does seem like Mboma and ML have been the secret recipe. But at the same time, the rest of the team have really started to pull it together individually. You know, Lived, big showing on the Echo, finds some brilliant moments. Kweku the same, and Bass was the one engaging all game. Mammoth, even if they were 2,000 gold behind, weren't out of the game by any means, and suddenly they're winning. AV, no way back in.
And it just feels like, you know, as you highlight, a new schedule, a new routine, some new faces, and perhaps a new environment, a new dynamic amongst the squad of 5 members. They're smiling, they're happy, and rightfully so. Very first few weeks were rather brutal for this roster, and they've brought it back. Definitely proving that hard work does pay off.
I dare say the run's back on.
The first step has taken place again. Maybe they went for a hop, skip, and a jump, but they've ended up on a second square. As Avant forced to concede defeat in this one. Unlucky for them, unable to really find their footing in this matchup. But let's send it back to the couch and the puppy for the breakdown of that game.
You're damn right the run's back on, Rusty. Mammoth go from the worst team in the OPL to not that bad.
So not that bad. In their last 3 games, they have beaten Gravitas as well as Avant Gaming, which catapults them up the not that bad power ranking to officially being not that bad.
They beat every not that bad team
They absolutely
that has been
did.
crowned so far, and we have a new not that bad champions. Very impressive from Mammoth, and particularly, you could tell halfway through the game, they smell blood, and they capitalized on nearly every opportunity.
Yeah, and I think that that's what the OPL is coming down to, like that decisive, aggressive moment where players are willing to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, right? And I think that Bass had a couple of them, I think Kweku had a couple of them, and then Lived on the Echo had like hundreds of him in that game. He was just playing like on the edge of like insanity, and it worked out very well for the Mammoth lineup.
Very well indeed. We've got Kweku here with us now. Mate, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good.
Yeah?
That was a great game. Lived, honestly. With
Popping off.
Every time that he's like on these champions, that he is like, as you said, on the the knife's edge.
Yep.
That's the word I was looking for. He just makes you think, wait, is he trolling? Or is he, wait, no, it's actually working out really well.
And it worked out the entirety of that game. Talk to me about your matchup in particular, because Draku is known as like this Mordekaiser player, right? It is a good matchup into set, but you seem to have the measure of it, a lot of that laning phase. It looked pretty good.
I feel like he was quite good on it. I don't think I'm as good on set as what some of my other players might be. But I feel like for most of that lane, I was keeping Draku in check and just neutralizing the lane while we won elsewhere.
And now talk to me about the big team fight moments, because you guys had a couple of back-to-back dragons where you just absolutely were able to take over. You lived with the big tackle over the wall onto Lisa. Those team fight moments really do bring a team together. And how did it feel during the game?
Oh, it felt great. I felt like a linebacker protecting my mid lane.
Just an IRL bodyguard. And I mentioned to my players beforehand that Mboma and Amel seem to have kind of transformed the dynamic of this team.
Definitely.
That they look a lot more aggressive. I mean, even behind the scenes, we said that you guys were a lot more aggressive. So what is it about your new duo lane? How are they fitting in?
I'm pretty sure that it is Matthew, so that's Mboma.
Mhm.
He's taken the team in a really good direction. He's given us more things to focus on, even just after any scrim or any game. And like Amel he's quiet, but he's a really good supporting force. Like you can always count on him in a team fight. You're always comfortable with whatever he wants to play. I think that it's like they've just really rounded out the roster.
So they're stepping into a leadership position with you guys in some way?
Yeah, they've taken on like pretty much what we've lost. They've picked up really well.
And that's really cool to hear, because people at home probably don't know, but when Ronan had all of his wrist injuries last year, and Mboma was scrimming 4 times a day with Order for the entirety of Split 2. So certainly a super talented kid, and it's really nice to see him having big games.
Yeah, super talented indeed.
I don't know if you know, we've nicknamed you Maui on the show.
That one actually makes a lot of sense.
It does. Well, technically, I think we nicknamed you Moana, and then we had to point out that was
one less sense.
Yeah. But we sort of flip between the two. But welcome to the couch. Thank you very much for coming and having a chat. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
It must feel great for the second one for the split, onwards and upwards.
Yeah, onwards and upwards. And if I can just say one thing.
Please.
My name is actually Kwaku. Okay?
Kwaku.
It is Kwaku.
We've been saying Kwaku.
Yes.
We have been.
It's my middle name. It's the name that my parents gave me. It's Kwaku.
That's all right. We'll get it right from now on.
We will. All right. Well, thank you very much, Moana, for coming here. And we will see you after this short break.
Right now, he's going to get suppressed to start things off with. Instantly into the death room to buy himself some time. Can the team help him? Can the team come in? He's running to the outskirts. He needs his team to try and live. But he's just going to get clapped as Appy jumps in. It's a double kill for Kwaku. The bullet time is the use of that one. Once again, the cast is split members apart and Boma finds one. It's a trade so far, but Set gets amongst it. Both the carries of Avant are bleeding and they are dead. Now Appy, the next target in their eyes. Mammoth see bloods. What is the decision making? It's talking about bullet time. Death Realm on cooldown. They can't do anything. They can't remove Bass. But they can't remove their chances of winning this game because Mammoth have Soul Point online and they are getting kills. So the turrets are still standing strong. Are they acting as the 6th member? Of course they're not. Elder and Baron are just too much for them to deal with. Every member of Mammoth survives. Bass does go down in the end. And now it's Draku and a Dream. He's on the fountain steps, but he won't survive. And Mammoth pick up their 2nd win of the split.
That's how you want to play it.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Direwolves versus Legacy coming up in a minute. Can we just get Mammoth winning more? Because those boys make for great couch companions.
They're just so excited.
They
And I like that.
I like genuine enthusiasm. I'm
Yeah.
a big fan of genuine enthusiasm as well, and I think that they are a team that is like on a really important part of their journey right now. Because if they pick up momentum, teams like that are really annoying to play against because they have literally like the nothing to lose mentality.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we had like rolling through the gauntlet. When like you're nearly down and out, right? Everything looks really, really grim.
Yeah.
If you find actually what makes you successful, you know that no one's really studying you all that much to like shut down exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
And you can pick up a lot of traction and momentum, and you can tell that the team's starting to get some of that self-belief back. It's cool to watch.
Also, I just appreciate a man, and by man, I do mean boy, who has the confidence to correct his elders on broadcast. I mean, that takes...
That was out for a shit, and I wasn't
Yeah.
going to say anything about it because it's about 19'2" and could probably snap me in half.
That takes some real
one-arm
quakers
bencher.
to be able to do that.
I
So
don't even
love
think
it.
one arm. Like I'm thinking like pinky curls, Rusty.
True.
Like just his hands are huge. How does he hold a mouse?
Imagine beating that guy in League of Legends. That'd be terrifying. He's just next door.
Maybe that's been the problem with Mammoth. It's just taken him 6 weeks to figure out how to use the keyboard.
started
where he's
yelling.
going from 3 buttons at a time. What a boss. Well done, Mammoth. All right, it is time to, for your animal stories. This is Totally Wild. Waiting for the graphic.
We do not have it. I heard
We
it.
don't have it. That's fine. This is Totally Wild. You saw it before. All right. First story comes in from the ever-reliable In Search of Shu. My best friend had 2 cats. One got pregnant and had 6 kittens. She adopted some out.
That makes 8 cats.
Yep. When we went to get the cat fixed, we found out she was pregnant again and it had 8 kittens.
14 cats.
And that's how
Wait,
I
16
lived
cats.
with 15 cats.
15.
Yeah.
What happened to one of the cats? If this is a massive question.
Wait, 6, 2, 8, plus 8, 16. A cat must have died. And that makes a sad story.
Damn.
God damn it. I said no bummers.
God, no maths on the OPL.
No
is
maths
my
on the OPL,
takeaway
that's
from
the
this.
rule. And
what are you doing?
And what we're missing here
I thought that
was a
really
submission.
read like a maths problem.
It did. Yeah, like how many cats do you have?
A train is going 60 kilometers an hour south.
How many cats fell out of that cat? All right. Next one comes in from Ties_AU. When I was really young, we lived on a farm. My mum was doing the dishes one day and our dog started barking really loudly from the backyard. She yelled at the dog to shut up and kept washing the dishes. The barking continued. She took a couple of steps towards the backyard, yelled again, and went back to the dishes. The barking continued. Frustrated, she went out to the backyard only to discover our dog standing between the toddler version of me and a snake. The dog got a big boy dinner that night.
Yeah, that's a mistake right there.
That dog was you in dog form. The snake was every animal that you meet.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
I mean, I have a dog. At that point, my dog, after a couple of like shut up bows, that dog would have
offered you
all
up
right,
as a
sure,
situation.
like, take him.
Yeah.
This is a lesson.
And if that dog hadn't have stood in between the snake and Ties AU,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have had Lol Ties, who
wouldn't have
now
had
is Ties AU,
Yeah.
who has now become Lol Ties again somehow. So it would have been, and Snowball Esports, a third of it just gone.
Just gone.
Falls into the nether.
There you go. So really, that dog should be on the Snowball Esports table.
In reality, there is a universe out here where Snowball doesn't annoy the shit out of me every week. So maybe, I'm thinking about it still, Ties.
I just feel like if we're going to get a pet on the OPL now, we just could script that one.
That's good because it would protect us from snakes. There's a lot around here in the middle of the city. It's Dan Kraut, my mate Dan. When I first got my sausage dog, he loved eating hair. One day, one of his poos had a thread of hair through the middle and it acted like a chain, attaching his poo to his butthole. When he was pooping, the poop bumped against his leg and he freaked out and took off. He obviously kept bumping against his leg, so he kept running, but also kept stopping to finish his poo. So every 2 or so meters, he'd squat, freak out, run, squat, freak out, run, squat, freak out, etc. Eventually I caught him and had to pull the hair out of his butt in front of a cafe.
No.
That really hurts animals, actually, eating hair and pooping out hair.
Don't bum out the funny story.
I apologise, but you should try and prevent your animals from doing that because your stomach acid doesn't break down hair.
At Little Lady Cook, I had a Tamagotchi once, but it kept dying on me at the end. So there you go.
Wow.
That's a great story. That's a fantastic story.
Do you remember that little Digimon game
Oh my god, he's
relevant.
No, where like if you started with a Digimon and then like if you didn't look after it, just turned it to Sukumon, which is that poo Digimon.
Oh yes, yes.
Sometimes I would look after it like you would not believe. I'd take it to the gym, I'd give it all of its vitamins, Nick, and it would still turn into Sukumon. Why did I keep getting poo Digimon?
Because Digimon are poo, Pokemon are OP. Joshua Harding, this is a long one. We owned a ferret. It had free run in the house and was always active unless it was asleep, so we kept the bathroom and toilet doors shut in case it got into the water. Partner gets home and asks where the ferret is. I freak out because normally he would have run to the door. I look around for a few rooms, then realise the laundry door was open and the floor drain cover was removed and pushed aside. A little 10 centimetre shiny cover thing. So I grab a torch, shine down the drain, and I can see what I figure must be the ferret. We couldn't reach down to it, but he started squirming a bit and seemed stuck at the bend. We called a few plumbers, but most said they had no one who could get out there because it was after 6 p.m. Then one called back saying one of their apprentices was driving past the area to footy training and he could drop in. A few minutes later, this tall, lanky dude rocks up. We show him the drain. He has a go reaching down this drain pipe, but it was too narrow for him to open his hand and grab the ferret, but he could feel the fur. It's all wet and gross. He's basically to his shoulder in this drain. Then he quickly brings his arm up, saying, ow, because the ferret must have bit him. He thinks for a second, and we can see he's too involved in this operation now. He's the only one that can help, and he has to rescue this ferret no matter what.
Does he cop a bite?
He spears his arm down once more, and we could see he must be doing something down there. Turns out he was annoying the ferret to make it bite him again, because as he slowly brought his arm up came the ferret, bitten and latched onto his hand. And both the arm and the ferret covered in nasty black sludgy slime. He didn't even officially charge us for it, so we gave him 50 bucks cash. We cleaned up the ferret and he was all fine and lived for years after that. The plumber died of rabies 6 weeks later. I added the last bit.
I respect that, but my only question is, if I'm a ferret, right?
Yep.
I've gone down the drain.
Yep.
How am I mouth towards the drain?
I mean, ferrets can spin like a hamster,
yeah,
I
that's
assume.
sort of like, is it possible for a ferret in that like S-bend to just be like, yeah?
I reckon the ferret was genuinely trying to like Mission Impossible style escape. Like it had a tiny screwdriver, took the thing off, pushed it aside, lowering itself into the drain. Like
that's the only comes it over again. Back up is if you like, hold me, I'm going.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so the next one, I won't say the name of the person because it spoils the story. I'll say it afterwards. Took the dog to the vet, first time at this vet, so the nurse at the counter had our details over the phone. We go in, the vet goes, how is Phoenix today? I reply, I'm good. Vet says, good to hear, just put Phoenix on the table. I say, oh, the dog's name is Amy, my name is Phoenix. Which is hilarious. Come on. The girl's name is Phoenix Lion. What a
I
boss.
wish you just got on the table.
That would have been very funny.
Yeah.
Would you have hopped on the table?
Yeah.
I'm just going to put that there. Okay, 2 more and then we're done. Dave O'Erlo, when I was a small child, this is another reason for you to hate Dave. When I was a small child, 3 to 4 years old, I was chasing my aunt's cat around her house. The cat decided to try to hide from me in the dryer. It must have been ready to go because I closed the door on the cat and it started up. Apparently, my aunt heard the cat trying to run inside the on dryer like a treadmill, but it got tripped up by the bars inside to tumble the clothes. The cat was fine, although when it came out, it resembled a cartoon cat with how puffed up its fur was. It had a healthy dislike of children after that.
Yeah, no shit, Dave.
Yeah, that's like a war crime.
It is.
On World Wildlife Day. Which also, we need to change the name of that. It's very difficult to say. And finally, this one comes in from, Rogue, the player.
Rogue.
You know Rogue. Rogue's mum. Rogue dog story. When Jake was born, I had a dog named Ernie, named him after Ernie from Sesame Street. Jake couldn't say Ernie, so he called him Nerny Doggy. It was so cute. And then she sent a picture of Rogue and Nerny. Oh, come on.
Is there another one? Wasn't there 2 pictures?
Yeah, the other one was out of focus, and I refused to put that on this professional broadcast. So there you go. There's a bunch of dog stories. We've run out of time. I have a stack more, but thank you very much for all the...
Turns out people liked animals.
They really do.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Curveball.
Continue sending in your pictures of dogs to replace
I was
Bailey
kind of, like, with our demographic, I was kind of thinking that we were going to get, like, Neopets or My Little Pony stories only.
But everyone grows up with animals. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a kid in this digital age.
I'm trying to insult the Twitch chat, Nick. Don't get between me and insulting Twitch chat.
It's his moment, Nick.
I wrecked everything. Get
out of here with your logic.
Someone who's going to wreck something for someone else. Segue special right there. It's Star Wars versus Legacy.
This is the banger, quote unquote. Even though I would say last game, pretty bangerific skimming.
I feel like this entire schedule today, personally, is full of great games. Just great narratives of like, people in like the top of the ladder, people in the middle of the ladder trying to break away, find their own footing. But yeah, absolutely. This one, a new legacy roster up against the Direwolves that have back-to-back 2-0s looking like they just want to dismantle them.
So my thing is, in my opinion, there's been 2 upsets so far. 2 teams beat teams that they hadn't previously beaten in the start of the season, which is the definition of an upset, ladies and gentlemen at home. Shut up. Who beating who here is an upset? Is the informed Direwolves, without any roster changes, beating the newly formed Legacy, who have just dropped their star player, an upset? Or is Legacy, with a man that had to have spinal surgery and is now half man, half machine, formerly a top laner of the best team in the OPL, now mid laner of Legacy Esports, beating Direwolves, the informed team with no changes, the upset?
I mean, it sounds like a team with the Terminator is the one with the advantage here, just from the way that was explained. Some say strict upset Direwolves with.
It absolutely is. Let's take a look at the team with the Terminator. This is the Legacy lineup. Please, skimming.
Yep, still going to be Tapoon playing in the top lane. It's going to be Babip in the jungle. Tally flexing.
Photos of Tally.
I know, no old school resurrection of that. He's the mystery man in the mid lane. Raze and Isles still round at their bottom lane with Coach Jensen on hand. So going to be really interesting to see what Tally can bring in this new role.
And we are right about to get into the game. So Jake, can you quickly talk us through the Direwolves lineup?
Absolutely. Chibi in playing mid jungle. It's going to be Shock in the mid lane. It's going to be Vital is his name. I can't remember his name. Decoy in support position in Coach Co.
There you go. It is Direwolves versus Legacy. It's happening right now.
Direwolves will win.
Direwolves will win?
I'm tipping it.
There you go.
Tipping the upset.
Tipping the upset. And Skimmy, quick, point.
Direwolves.
Direwolves, there you go. I'm going to take Legacy just because I'm a contrarian. We'll be back after the Macca's Champ Select.
It's the big one of the day. Legacy taking on Direwolves, as the couch did remind us. It's a new face in the mid lane. No longer the star player in Eminez. He's moved on and been replaced by a player of old in Tallywhacker. Not going to have the easiest home-working partner.
Tally. We've dropped there is no whacker on this screen.
Well, I wanted to try to sound relevant for a second there, Rusty. You've ruined my entrance. But regardless.
His name got changed for a reason is all I'm saying. Like a certain Ejim out there, we don't announce the old name.
Tally, the man on your screen right now, only going to have a rather brutal home welcoming party up against Direwolves, who are hot on their heels.
Yeah, it's one of the harder games to join, that's for certain. And of course, note that Tally is a storied player in the OPL in 2 lanes mainly. One of them being top lane, the other one being mid. AD. Why did I say mid? Now he's mid. And so we don't really know what to expect from Tally coming into a game like this. Will he even be the mid laner? Is a question we have to ask. Or will Topoon play it? Because he is notoriously the calmer player, the mage type player. So we don't actually know yet.
Interesting to see where that flex does come out, but this draft, it's incredibly quick so far.
Well, that's a top lane champion that can be played mid, so I'm going to say that it is Tally playing mid in this game. But, we'll see as the draft progresses. Just where they choose to go. Now, on the opposing side, we've seen the Misfortune, we've seen the Jarvan. A good start to a team fight composition with Syndra banned. It makes you wonder where Direwolves will go. And with the matchup known, I actually do wonder if this is the game we get the Zillion from our TikTok Shock in mid lane. Of course, not to be seen just yet.
Let's see where they go with this banning direction. What are Direwolves scared of so far? What do they need to get themselves online? What have they found out from the limited scrims that Legacy have had so far? Rek'Sai going to be taken away here. A second jungle ban, focusing on to Babip, knowing how strong he was before and how he's been a fantastic aid in getting these lanes online, and you can imagine there's going to be a fair bit of priority, potentially, to try and make sure that Tally can do his job too.
So I think what we'll see here from Direwolves, again, pretty predictable in the way that they draft the second phase. Doesn't mean that you can beat it, but predictable, is that they'll probably go towards 2 jungle champion bans and then pick in a jungler that they just think will be fine and can't be beaten by anything. So if it's a Rek'Sai ban, maybe a Gragas to follow. if they're looking for a Lee Sin, but they've already got the Jarvan, right? So it seems like they're just taking things away that they think are scary from the side of Legacy. And that's why the Rek'Sai one does stand out as curious to me. You know, Babib has played it, has been successful. You've highlighted that before, but very specific ban, isn't it?
We've got an idea in mind right now. Very aggressive free pick so far for Direwolves. Cassiopeia, the final one here for Legacy. Looking to try and make that matchup as easy as it can be. Fatality Shock's been fantastic so far. And if they lock in at this LeBlanc, then they want to give him a massive skill check to deal with.
I still stand by the Zillion for Shock, but LeBlanc is one of the champions that he can play. Would never be surprising to see that one locked in, as Mir needs to get his hair fixed.
Even Coach Kai getting involved.
Look good, feel good. Galio with a mid laner of choice here, it seems.
Okay. Fair emphasis now would seem on also having engagement tools, but some protection as well, and that's going to be a Scion.
Once again, makes you wonder. When you've got Topoon and Tally on a team, they can play both of those champions, so we don't know what is going top lane yet. Chippies does have the counter pick. He has the last pick in draft being on that red side. So now he knows part of it. Yeah.
Trundle locked in as the final one. And Chippy's gonna stick to the Camille.
No one should be surprised. If you're a League of Legends player or viewer of the past year, it's Camille Galio. That's the WE at Worlds in 2017 type of composition. You know, this has existed for a long time. Camille, Galio, Jarvan. Now they've got the modern bot lane of a Misfortune who needs to change summoner spells. And a Leona. Like, that's a dangerous team fighting composition. That's a powerhouse comp that can get anywhere around the map with their R buttons. But that's what they are. They're an R button comp. The side of Legacy, I think, is a bit more of the slow burner type of game. You've got Trundle Scion that actually does work nicely together. In fact, Trundle working with Victor Ultimate is nice. Nautilus can hit hooks as well if it's done well. I think that's the wild card champion in the draft here that can do some good things for the side of Legacy.
A lot of initiation, a lot of lockdown, a lot of protection.
Hey, Bailey.
And Bailey. To make sure that these star 80 carries can do their job. Direwolves have a score to settle. The last time these two teams played each other, Direwolves only able to find 3 kills. Legacy finding 22. Different roster. It's the rematch. And Coach Jensen for Legacy is on standby. Welcome as always, my friend. And obviously the burning question for everyone right now is how are we feeling about the reunion for Tally coming back in, but also the preparation that you've been able to have with the limited time available?
Well, I think it's a new challenge, and I like to bring the various flavors of the countries and regions I've coached in. So we are going to see a little bit of what I call the Vietnam special in this game. I'm not going to spoil it for the viewers just yet, but when the game loads out onto the Rift, we're going to see what happens and enjoy the show.
Is this... Okay, I feel like I know what you're talking about. How do you think Vietnam matches up against China when we're talking about draft differences here?
Well, I do think that the Chinese plays off like rapidly skirmishing. It's a question of who gets the advantage early, right? Because they share very similar play styles, and whilst in Vietnam, you got a lot of scrims against the Chinese teams as well. So it's a lot about skirmishing over objectives, but that's kind of not the way that we have been playing. I've been molding them to play more of European style, trade objectives for map control and stuff like that. So we're going to see how things turn out.
Well, Mir is going to check that out and baits Chippies into a false sense of security.
Amir's just going to think that was a magic trick, to be honest with you. Chippies loses vision. He's now about to check.
Oh no, Chippies don't do it. The double baits.
Well.
Oh, the hook as well. Fantastic here from Legacy. Are they going to burn the flash? They are. And they're going to get the kills as well.
Well, Jensen, things are going pretty well for you so far.
Showing that Vietnam maybe have the slight early game edge over on China. Now, talk to me about some of these picks in particular. So, we haven't seen the likes of Sion or Trundle much. Even a Sign at all, quite honestly. So, you know, Topoon, he's been playing a fair bit of enchanting in the top lane. Was this a clear direction with a new a new player in Telly to say, look, we want you to go into something a little bit different this time around?
I mean, we're in the OPL. They talk about playing the down under bot lanes, and this is what we're going to try here. And that's what we have here. It's a lane swap, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. So this is what your attempt here is. Sion into Camille is obviously not the best matchup. So you are looking to avoid that one and play the map. There's been some changes to turret. So what's your thinking here? Why is a lane swap the best option for you?
when you go for lane swap, what you do is that you deny gold and experience away from the top laner. And I realized that teams like Direwolves, and I think that this could be a strategy against the Chiefs as well, they like to funnel resources towards the top laner. So things like Camille, if they get behind the gold and EXP curve, it is very difficult for them to play the game. So going for lane swaps, you're trading effectively the turret gold on the bottom side of the map due to the fortification in exchange for this lane dynamic that happens.
Beautiful. Well, let's kick it off, Jensen. Best of luck for this one here. And we'll get to see a new revised composition taking on the Direwolves. As we started off. 2 kills only into this game so far, Rusty. 2 minutes. It was a exchange in the top lane. Surprise party.
There's a lot to unpack here. It's very hard to ask questions again to Jensen when the level 1 strategies are so intricate. And I think the lane swap is the most surprising aspect of it all. And that's not to say that, lane swaps are unknown. But when we'll look at what happens here at level 1, of course, Chippies, it's about the vision and timing. And that is really tragic timing for the side of Direwolves. They'll watch that VOD review back and just be quite sad, honestly, with the outcome of that. And the second kill for Chippies is it's just a shame. It's the type of thing where is it necessary? You'll ask yourself that question. I think the fact that he dies makes it very clear that it's not. And this is one of those things that will set up the game. And from here, you're like, okay, 2 kills, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. But I am still a Camille into a Scion. I'll survive. And then suddenly they've lane swapped on top of these kills. And Chippies doesn't have Flash, so he can't play League of Legends. And now they've matched this Direwolves, but Babip's already here. And again, this is a rehearsed strategy. This is a practice thing from Legacy from the get-go. You can tell they know what they're doing. And this is where what you have to do is actually look at who's playing this game, who's been in a lane swap meta. Decent amount of Legacy have. At least enough people with a voice in that team would have been a part of the lane swaps. Chippies has experienced this 100% in the past, whereas Decoy and Vital maybe less so. And I think that's where, we'll start to see these differences of opinions, because it does feel frantic and fast-paced if things are going wrong. Like, why is a Scion farming and not a Camille? Why is a tank now able to beat me in this matchup that I 10th picked in draft, that I counter-picked for?
And how crippled does he feel, the fact that Chippies doesn't have the Flash right now? Does that change the matchup much?
Oh, I mean, for sure. And it's not just the Flash. It's the fact that he was the one that then reset and went to bot lane. So he's now spent time walking to lane, where Topoon's been farming, getting a level lead as well above all else. Now he has control of the lane, 5-3 in experience right now. Because while Chippies was copying at top lane and was zoned, Topoon was soaking experience, right? It's just because you initiate the lane swap when your opponents weren't ready, very hard to deal with and make the perfect move straight away.
Well, Legacy definitely crushing it in this first 5 minutes, able to get a deep vision wall down to scout out if a bit of attention comes from Miru, top lane, as a result of bullying out Chippies and building that Flash. We're able to get some turret plates as well, so you can see that's why the gold is a 1k lead. Rather sizable at this small moment in the game, and Miru's been camping topside for such a long time right now, really trying to find some form of equalization, but...
Yeah, he's keeping Vital and Decoy, it seems, happy. Playing towards bot lane, very difficult to do. It's now bouncing back, so Chippies is in not just weak side laning, but if they don't find that Trundle, pretty rough spot to be, Chippies, just full stop.
Babip is going to find that.
Shock now moving, so they are looking for the dive.
Last cone denies. We'll obviously have the flag and drag, but Legacy are trying to buy as much time as possible. They might just turn it around. What looked like a lane crash to gank upon turns on its head as Babip was the one being jumped on.
And I wonder why they didn't see that one coming, honestly, for the side of Legacy. Babip just was perhaps looking towards making the play, take down mid, but Shock was already here. And Tally's recalling during all of this in mid lane. So the Galio difference is obviously going to be significant. And that really is just it. They make the play, Legacy. Perhaps it was them being proactive, but that quickly comes back to hurt them. Jungler shows, so Chippies is actually content to at least walk up in the lane now. He can't crash it though. Topoon's making his life very difficult.
A little bit awkward there for him, as Topoon is the one to hit level 6 first right now. Curious to see what his Scion is like. We get to see some need for speed, or maybe a bit of Tokyo drifting around the map.
I've played a lane swap before. It's weird. Weirdly enough, it was when I was playing 4 Legacy as a sub, like 2014. And could I just say, it's the most mentally taxing role in the same way that it isn't in the game. The reason it's taxing is the first time you do it, it's overwhelming. You've got all these different things. You just have to leave minions. Like, to not touch a minion is devastating for your mental. You're like, that is just gold.
You've been conditioned.
That I'm
I need
watching
money.
Die just to get the experience if I'm lucky.
You got the lane swap police knocking on your door saying, don't do it, Rusty.
But once you get used to it, and once that became a standard style, you're like, this is just the way it is. But, you know, this is one of those anomaly games that we'll see, and Legacy are proving that they have the strategic depth to pull this one off. Right now, it's doing wonders for Topoon in his matchup.
Well, the question in my mind had to be, you know, does the identity of Legacy change too much? We've seen them try to play fast up against Chiefs. We've seen them play traditionally a little bit more macro-focused and a little bit more side lane pressure. What version of Legacy would we see today? And right now, they are giving Chippies a member on this squad that has been so influential in just acquiring small leads, building it up, drawing so much pressure to his lane, allowing his other teammates
and his zone
to find love.
He has to be zoned here. You know, they're stealing a blue buff. They're not diving him, but he doesn't know. Like, what can Chippies do? If he goes up to that wave and they are diving him, he just dies. So look at all the minions that have started to go missing. I think finally, again, you'll see them show themselves on the rest of the map. It was Victor in mid lane that gives it away. So he comes back and he catches the next wave, but he loses another 6 CS, you know? And now the response has to come in on the other side. Teleports are in.
Direwolves are trying to find some advantage. They're losing bot lane. Well, they better win top lane. They collapse on Raze, and boy, do they collapse. They get that kill. Decoy very, very low. Ignite, and the minions will keep him sub-healthy.
Oh, he's dead.
But Tally rocks up to the fight a little bit late, comes on through with the laser and says thank you very much for that little kill.
Yeah, Decoy goes on a little bit of an expedition away from the rest of his team there, Skimmy.
No blast cone, no love.
Doesn't choose to go through the lane like the rest of them do. And this game was becoming a little bit of a shock is making up the difference is how it felt. But Tally does get the response this time around, so at least equalizes that roam. However, Direwolves are still making decent decisions around their bottom lane, using the Galio, using the composition that they have to still get something back. And it is only 600 gold really the difference between these teams. And when it comes to it, and we'll see if a steal is even possible, the answer is no. It is still a Camille ultimate that has relevance because he has been given a Jarvan and a Galio to work with. So he may not be killing people, but he's still got that R button, and that's what matters. Is we see this again, Ray's level 5. He was 6. Maybe this goes Decoy immediately dying as the dive happens. Isles is just going to choose to walk away here, however. Now Decoy could just walk through the lane. Just walk through the lane. But he doesn't.
Goes on an adventure, pays the price. Both junglers hungry for level 6 right now, falling behind the supports. A lot of that mainly revolving around the fact they've been camping these lanes to prevent any kind of double lost lane situation. Direwolves able to find a little bit of love in that top side.
Chippies walks to top lane, sees the bottom lane there, recalls. Well, now walk to bottom lane. And during the time that he is walking to that lane, he chooses not to actually. They may go for the kill. During that time, though, Topoon is going to push this wave in.
Just keeps farming.
Might build up a stacked wave, which is, usually the normal way to play that. Bring the jungler down to threaten, but Chippies is still missing, so Topoon is just playing carefully.
They cancelled his recall again. He's waiting. Raze gets down the turret, buying more time. Chippies looking for the engage. Beautiful interrupt there by Isles, but the bullet time gets stacked on top by Chippies as well, who gets him for first of what looks to be a double kill right now, as Isles finds a lot of value with that depth charge. Solar Flare landing perfectly. Miru on the hunt. Does have Cataclysm now.
No Aftershock, I think, for Isles. No flash either, so the Cataclysm would lock him in place. They want to crash the wave first. That's why Mir's just playing goalkeeper, keeping the minions here so that it will crash, and now they'll dive.
They are looking for this one. He's got no support because Legacy are pushing mid-wave.
Oh, the heal was there, actually equalized the damage. Was like, looked weird. Now, the takeaway from that for me was patience from Raze and Isles would have made this just positive. They step a little bit too close. While Topoon has no one responding to him in bottom wave, who has Ignite on the Scion, so wants to be sitting in that wave farming. But once again, it's first turret for Direwolves. They trade, they get kills for it as well. And so while this is still very good from Legacy in the way that they're getting some control, they're still giving so many ins to their respective opponents. And I don't actually know what happened here. It looks like Shock must have died because there was a Trundle here, so...
Yeah, that's the CC overlap that you were talking about.
Okay, so the block on the dash from Babip there is all it really takes to lock that one down, and then they just dive while Babip tanks the turret using that ultimate. Nice stuff.
The frustrating element really of Galio. Takes one step back to go 2 steps forward.
Well, that's the thing with Trundle, right? Into Galio as well. You have to dash backwards to go forward. Pillar, you just headbutt it. Like, that's a very hard matchup to play when you get ganked in the first place, let alone him using his physical presence to block you as well.
Guarantees the static field on the floor, making it an easy CC pairing between jungle and mid. Well, Legacy have had enough of the side lane shenanigans, as you highlight.
Herald.
They decide it's time for us to group up. Let's utilize this Herald. Let's get this final plate down before the 2 turret true damage comes on through. They won't find it, so that turret will survive.
Yeah, they may have thought that that was enough damage to take the turret down. I actually did think that for a second, but it survives.
Yep, 2 points is what you're looking at. And they need to find some love right now. Yes, they've denied out what Chippies can do in this game, but that advantage has been felt elsewhere. Vital, 17-year-old Korean prodigy on this roster. He's 3-0 so far, smashing in kills.
There's no minions here.
And he's in the bot lane looking to jump on towards Tapoon and say, let me find vengeance for Chippies. 3 members here, Decoy juggling the aggro perfectly, but remember, Sion has this afterlife. Double stopwatch, can he get his punch on? He gets Miru low, the stun is there!
Direwolves just play with such little health bars. Stopwatch is the MVP in that dive. That felt like, you look at that, and without stopwatch, you don't dive that. That could have been 2 kills.
Wow.
Give it over to Tapoon. But they do get away unscathed. The cost was high, but they make it work. Meanwhile, of course, the rest of the map still suffering, as the time spent and effort spent for getting that kill was still quite high.
Direwolves investing a fair bit of resource into ensuring that if they make a play, it does find effect. So we'll see how it started off. Originally with Decoy going in, he gets a stopwatch.
Yeah.
Miru follows up with a stopwatch.
The slow
as
burner.
you say,
You know, there was a good flash from Tapoon. He buys some time. Decoy, the last possible second use this stopwatch. Mir would die if he didn't use it as well. And that's scary, with a Sion ready to sprint at your head. But Vital tanks the turret, or at least gets the turret aggro towards him as well, and Decoy only gets the 1 shot after the turret aggro reset, so the damage did as well. They're able to walk away.
it's the close game we expected. Both Drakes online, 1 apiece, and we are getting an Ocean Rift. You get the Ocean Soul for one of these teams.
Yeah, nasty.
Spells a disaster. We've seen that before. Small leads for either team.
Still, I think the big takeaway for me is the fact that Direwolves have been able to even, keep the game close to even is very impressive. Their dives with their bottom lane has been wonderful. Because you feel like when you watch the flow of this game from the way it started, it shouldn't be as close as it is. You know? That's always scary for the side of Legacy. Direwolves have not only kept up with you when they should be behind, but they've been really keeping you down, and they've been keeping Raze down in particular.
Yep.
Now Tally, first game back in the OPL is 2-0.
What about showing? We talk about if there were any nerves or perhaps
no
a little bit of roughness of saying, well, welcome back to the OPL. Come versus Direwolves, they're 3rd, you're 2nd.
Mr. Bionic Man does not have any nerves.
He's definitely ready to get his punch on as well. Direwolves are saying we want to fight. Instantly the stopwatch coming out to Tally. They want that shutdown goal. They'll find it because he has got nothing to survive in this exchange. Legacy once again on the back foot. And you talk about it, Rusty. They press R. They get kills.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was a lot of them used, and it was still close to getting a trade back there. You could see Mir's health bar on that Jarvan as he recalls was very low. And now that all of them are down, Legacy, they've grouped up in mid, and it requires the last ultimate really remaining on the map to even try and save the turret. It still goes down.
Kills the minion wave, but Tapoon just walks in the face of adversity. He is not phased by it because he's going to go for the reset. And Chippy's not a familiar scoreline for him. 0-1 and 2.
30
He's
CS
got some
down
catching up
to a Sion is never a good thing. Being behind and farm to a tank is just the worst experience. In saying that, while he hasn't got close to the items that he needs, once he gets them, it is still a Camille versus Sion. Once you have the Trinity Force and the Ravenous Hydra, you are still pretty much impossible to deal with. But it feels like that has bought so much time for Legacy, where the Sion is relevant and can start grouping up with his team using the ultimate down lanes as well. That's where things get really scary, actually, for Direwolves. Saying that,
Chippies doesn't have teleport.
No ultimates there.
He was actually farming his way up, but yeah, as you say, Dire will say, we're not going to contest this one. Go back to lane, keep farming it up. Bottom tier 1 is going to fall on down. Let them have this Rift Herald.
Yeah. With no Galio ultimate, no Camille ultimate, it becomes a lot harder to make any combos work. You still have a Jarvan Galio, But the ultimate combo here from Direwolves is Camille locks down a target, Galio ults on that target, and if Jarvan gets into the fray at the same time and locks down multiple people, flashes are forced, right? It's just really easy to play when this used to be like an Exodia comp. Like, you don't give people those 3 champions together because it works too well. You know, Jarvan could just ult someone, have to flash out, suddenly Camille Galio is free, right? If you don't have flash and the Camille hookshot's in, you're caught.
Yep, not going to have much love with a cleanse in that situation there. Although, speaking of, both Tally and Raze will have that online as their summoner of choice. Tally cycling through it with that summoner spellbook rune choice.
Yeah, but cleanse doesn't get rid of damage.
But that's what we're saying.
The other thing that they still have.
You're left in this awkward situation of like, I can maybe run away, but you just have so much damage front loaded in.
You need the cleanse and the zoners. Victor can do that. It's definitely possible for him to have.
Bit more awkward for Raze.
Yep.
Going to be heavily reliant on these tanks to buy him some time, some space, some room to work with. Because Vital right now is hitting those points, and you know what this guy can do when that misfortune gets online.
Finally hit some slow-paced gameplay in the midst of what has been a pretty crazy start to this game. Definitely delivering on our expectations for being a good game of League of Legends so far. Vital farming up a Storm is someone that you're going to have to keep looking at as he completes his second item shortly, you would hope.
And kudos to Direwolves, right, to respond in the fashion that they did against the crazy 5-minute early start. To not fall victim to, well, I guess we're behind, I guess we're in trouble, because Raze is the one in trouble again, forced to burn the flash. It doesn't matter. Flash, cleanse, but damage, Rusty. Damage will do it.
Yeah, once Direwolves, if they finally engage, you are pretty much just locked down and dead. Good flash from Raze, good cleanse, but it's not going to save him because they just flash in response and follow. Leona hits the E, so the easiest possible engage tool from Direwolves was used. Now the mid lane outer turret is broken and matches that of Legacy that they took earlier. Legacy with very good wards, but I don't think it stops anything, unfortunately, as death still comes towards them.
And Direwolves just finding so many opportunities, just so many single picks. Getting a pick, then a tower, getting a pick, and a neutral objective as a result. So just slowly working their way methodically into a lead. The gold still has been quite even, but definitely the presence on the map is very much felt.
It does seem like they're very clearly going towards a damage-oriented build here. Everyone except for the Leona is going damage and DPS-oriented. It's not a tank Jarvan, which is usually seen. It's going to be the Warrior enchantment into the Black Cleaver from the looks of it. Another random Ruby Crystal in there as well. Most likely the Phage. And again, full AD. So Trundle may not get any extra stats from taking it away from him, but there's still a Leona to take them from. And that does mean that they're fragile. You know, they'll be able to smack people around. Whoever they catch is caught and will cop it. But if Raze throws a big ultimate down and locks them all down, if Tally just gets that lingering Chaos Storm and finds them, they really hurt themselves. So for me, this is a lot now about the execution as we see the forthcoming fights.
Vital maybe taking that memo a little bit too seriously on damage once again. Only now getting the boots, I hope. I've got to wait to see if he does get them. Yep.
He doesn't like boots.
He just doesn't like boots.
Why is this a recurring trend?
He just wants damage, Rusty. He doesn't care about mobility. He just relies on the Misfortune passive.
I think his runes have gone towards stopwatch as well. Is this the patch where stopwatches cost went up 50? Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm a fan of it.
I don't mind it at all.
I just, you know, boots are nice as well. You can't forsake boots to have a stopwatch.
But it's working from so far. Up by 60 CS. A very big bounty on his head as well.
You know what? If Sion's pressing Q and I'm just, you know, I'm in range of that Q, I've probably made a mistake already, given that my comp puts everyone in front of me.
Yeah.
That's worth considering.
Yep.
But at the same time, I would like Boots to dodge the Q. I would like Boots to outrun a Chaos Storm from Tally's Victor. There's definitely reasons that we want them before 21 minutes. I'm not going to have to say this every time Vital plays, am I?
Every time there's a Vital Direwolf match, you just got your eyes permanently fixated. When do the boots come? Decoy locked up in CC as Direwolves now establish some vision around this Baron. They completely clear out what Legacy had set down.
Knight's Vow is the item of choice here as well from Babip, going the full tank CDR Trundle route. Like mentioned during the draft phase, the Pillar is actually a pretty important spell for the rest of his composition and making everything else connect.
Well, between like what, the Knight's Vow, the Solari, everything really thrown into what you'd imagine would be raised to make sure please live.
Well, yeah, there's 2 big carries on the team, and they are mixed damage, so they have an AD and an AP champion, and Tally and a Raze on the Victor and Aphelios, which is nice. They've also both got cleanse, so they're all about surviving, right? Well, the rest of the team is all about allowing them to survive.
Yeah. Being the sponges of the squad.
Definitely something worth noting, but just like they have all of those things to protect them, I still think it's important they have Flash. If they don't have Flash, they are in trouble. And right now, Raze is the only one of the 2 that doesn't, so he is the most likely person to die if a fight happens.
Big concerns for Legacy if one of those carries were to fall on down, because otherwise they are lacking in the damage. And Direwolves have been able to find those picks pretty well so far.
Well, that's it, right? We've got a bunch of meat shields.
It's like meat shields versus this all-out damage. If we're jumping in, we're fully, fully committing.
When Leona wasn't such a gross champion, it was tanky enough for everyone. She sure is. But even control what at mid lane here, Direwolves definitely looking to control the map more aggressively now. Even getting rid of the lane wards to maintain priority if they can. It's also now a bait ward. You know, the misfortune showing, like, oh, there's someone waiting in the wings, but you don't know if it's a Jarvan. Leona hits ult, suddenly there's a Galio.
And that's so frustrating to look at, right? Because your muscle instincts just want to click him.
Yeah, they're just dangling carrots. But now they have full control of topside river with Drake spawning in 37 and then the Scuttle Crab controlling the other side of the map. It's very clear where Direwolves are looking to play this game out with, and they still want to find, they still want to press their R buttons before they do the Baron if they can. But if they start Baron, they've got a Leona to tank it up, and then they just turn and burn.
Ray's been having a bit of a rough time trying to keep up in that CS, falling ever further behind by 60 CS now. Tally, meanwhile, has been collecting and catching all that side lane XP. He's the one in the driving seat, as you can see by starting off this ultimate. Babip with the flash! That was a bit of an interesting interaction with the Proto Belt.
Did he just Proto Belt over the trophy?
I think he was ahead of it.
It didn't look like it, though.
It looked as if...
Unusual.
It was a very bizarre interaction.
They have started off Baron. Flash is available for Raze here as well now.
All right, well, Legacy want to try and make something happen. Direwolf's going for the pincer from left and right. Chippy's looking for a Baron down to 700. Baron gets taken by Legacy. Mirror is so low. He's out. No Cataclysm. Can't use it just yet. Legacy looking for it. Tally flashes out. He's on 10 health. Raze gets the double kill. He gets the triple. He gets a quadra kill. I just said how far behind he was in this game. If he lives, if the meat shields survive and do their job, Raze is a teamfight god.
And Direwolves were the one who had all of the vision control on top side. They look at Drag and they even consider going in that direction. And not only does Babip go top lane to force something from Shock, keep him out of the start of that fight, but the rest of Direwolves were so late to get there that they couldn't set up and play the composition out with Vital by any means whatsoever. His ult was late. He gets immediately Nautilus hooked and dies, and Legacy, after the Baron, gets the team fight as well. Look at where the Misfortune is, running through mid lane as they're breaking the fight out. If there was a Misfortune bullet time during this combo, Legacy probably died. But the difference in health bars was just so minimal there. And then, of course, Raze gets the auto attack off just as Tally flashes away. He then flashes forwards himself, and it's an easy quadra for him. The tanks survived, they persevered, because the damage wasn't there.
Disgusting micro.
If Vital had boots, he would have been there. Where are your boots?
I need to actually look at their game against Peninet and
Why do you have a Torrens?
When did he buy boots against Peninet? That's what we need to find out.
Oh, I'm actually upset.
Because this, if it's going to become a weekly occurrence, this is going to tilt us.
Well, you know what they say. You win some, you lose some. Sometimes you just don't get boots. He probably, you know what it is. I'm talking myself into reasons now. He probably thinks he had magical footwear, but it was stopwatch, and his brain's like, those are boots.
Was it the game against Pentanet? Because it says here he bought boots at 11 minutes in that one.
Nah.
Must have been a different game. Because there's definitely one where it was like 30 minutes in.
It was like 25, I think.
Yeah.
Like he bought boots and then they won the game. I remember that. Anyway, we're 26 minutes into this one. He has a Doran's Blade with no bags on his feet.
Well, Legacy to turn this game around. Hoon in the mid lane.
The damage, but unfortunately I don't know if that damage will do a whole lot. Topoon is still the Scion with 3 completed items, a decent amount of armor in his pockets as well, so Vital's not going to kill him. And he has the teleport, worst case scenario. Legacy, meanwhile, will use Tally, and they will just annihilate the health of Mir. And the hook's on.
Asia's gone. The Chaos Storm's chasing him. The root coming in from the Moonlight Vigil. Raze is on the outskirts. He has no pressure. This is what Raze is susceptible to. He has no summoners. They're going to look to base in. Inhibitor's going to fall on down in that top side. They may look to try and end this game as the respawn time is of 30 to 40 seconds. Only 3 members surviving. 27 minutes in. Legacy are looking to try and end this one. It's a last-ditch effort as Chippy jumps in. He gets the shutdown. A big component of this one. Can they find more? Tally locked up in place. Decoy going to fall on down, but Isles gets Chippies. Legacy get the victory in this situation, getting the full 5-man ace. And this was a fantastic game that showcased energy from left, right, and center. But the Baron Pit with the Quadra kill, with the outplay flash to juke out the Cataclysm, Legacy are here to stay.
No upset to be seen today. The Bionic Man comes in. Tally with a very good showing, of course, on that Victor. And Legacy, they show once again that they are all class. You give them an advantage, you give them a moment, and they do just win the entire game from it. It doesn't matter who the mid laner is, it seems, but Jimmy comes in, puts on a very good showing for himself as an end result.
Worrying moments during that mid-game where they were able to find picks and Legacy were crumbling apart in those side lanes. They kept calm, they kept cool, they kept collected. They said, look, come to us. We want to go for a team fight. Direwolves took the bait. And Direwolves fell victim to the strength of the boys in green.
Is some black pants.
There's only one green in this league, and it's light green apparently. No dark green.
What?
Direwolves are dark green.
Oh. Wow. Thanks for that.
50 Shades of Green?
Wow. Can we throw?
I'm definitely going to say something about 50 Shades of Grey, so you shouldn't throw it back to us. I mean, Direwolves stuck in that game longer than we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that game starts, right, is a kill onto the top laner and a jungle, and then you go into immediate lane swap. That game, in all honesty, like it's not completely played out by 3.5 minutes, but is very on its way onto being played out. And Legacy's draft for the isolated lane swap was just flawless. Because what you have is Victor, who needs an isolated laning phase, and it's one of Jimmy's best champions, like even as a top laner. You have the Scion, who is one of the only champions that can 1v2. Then you have Aphelios, who's kind of like Tristana. As far as marksman goes, she's the only person that can break turrets as quickly as that. So I think like their whole draft was based around this lane swap. And when they got 2 kills and the lane swap on top of it, and Direwolves had to chase them around lanes, I mean, Tally would be able to tell you, when you have to chase lane assignments, you go down so far in CS and experience, and that game was fully in Legacy's control until they lost a couple of mid-game skirmishes, and then it got a bit hectic until the Baron.
Tally will be able to tell us because he joins us right now. Welcome back.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too. How did it feel slipping on the old jersey?
That's actually a large size and I asked for a medium, so it's not as good as I thought, but it's fine.
And talk to me about Victor, because Victor was always one of your best champions when you were the top laner. How does it feel to play it in the mid lane?
Well, I don't get punished because it actually wins lanes, and like I get access to blue boss, I get to scale, so it's just like it's actually just a way better role.
And there was a meme going around when Legacy kept beating us that you were a sleeper agent planted inside Order that activated during important moments to ensure Legacy victories. James, was it true?
You're going to have to ask Tim about that one.
So how is it to be back at your old club working with Tim and obviously the team?
Actually, coming back to pro play in general was like, it was like a shock because it's like such a different environment than just like playing solo queue at home. So like I even found myself getting nervous on stage, which I never had when I was playing normally. So it's really fun to be back, especially in an environment where everyone's very competitive.
But it hasn't even been that long, really. Or has it been long in terms of like a pro career? Because, I mean, it was the end, what? You were there for Split 2 last year.
It's been like 4 months.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So it's only been 6 weeks longer than what it normally would have been. But
Yeah.
I guess you weren't doing sort of prep in between.
Yeah, no, I wasn't keeping like the intensive schedule that a pro player does at home. Like I was focusing on like other aspects of life. So like coming back in and going like the full 100 instead of like maybe a 60 is like, definitely a shock.
And talk to me about now you and Quinn on the same team. Probably the two best late game players that have ever played the OPL. Was there a lot of that chat going on? Like, just get us to 40 minutes, get us to like 4.5, 5 items, this is fine?
Actually, there's a joke on the team where everyone just builds items to help Quinn carry. Like I build a hose to slow enemies for Quinn, and Jihoon builds a locket to keep Quinn alive. Just like Quinn will like, I feel like playing with a player like Quinn, I always feel very confident that I'm just going to win late game, regardless of what happens.
Do we know how long you're going to be sticking around for?
Not that I know. I could be here for a very long time or a very short time.
So what were you doing when you weren't a pro player then? You said you weren't keeping the intensive pro schedule, you were focusing on other things. Apart from the unofficial duo stream, which has been wildly successful with Sinju's, what have you been up to?
I've actually been getting into gym a lot more. So I've been like trying to keep that like every like day.
Do you reckon they gave you the large jersey as aspirational?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
I've been focusing a lot more on like spending time with family when I can as well, and or like friends outside League.
Yeah.
So actually, I wasn't even playing League when Tim messaged me as well. I was on an extended vacation. I hadn't actually touched a game in probably like a week and a half.
Yeah, I heard that you're venturing through Azeroth.
Yes, I was. I was definitely raiding on WoW, and then I got a call from Tim. He's like, "Can you come sub?" I was like, "Are you sure?" So yeah, here I am.
Well, it's good to have you back. Hopefully, we get to see more of you here in the future for the rest of the split, and potentially for years to come. It could be the shortest retirement of all time. We'll be back with more OPL after this break.
Direwolves are trying to find some advantage. They're losing bot lane. Well, they better win top lane. They collapse on Raze, and boy, do they collapse. They get that kill. Direwolves going for the pincer from left and right. Chippy's looking for it. Baron down to 700. Baron gets taken by Legacy. Mirror is so low. He's out. No Cataclysm. Can't use it just yet. Legacy looking for it. Tally Flash is out. He's on 10 health. Raze gets the double kill. He gets the triple. He gets a quadra kill. The hook's on. Asia's gone. The Chaos Storm's chasing him. The root coming in from the Moonlight Vigil. Race is on the outskirts. He has no pressure. 27 minutes in. Legacy are looking to try and end this one. It's a last-ditch effort as Chippy jumps in. He gets the shutdown. A big component of this one. Can they find more? Tally locked up in place. Decoy going to fall on down, but Isles gets Chippy's. Legacy get the victory in this situation, getting the full 5-man ace. And this was a fantastic game that showcased energy from left, right, and center. But the Baron Pit with the quadra kill, with the outplay flash to juke out the Cataclysm, Legacy are here to stay.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Welcome back. Before we jump into the final game for the evening, Order versus Avant, we are continuing our love of animals with a little animal quiz. If you are 60 years old, you'll remember the TV show It's Academic. This is It's an Echidna.
What is going on?
What is this? Excellent. I couldn't quite tell if that was
Cool.
going to be the intro for the show or an Intel ad. All right. So the way this works is I'm going to give you clues, and you need to guess what animal I am.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty easy.
Do we
right?
all wait till the end?
No. You can jump in any time, but two rules. One, if you answer once, you're out for that round.
Yep.
Okay. Two, you all have to answer. Your buzzer is the sound of an animal. You, of course, will be honk.
Okay.
So then you guys need to pick an animal.
I'm gonna
cat,
move.
I guess. I didn't tell you about this bit when you
Yeah,
said,
no,
I'll
you
stick
did it.
around.
I'm a dog. Woof.
Give me your meow.
Moo.
Like meow.
But be like a cute cat.
No.
Yeah. Give me like a.
No, if I ever got a cat, I'd get like a Maine Coon, like one of those big lion-looking cats.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But will you?
We've got a
you at least
lion
do the
over here.
hands?
Like meow.
There
you go. Meow.
And what are you?
I'm doing a fake cow moo, not a real cow's moo. Because a fake cow says moo.
Yep.
A real cow is like
Okay, cool. At least I got one out of you. Okay, first up, first clue. My name is my best feature. I am literally my name. No one's getting that one. I communicate through my poop.
Oh, this is.
My horns are made of hair. Yeah, this one's brutal, trust me. You're never going to get it. I run as fast as Usain Bolt.
Meow. Wait, you said it's fast. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I was gonna say a cheetah, but like, no, that's way faster.
Does cheetah have
correct.
horns?
And cheetahs don't have horns.
Oh wait, is this? I thought they were all individual.
No.
Like, what sort of messed up cheetahs are you looking at? Anyone? The correct answer is the rhinoceros.
I was.
What's the
I
first
didn't realize
one?
it was made of hair.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was like protein or like.
Yeah, which is hair.
Okay, so I knew that it was
Oh,
hair, but
right,
what was the
of course it
first thing you
is.
said?
My name is my best feature. I'm literally my name. Rhinoceros means one horn.
Okay, I was
Horned
never
beast.
going to get it
Yeah,
from that.
there you go.
then.
Okay,
Lost
you'll
me.
get the
I
next
just
one.
debated myself so hard.
Segment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
I hate it.
I like it just because you did that. Damn. Okay, number two. My eyes filter out seawater, then I sneeze it back out.
What?
If my baby dies, I'll just kidnap another one.
Wow.
Woof. Dolphin?
No. But I like the lack of respect you think dolphins have for their young.
I just put it like, fuck it, I want this.
I don't fear humans because I am not used to land-based predators. 3% of all ice in Antarctica is made of my urine.
Honk, it has to be whale, surely.
Nope.
Really?
Really?
Moo?
Yep.
Is it a seal?
Nope.
Meow. Like, is it a penguin?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
There
We
you
got through
go.
all of the animals that could be out there besides a
Oh,
polar
a
bear.
penguin.
Yeah, so apparently they'll just waddle right up to you because they're not used to
Have you read the
anything
book?
that deep in the
Have you read the book Martian Rock?
No, but have seen Happy Feet. Is it the same thing?
No.
Okay.
Martian Rock is a kid's book. You should get it. Andrew would like it. Jess was obsessed with space.
Number 3. I'm the only creature that flies that has a belly button. Perporos in the chat says these are amazing facts. Yes, they are. Thank you very much. I make up a quarter of all mammals. There's over 1,000 variations of
Honk bat.
Yes.
They have a belly
Well
button?
done.
Yeah, because
Yep,
they're a mammal.
because they're a
Umbilical
mammal.
cord.
In the Civil War, my poo was made to use was used to make gunpowder.
Guano.
I'm not actually blind, and I give birth upside down. They catch my baby as it falls out.
Really?
Come on!
That's nuts.
But technically, you wouldn't even need to catch it because there would be an umbilical cord, so it would just kind of dangle. So next
Thanks
time
for
you
that.
walk into a next time I walk into like a cave, yeah, like a little bungee.
Bungee
When
One
you
into
walk
the
into a
world
cave next time,
extreme.
You don't need to worry about just the poo falling on you from the back. It's also the placenta. All right. Number 4. I can run as fast as a rabbit.
as fast as a rabbit.
Yep.
I don't know how fast
Honk.
it runs.
You're a rabbit.
Incorrect.
Damn it!
That would have been clever.
My young is called a Joey.
Oh, moo.
Yep.
Is it a kangaroo?
No.
Wow.
My name
Well, I got a really easy one for you.
Yeah. My name means no drink or no water in my country's native language. And finally, I am not a bear.
You're a wombat.
Yeah.
Wolf?
Yeah. Yep.
Koala?
Yes!
Wow.
Koalas can run as fast as a rabbit.
No, they
up to
can't.
35
Has
kilometers an hour.
That's crazy.
why. 35 kilometers
Maybe,
an hour.
I got
maybe a
baited by
koala
Rusty,
that's
though,
been
'cause I
off
was
the
like, Joey.
eucalyptus for like 3.5 months.
Yeah, that's true.
And has been living the Jimmy Shoot lifestyle of going to the gym every day,
Yeah.
then I'll buy it. But those guys have long-ass claws that are not made for running through the jungle.
It's a koala who's wandered into a cave of pregnant bats and needs to get out of there as fast as possible. Okay, final one. When the female of my species wants to mate, she screams.
Human.
Oh no, dude.
This is why you're single. I poop once a week, and when I do, I expel up to a third of my entire body weight.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Human.
Yeah, I mean, that's just definitive now.
I don't smell. But my fur is a cozy habitat for innumerable colonies of insects, algae, and bugs. I am actually built upside down internally. Yeah.
You've thrown me off.
These are really good, but like
I like
difficult.
these facts, but I don't know where it's going.
And I can rotate my head 270 degrees.
What?
Meow. Owl?
No.
Oh, it's good.
Honk sloth.
Yes.
What?
How messed up is that?
Yeah.
Look at that clean smelling but disgustingly dirty creature.
You know what's weird about the sloth's head turning is it would do it so slowly. It'd be like a horror movie. Like it just slowly turns 270 to look at you.
I know this because I watched one of those, like, who's that dude that does all the dumb stuff? Like all the extreme stuff where it's like...
Grills.
No.
David Attenborough.
No, the guy, like, he did like the Bollywood...
Johnny
like,
Knoxville.
No, did like the Bollywood like stuntman thing where they just jump out windows and stuff. Then the next time he's on like the Gaza Strip, then it's like limit something, like...
Yeah, right.
Anyway, he went to this weird tribe of cannibals that like inject themselves with some frog-toad narcotic and then they hunt sloths. And that was one of the sloth's facts, is that you tell where they are from their eyes, and you can always like generally see their eyes because they rotate their head constantly.
That's so creepy.
Yeah.
My favorite comment in chat was TKG Hal, who said, "Is this the new league champion?" I would play that, where like their ult is they poop out a third of their entire body weight.
Cool. W is a loud scream.
No, but you know what would happen?
Only if you're a female skin.
There'd have to be next.
So there you go. Yeah, sorry?
There'd have to be a skin though for that champion. It had to be Spawn raging out as Digimon.
It would be. That would be it. Well, there you go. That was It's an Echidna.
I watched it. I was a Pokemon. I have Pokemon socks on right now.
One of us.
He knows. This is why you're not on order anymore. All right, it's time to get into game number 4. Speaking of order, it is Order versus Avant. I know you're now a legacy man, but Tally, please talk us through the Order lineup.
And in the top lane, we have Big Swips, and in the jungle, we have Only. In the mid lane, we have Harry Kane, the superstar, and in the bot lane, we have Rare 7 and Ayla.
Smooth, Jake.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Bailey.
And Coach Spawn, I almost forgot.
Go back to bed.
Perfophorus in the chat wants an apology for me butchering their name. You're never going to get it. I reckon Order are probably feeling pretty good. Because AV are probably tilted after that mammoth.
Yep. Yeah. This is all the stars are pointing towards Order winning this game just based off the last two that we've seen of them. Of course, both teams are playing twice today, and AV was very shaky.
We need the cycle of life, the cycle of emotions. You know, they've had 1-1 weeks, 0-2 weeks. This could be the 2-0 week. This could be the full spectrum.
It could be it. Well, let's take a look at the AV lineup, who are hoping to fare a little better than they did against Mammoth Skimmy.
Yeah, it's going to be Drake who's still in that top lane. Lisa is their jungler. Chaz in the mid lane. They are going to sub in Violet, which we tend to see in these 2 games of a day. And then it's going to be Appy as their support. So expecting to see a little bit of a difference in the bot lane as a result of this flex. We've always asked for it in certain situations. It's never come out, but kind of refreshing to see it now.
It is indeed. All right, it is time to get into the final game of the evening. I hope you enjoy it. For purpose,
It is Order versus AV, and this is the Mackers Champ Select.
The final day, or the final game of the day, I should say, is Order take on Avant. Both teams playing twice in a day, and they're going to be how we round things out. Order looking for that clean 6-6 on their record, bringing them back to where they once were, giving them some love going into another week after the gauntlet they faced when they took on Legacy and the Chiefs. Avant, after, being defeated by Mammoth, they need some reasons to smile after day one here.
Order may have long conned us. We thought, maybe the curse was broken. They've gone, no, not 1-1 last week, but it could be the 2-0 after the 0-2 to equalize everything once again for them. So who really knows? With Order, AV, you're right. They really need to, they have a point to prove. They really need to show up in this game and bring it back for the squad. And Violet is going to be playing in this game. So with that change in mind, we have the Ultraviolet Super Carry coming in here for AV. Very good record so far when he joins the fray. Have to see how this one does go, is with no hesitation and with no Ornn ban, surprisingly against Order, that's just going to be locked.
Just easy insta-lock for them right there. Drag who's going to respond with the set, so it would seem as if top lane traditionally would be decided, but there is a fair bit of freedom, as we've talked about in the past, where they can flex towards the mid lane, towards jungle potentially.
And I do think a part of it was the bait. Like, what was removed instead of the Ornn? Well, Aphelios has actually been banned here as well.
Yep.
So now they know, of course, Order will pick it. They'll get Misfortune on their side. The risk with this is that I think Order are fully prepared for this trade. It's not something that's unfamiliar to them. They like to pick the mages in bot lane anyway. It could very easily be an Ezreal Braum if they wanted. It could still just be the Ezreal and any support, even an Enchanter if their goal was to win. But the point is there's options there as we await Order's picks.
I think it would have been a big luxury if Oni was able to get that Carpus a second time in a day after how strong he was in that situation and how good of a scaling champion it is, and that seems to be Avant's weakness, is that mid to late game comes around. If they're not ahead, they don't seem to have that comeback potential. So Oni's going to lock in the Elise, some strong early game.
He's had enough Karthus for 1 week.
Yeah.
Jeez. 5 levels ahead will have to do ya. There we go. We've got the Kai'Sa this time. We await the support champions, of course, for both respective teams. And with AV looking for their third champion, it could be a support if they want to ban some away from Hayri. Could be a mid laner if they want to do the exact same thing and just open the floor to any kind of supports being available. Violet looks good on Misfortune the last time we saw him compete, however. That does still stay in my mind, his Misfortune performance. They got some kills in lane in their 2v2.
Yeah. He's only played that in the Ezreal so far. Rare hasn't actually played the Kai'Sa at all. It's going to be quite excited to see that.
There's a clap. Hayri's fully ready. They picked LeBlanc, they banned Lissandra, and he had a Grimace followed by a clap. So, makes me think that was a clap of they've fallen into our trap here, and we have the pick ready. But I don't know what that is just yet.
Got an idea in mind right now. If you're looking at Order with these first 3 picks, a fair bit of engage potential, with the Repel to jump on in. Cocoon, obviously, Harry can then, Kai'Sa can jump in with her ultimate as well.
Yeah, so they need physical damage.
Desperately.
They have a Kai'Sa who can still build full AD, but I was just thinking, what champions exist that could work with the composition they have? At least being full magic damage does open the floor. They've got a full tank in top lane. If they choose to go magic damage in mid, it's passable. It's just, if our opponents then respond with a tank champion somewhere, it becomes a little bit harder to play the game out. No supports have been locked yet, right? So, just worth pointing out.
Well, they've locked away the Lee Sin for the displacement and a Pantheon for the lockdown and kill threat denial. Obviously with his shield being so strong at preventing that. But yeah, as you say, they're definitely needing some AD bruiser, potentially a Aurelia or something along those lines for Harry in the mid lane again.
And I say that because, well, first of all, he does play the Aurelia, but he's also a Yasuo player.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that it's the best mid lane matchup, but with an Ornn, you can always team fight with it. You can always get those ultimates off. So, always possible. Though I think with the Nautilus locked in, it becomes harder to play the team fights. Because you put yourself into the back line, bang, auto attack, stun, and you're just locked down anyway.
Won't be the Brawn, though, to completely negate it, so whether or not he wants to express that skill, they're just going to go down the full path of magic is the answer. Zoe locked in now. No Morgana for the Black Shield to prevent that, so if they find a pick, we talked about it in these first 3 picks for Order, they lock you down with a trouble bubble, chances are you're gone.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, with that Zoe locked in, we have seen this matchup a decent amount of times as well. Holds its own against the LeBlanc. You don't have as much kill threat, but you have more wave control if they use their spells to harass with viewers. There we go. Enchant to support. That's the way that Order plays.
All that magic. No need to build physical. Fully reliant, I suppose, now on Rare to itemize towards that.
You could always, and it most likely will just be a full AD, Kai'Sa. You can always count on Order to pick counters for Ayla and for Rare where appropriate. The fact that they do play Enchanters, blind picking the Nautilus, Morgana exists. I was sick of saying it as an option and not seeing it picked, so it is just refreshing to watch Order, who do like those Enchanters and are still trying to force that motto through the rest of the league.
Yeah, Order have a lot of engagement tools at their disposal, a lot of pick potential, and a lot of safety to survive. As Avant have a very clear identity in this one again, which is we want to get in your face. We want to lock somebody down. How much of what, how much of Ornn and Morgana, even Zoe, can be utilized to sort of shut down what Avant are looking to clump up to achieve.
I think it's very clear what Order are looking for in this game here as well. You've got the heal barrier bot lane with a heal in your mid lane as well compared to the Ignites and the Cleansers. I think it's very clear that, killing them is going to be difficult at this point. And so they're very easily able to get through that laning phase. And like you mentioned earlier in the draft, Zoe hitting bubbles, things change in an instant. You've got Morgana binding with Elise. So if a bubble hits, you are just locked down and killed. And then, of course, when you think of all of the crowd control they've got with a tank and a Kai'Sa composition, not only does Kai'Sa get a lot of backline access from Swiper from the get-go, but they have the capabilities of proccing that plasma with all of the crowd control there from Elise and from Morgana, let alone the Zoe bubbles. So Kai'Sa's going to be doing a lot of passive damage on top of what is presumably a mostly physical build.
So I asked you this question then, Rusty. Where do Avant look to try and find his advantages? If bot lane is incredibly hard for them to get kills based on the barrier and heal being utilized there, are they looking to try and get Sep or LeBlanc online to try and find advantages in that regard?
It could just be both. It could just be solo laners. Set into Ornn is good for Sep.
Yep.
We'll have to look at Dragku level 1, how he plays it out. Most sets will start E, and then they'll just harass in the lane itself, try and push past minions at level 1. And it's not the grasp from Swiper, it is the unsealed spellbook. So if I was Dragku, I see that summoner coming in, I would say, I want to start in lane at level 1. I'm not going to leash, and I'm just going to try and control the lane out and harass him 1v1 to get that control. Lisa then pass from blue up towards that side of the map. So he can gank mid, he could gank top lane. That's how I would play this one out, because those solo laners are the ones to look at.
We'll have to see if Avant are able to find those advantages, because right now they have a composition that has engagement, but Order have shutdown. If this game goes on long enough, the itemization towards that magic resist may be enough. Ayla, a little bit too confident with what Morgana can do.
Yeah, it seems like just wanting to throw the puddle down to maybe get some gold, and cops a hook for it, so feeling a little bit sad there will be Ayla not having that flash. Does open up some interesting possibilities for the likes of Lisa.
Is running Guardian on the Morgana there, giving him a bit more haste, a bit more mobility to disengage if a gank were to take place.
Swiper most likely needs to walk the long way after he gives this leash as well. Draco just going to walk straight into the lane itself. Last time we saw him start the lane, he forced the wave to freeze towards him. He's done the exact same thing here. No, that I will say that is good and bad. The disadvantage of what he has done top lane is that it actually pushes the wave closer to the Ornn's turret. So to play level 1 aggressively, you don't have as much space to work with. You see him here, starts E, gets the auto attacks off. I mean, that's a free trade, right? There is no trade.
No response.
From Swiper, but he's pushed the wave in, so freezing it does nothing.
Good response that time.
Yeah, just loses in response.
As the breath comes out and the brittle charge utilized. Also deceptively strong in his early games, but that's going to be the bread and butter, really. Exchanging when those cooldowns come online.
Also goes W at level 2. There was a possibility that you hold your E for level 2 spike and then you pull him in, auto, press Q, auto more times, Conqueror's proc. You've done more damage than that W ever would. Just the little details in that lane. It doesn't matter too much. The W is still free damage, and we're waiting for that Jarvan to pass towards this side of the map, which is why we look at top lane so heavily, because the wave's bounced, starts to come back. If Draku plays safely and doesn't push the wave in, suddenly Jarvan has kill threat up there and Swiper in a weird spot.
Junglers have definitely started on opposite sides of the map. The ward that they placed down to catch only doing this. Only moments before expiring. But I'm sure Chaz would have a fair idea that, well, he'll be there eventually. So it gives an idea to bot lane to say, look, you need to chill out.
Yeah, it'll be a free scuttle. Secured for the Elise. But I don't know where he'll go past that point. You know, mid lane has priority and is pushing it into secure. At Lisa, as the scuttle spawns, may actually be looking towards a gank in mid instead. If the chains connect, there is no cleanse, as it's the heal on Zoe, so that was possible. Not going to find anything. And like mentioned with Only, he's only going to get the scuttle for it, because mid has push, bot has push. There's no dive threat, and there's no jungle camps to take on the blue side of the map, so just a free scuttle taking what's there.
Drake, you're going to use the vision to scout out topside jungle. See that Only's not there. He's still down bottom side. Scuttle exchange, as you highlight, and he did get a ward across in towards the Bowen River. So we can see if a flank's going to come across as they try and juggle that vision, but Chaz is bullying at the stage. Definitely getting the electrocute procs working in his favor.
Draco's found himself in this point at the lane where Swiper's kind of held it where it was. The trades have been going decently well for Draco overall. You can see the massive health advantage that he's started to slowly accrue. But through all that, it doesn't mean that Swiper's going to die. He's actually been holding the wave pretty consistently where it is. And that's one of the, I don't want to say it's a pitfall of set, but it's one of the things you have to consider is that a lot of set's trade patterns push waves. You know, the W, the E, harass minions and deal damage to the minions. So to kill the Ornn, you got to push the wave in. And very hard to then set up for your jungler to gank if he's spending more time pushing while harassing than anything else.
He's pushing in this wave as he finds some love. It's a nice little vision ward on towards those raptors.
Where does Lisa go?
Yeah, Lisa's a bit of a rough spot right now.
Both junglers are kind of gank junglers. Really not finding opportunities to gank. But this is something we saw from AV last game.
Very early rotation from Appy as he does the reset.
Oh, that's hook.
He looks for the hook. The flag and drag connects. You go Drowsy, but you will die. Only responds. He's not going to be able to find the trade. Does burn a flash out of Lisa.
Yeah, lots of flashes actually used there. Pretty much everybody that was in the mid lane used their flash except for Chaz. It was Uppy's Ignite as well. Chaz doesn't double those ones up, so that was nice from AV. And this is one of those difference makers. You know, you think back to last game from AV earlier today, not a lot happened, and then they started to slowly lose. But Uppy gets freedom, and he is on fire.
Max range hook there as the combo comes down, but Ayla is on the hunt looking for the binding. Starts with a Tormented Soil to get some stacks on that Spell Thief.
That was a barrier by Rare as well, so well-earned barrier from that hook of Uppy. Things start very differently here. Confidence coming out of the Nautilus to make these plays happen. And even though Chaz walks onto the bubble, the Sleepy Trouble bubble doesn't do enough damage to kill him because his team's in front of him.
Yep, 4 flashes burnt in an exchange. Works out for Avant though, they take that.
That's 1,400 health left on the Drake. Hook misses.
Ooh, very close to it. The Black Shield comes across onto Ayla right now to survive.
Coming.
Teleports are coming in as well. Only runs one Ray, and the rest of the team run to try. Now it's a pincer maneuver. Ult comes in. Ayla's the one that finds the kill, and they respond in the tri-brush. Draku is massive. He deletes Kaiser. Now they turn their attention onto Swiper. Avant find the leg up, and they say, you can have Dragon, but we'll just kill your team.
But suddenly AV come into this game, and if you compare the game ones between these teams, this is not the expected result. 3-0-1 is the scoreline of the mid laner here of AV. And with 4-1 in kills and a big gold lead in a very serious way, not just playing the map, they are getting kills.
Very convincing in that exchange there. As we see how things started up.
And pretty simple, it was Order starting the Drake. They do get it. Hayri now comes in to try and help, and he's about to flash the wall into a set ultimate, as Chaz has already gone in and done some serious damage with those distorts. So this is not one of those situations where Order realistically want to be taking the fight. They lost a lot of health on the Drake before this even started. And then teleports come in, and all that does is get rid of summoner spells and give AV an extra opportunity for another kill.
Draku commanding so much respect by going for the showstopper in the tri-brush, locking in place at least 3 members.
And you asked me before, Skimmy, where do people want to get ahead in AV? My answer was the solo lanes, and well, we've got, of the 4 kills, all of them are on solo laners of AV.
Yep.
So you start putting them inside lanes or start planting your feet down where their characters can put in some work, some serious work. Well, Chaz is going to smack anyone he goes up against one-on-one, especially with Hayri having no sums. After Chaz gets the shop, just so we're clear.
Yeah, got the lost chapter right now, so be scary once that's completed. Going to dish out a fair chunk of damage, to say the least. Cold Blade online here for Violet, so wanting to farm up from afar. He was down in CS a fair bit beforehand.
Yep.
And that was because of the strength that Order were able to find with this double strength summoner, but
hey, you hit one hook on Nautilus and suddenly...
a lot of it's negated.
Yeah, suddenly things look a little bit better. Rare, of course, not having that in the last fight. It's only just about to be off cooldown. So little details, you know?
Yeah.
Hayri not having his own flash, only having a stolen one. Maybe could help the team faster.
Yep, seizing the moment and taking full advantage of it. Now Avant will want to continue this. First Rift Herald spawns. Not going to see the lane swap take place. Just going to be a solo exchange here as he picks that one up for free.
It was an odd timing for the fight because nobody was really level 6 yet. We just hit there for like 1 or 2 members of the team.
Yeah.
But like, now you look at the ultimates that are available. Ayla and Uppy aren't even level 6 themselves yet. They're just ticking over it as we speak. So if another fight happens, there is so much more damage available from each respective team, where there is actually just summoner spells missing everywhere.
There'll be another assessment of their power levels. There's spikes in this exchange, but as you highlight, yeah, no summoners is a big factor right now. Order looking to crash this wave in. They're finding one plate as a result.
Most teams...
protection because only still in the river.
Yeah, only hovering nearby. He's going to be spotted on a ward though. And Chaz is also recalling, so I think everyone just wants to play safely at the moment. Really, you know, a lot of teams will say, I don't have flash, and if both teams are saying it at the same time, you tend to wait for those spells to be available before you see any action.
Yep.
But I would personally say, I have a Luden's Echo. My opponent has a Lost Chapter. Let's fight. Let's find a target and absolutely obliterate them.
I'm LeBlanc. I don't need flash. Let's make something happen.
Yeah, and though Hayri does have his summoner spells back, I think it's easy to force them with a Jarvan just existing in the general area. And Chaz hitting chains.
Well, we'll keep our eye on where Lisa decides to path. If he is going to hang around this mid lane and ensure that Chaz doesn't lose that flawless record at this stage, doesn't fall victim to the shutdown bonus, the bounty. Does have that Rift Herald, so interesting to see where he decides to take it.
Yeah, good timing on the Rift Herald as well. I'm always a loud advocate on the second Infernal being up that it's not always worth taking. If I was AV, you know, I think that sacrificing an Infernal Drake for a tower in a lane is always going to be a worthwhile trade. Order, of course, would want that Infernal because it's 1 point closer to Soul anyway. Got 4% stats or a turret now with plating. You know, that's obviously where your preferences would lie, would be towards gold.
Both bot lanes have reset. Still waiting for their first item online for the AD carries. Now Avant, knowing that the Infernal Drake is online.
All right, they may look here. Of course, Chaz is strong. But he loses that trade, honestly. Now AV lose all their mid priority while they're setting up for the Drake. They need to respect their opponents here.
They do. Appy goes for the blind hook. Isn't going to find it. Black Shield would have been delayed and wouldn't have helped in that situation, but Swiper said enough. He's going to initiate to start things off. He goes golden on time of a sleepy sleep time. He's going to fall on down as Cataclysm locks in place Lisa. He uses the stopwatch as well, and the zoning ability of the bullet time coming out here from the Violet forces Order to back away. They wanted the fight, they wanted mid-prio, but they really wanted a Drake.
Yeah, they bring Swiper down. They do get the first pick attempt on. And even if they get that kill onto Api, stopwatch was burned, so that does hurt. They don't have enough health to contest this one. A steal is the only option. It was a nice try there from Rare, but that's it. So the objective does go over to AV. Now, Rift Herald hasn't been used during all of this, but we'll see how it happens again, because Swiper comes in into the fray, and then of course the Ornn ult with the Zoe bubble means that a lot of their CC was used aggressively, and the immediate response here from AV is to go for the engage themselves. Chaz over the wall that entire time. And Lisa, unfortunately for them, they double up their spells, and it's just flashed out by Hayri, who lives with the smallest amount of health. Overall, good for AV.
Very good for AV. Forcing out flashes, forcing out disengages, limiting the potential for Order to respond. And they get themselves on the score sheet with that Drake. Ocean Soul, ooh, terrible soon to expire, so not going to be able to get maximum value out of that one, but it is going to start running down the lane as a super minion.
Yeah, it looks like Geraldine's going to be running towards the bot lane outer. AV already pushing this wave in. See if they can get some damage onto the plate before it gets there. As you can see, Order are still walking down towards this lane to respond. Yeah, it won't break the turret, but it does get a lot of damage on. They're actually going to get zoned away, perhaps.
They've got members responding, so he's going to be late to this one, but 4 members of Avant are coming on down.
Yeah, the plate gold does go to Lisa.
He's happy to pick that one up. Black Shield on cooldown right now, looking to try and crash this wave in. Set themselves up for another dive attempt. Chaz will now be spotted by that ward because Tri was completely empty.
Violet with very little mana though, so I think a reset is still in order. That was one of those, like, it was a weird play, but Herald had to be summoned, so they made something that they could from it, you know? Even if it's a small thing. But they don't get punished in response, and they do put 4 people down there just to make sure something happens. That's not too bad in the end.
This has been pretty active around the map in recent times. Only's been forced to sit in his jungle, farming up a treat.
Yeah, when you've got a mid laner that's this fed, and I've said this earlier today, it's pretty easy to play League of Legends. Lisa now sees a 3-0 LeBlanc, says, well, mid lane can't respond at any moment because if we're mid, we have kill threat. For Order, it takes more than one person to be mid as a nice attempt.
Finding, looking to be utilized there, unable to find it. That could have been huge to try and swing the balance of this game right now.
Herald 2 is about to spawn, which is what AV are baiting, so looking for those picks perhaps.
Chains don't connect again, but they're going to look to try and take out Swiper. He has the ultimate, he has the flash hits, all the initiation potential in the world right now. Forced to flat across the wall. Going to respond with the all Nest is going to go one way on that train ticket. Bullet time deleting him. And deleting the potential for Order to turn that team fight around.
Yeah, Swiper the one who checks, and unfortunately for him, Swiper is the one who dies. As AV now get Herald number 2. They couldn't make the best use of the first one because they froze as Drake is, hang on.
Well, Draku's in a spot of bother. That grit shield won't be enough to prevent the burst that came out. It's a consolation for Order. Avant will pick up the second Herald of this game.
He might be wondering why he was there. A good cleanse from Violet will keep him alive. You might be wondering, why was Dragku the bot side of mid? Well, the answer, no one knows.
I was wondering where you're going with that one, Rusty.
There's one of those deaths that, like, it'll hit you and your only thought is, that's just my bad. There's no Drake. And if I'm walking a bot, why am I walking the aggressive way? My team is currently hitting the Herald and the enemy knows. You know, like that's kudos to Order for looking.
Yeah.
Because they do find it. But like, where's he off to?
I wanted the fruit.
Fruit collector.
What did I say? You keep healthy by eating 5 fruit a day? It's all a scam.
Yeah, he got 3 fruit in and was murdered. If he got those other 2, he might have lived, is what you're saying.
Back to the dirty carbs. Well, Order finding some situations in which to try and tide this fight, this game in their balance. Rare. He's got a bounty to his name now. He's getting himself online. But the big question still has to remain, Rusty. Chaz is 3-0.
Yeah.
He has still got all the potential in the world to just snap his fingers and like Thanos delete you.
He's very powerful. The next Drake coming up as well. And his strength's still definitely there. I will say he has been kind of matched by his opponent in Hayri when it comes to damage, having the Ludens to match that. But Chaz is making waves in bot lane as Order are looking to run him down. It is a LeBlanc, it's hard to kill.
This is what they're after. Harry using that flash on his W. Chaz flirting with danger. Oh, actually juking out the ultimate from Morgana. He's now buying time. He realizes he's in trouble. He will fall on down and only is the one to pick up the shutdown.
That was a lot of time, Skibby, and now they're able to push mid lane in response. The Drake could be taken from Order, but I think they'll have to run mid first because that's a Herald and it could be a power play straight down mid lane, multiple turrets. So correct choice here by Order. They respond to mid, The charge will still go off, and that will be the turret. But the Drake will be given over, with Chaz dying for it. Now AV have just dispersed towards top lane while Order are pushing mid anyway. Need to get back there.
Feels to me overall that Order quite happy with this one.
Yeah.
They got the upper hand. Yes, they bought a lot of time with Chaz, but the advantages weren't able to be found, and they're going to get compounded just a little bit further as Appy gets caught on the wrong side of the jungle. No fruit this time around.
What are our band of travelers doing over there?
The boys in blue are going for a jog.
Order of the team that goes running, so their shoes on the wrong foot there. Yeah, I don't know. Appy was walking towards mid lane, just doesn't quite get in there, and then they pick him off. Very well done. Again, like I'm not to discredit Order by any means. They're playing the map as they should be. Given
And they're
what,
playing their comp too, right? Because it's looking for picks.
Yeah, and given what their opponents are doing, and they're following through nicely. It's just, Dragku was getting some honey fruit, and Appy was slow to rotate back to mid after they went for a wander top.
And that gold lead that Avant worked so hard in these early stages to acquire is slowly falling away. Rare continues to grow stronger.
Here's a big boy now. Working towards those evolves, has got the Q done. Quincy's Rage Blade, the item of choice next, it seems, as he has got that amp tome. Poised to do a lot of good work, but I would say that Violet is still very strong and worth considering. They haven't been able to shut him down yet.
Got all their summoners available. Could be a big talking point when this next fight breaks out. Next Dragon up in 3 minutes. Baron spawning in the next 5, so vision control is going to be the next talking point as we look to see how the teams set themselves up. So far for Order, vision is very defensively placed if you look at the minimap.
But it's because they haven't broken a turret. So, both Rift Heralds did go to AV. They were able to make that work around the map. All of the others are broken.
Yep.
So AV have a much easier time placing wards and setting up the map just because they have a closer safe point to that of Order right now. Order have been matching the kills. You think back to how'd they get the Drake? Well, they killed Chaz bot lane, but Chaz got the turret for that effective trade. Top's pretty much full health because it's a set versus one, so that was pushed the whole time. And at the moment, it seems like the best approach they have is to group for kills, but they've never translated a kill to a turret.
Treku was running up that river as Order are coming to meet him. They were ready to say hello. Buying some time, is going to go back to that bottom lane. Does have teleport available. And if Order face check this one, they're going to be met with their own hello party.
I mean, they know they're there. So face checking that one would be for a reason as Nautilus.
Well, they're going to start things off instantly. Nautilus is going to initiate. Stone Plane ain't surviving here. Redemption going to come down very early on as Bullet Time finds the full valley, but not onto many targets. Cataclysm locking in 3 people. There's just no follow-up damage. And Rare, he was big before, but he's huge now. He's 5-1. Oh, can they find this kill? Lisa's drowsy, but they were blind.
Hayri's just got flashes everywhere to steal from his opponent's Order. They'll get the team fight win, and still not looking towards turrets because Baron is up. And will the contest even be there from AV? How long will this Baron take? I don't think they'll get there too well in time. Kaiser does a lot of damage to him.
Mailer buying time, the wards are down, Baron down to 4k, 25% in counting.
They can't see Lisa. He's
doesn't
actually
have flash. They can't contest this one, only will smite it, and he will collect. Avant too late to the party there, and now Order finding a convincing skirmish, get the Baron off the tail end of that one, and are now in the driving seat with this gold.
Yeah, now definitely poised to take this one up. He starts the fight off with an ultimate onto Ayla. If he was trying to click Rare, it doesn't matter. The spell should have went onto him, and he dies before Draco even gets to the fight. Misfortune's ultimate isn't in the direction of anyone except for Only as well, unfortunately. And then he walks into the Ornn's ultimate. So very easy for Rare, like mentioned during the draft, to follow through on an Ornn ultimate for that CC, get in there and put some damage down. Then Hayri flashes in, flashes out, flashes everywhere.
Could have been a difference maker there, because you saw how many are locked in place with the Cataclysm. They get punished, and Avant take, Order take full
The flash kick.
Full ability of that option. Going to pick up a kill on towards Nautilus.
Yeah, that's what you want with the Baron buff. They'll start with a pick. Now, they have only really attacked the mid lane. Hayri's showing bot lane as we speak and Swiper top. So that will be it for mid lane, most likely. Rare, no flash. Does need to respect at least a little.
Yeah, Rare needs to be careful. He's being caught out in positions like this before. Lisa looks for it instantly. This time, we get the one but we want. He manages to get out eventually. Ayla, the sacrificial lamb, gives him the black shield before he falls on down. Redemption, too little, too late. That's what we wanted to see from Avant, but from Order. Why?
And there goes Rare. we could start a hashtag in his name. That was 1,000 gold. They get the turret. They do get top lane as well. They pushed in bot, so they reset their waves, but, you know, that's just the way he is.
Shaking your head at that one.
It's just weird, because I shouldn't be able to predict someone dying like that. But I can predict someone dying like that. I have no flash. I just used it for the kill mid, right? We all know he has no flash. The enemy jungler is a Jarvan. Misfortune has ultimate. Do I hit the turret?
Because they could have just backed away, picked up the Drake for free, utilized the side lane pressure. Regardless.
And there is a hovering Ayla, so I think that, like, in part, he thinks, I'm safe, I can ult out.
Sure.
But, like, AV's not showing anywhere on the map. Chaz and Draku just wander mid. Chaz now gets 1,000 gold, by the way. He's the one who collects the shutdown. That's his large rod.
And just giving Chaz another window to get himself back into this game.
Order's still pushing well and truly in control of the game. Yeah, it's just one of those hiccups. They've also got the Molten Edge now completed. Swiper starts to get those levels on his own, and he is a side lane Titan at the moment. Just pushing in those waves while his team protects him.
Well, Baron buff will be used in the bottom lane. That's going to get this tier 1 turret down. Baron buff now expiring. As Avant will just run it straight down mid and say, come at us.
Order are responding, however. They're not staying bottom. They're not showing on the wave. Baron not up for a little while, so really it's just a disengage for the sake of it.
Only looking for a flank right now.
Yeah, he
Swipe
has...
on a wide angle too.
He has no flash, though, only. It would be about Swiper.
Swiper going to decide against it in the end and say, look, the wave is perfectly positioned for me to get a tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Let's get the rotation on.
And Chaz is showing mid. There was a missing ping on his head, so they know he's just disappeared. Swiper's just going to hit the turret a few times for, you know, a weak bait, but everyone knows that Order are down here, and they will be able to push forwards and pressure this turret. See how far they get. Note that Rare still doesn't have flash. So Jarvan's still in a position to look.
A lot of damage coming out instantly on towards Nautilus. He's out of this fight before he even had a chance to start. Double redemption, what does it mean? It means that Order are crushing this team fight so far. It's a triple kill as they go forward. They want to take down Chaz. He's down to half. He's basically at the fight, so consider that a quad. This makes bottom lane exposed. There's no objective to contest right now. They want an inhibitor, Rusty.
Yeah, and they still have a massive Kai. So with that black shield there to protect him, so hard for AV to get those engages when everyone from Order is standing in front of Rare. So that will just be the inhibitor going down. No response available from AV. And once again, Order, they start to hit their stride. And as they do, they are unstoppable.
Nautilus not having the most fun in these engagements. He's the one trying to lead the charge, start the charge. Always the one that is receiving the bulk of the CC. And you'll see from the start of this replay.
And quite simply, the binding hits onto Uppy. I feel like this applies to what we saw happen in mid lane. I don't think Nautilus can engage. I don't think he is the person who should be starting these fights off. I think it should just be Lisa. First and foremost, there is a black shield to counter you. So the Morgana existing means that you can't exist. And then a binding hits, so he can't proc Aftershock. Just dies, just evaporates off the map because of Order's composition.
Yep.
So if it's not Lisa looking, I don't think he can. Maybe a flash E from Draku is possible as well.
There's pressure all around the map. Avant know that they are dealing with a potential soul point, dealing with a potential Baron and end condition. They are funneling around in this jungle, trying to play Happy Feet. Chaz has to be careful.
They at least force the Mimic Distort out of Chaz there. With Baron up, it'll be nice to get them some extra control around the map, and they do force it as Happy. Hey, bud.
Happy's there again. Swiper looks for it. Lisa is there to respond if he needs to. Happy down to half. Stoneplay already used. He's a tanky boy, but the response and the turnaround, if you don't kill us, we kill you, says Draku as he jumps into the team fight. But he's in the wrong spot. Rare 7 has mobility. He runs it down mid. He doesn't care about Flash. It's up now. And Harry's going to use it.
Oh,
he's going to use it twice. He's going to get drowsied. He's intoxicated by these plays. They don't care about the buffs.
Well, they're just going to try and look to end the game here. 3 people still alive from AV. They can get to the wave. Misfortune Ultimate will clip the minions down. They're going to just disengage, go back to the wave they prepared earlier anyway if they would like.
Showstopper's still available, but Draku just has no means to try and utilize it. There's no bullet time, there's no burst unless they're looking at Chaz. He's got no summoners. And Harry has reached that point of the game where Zoe does Zoe things. First Nexus turret falls on down, and the members of Avant fall on swiftly too. Double digits for Rare. Double kill, 12 and 2. The game is said and done. Talking about double digits, Order will find their very first 2-0 week.
And it ends with a 12-2 Kai'Sa as well from Rare. They get the wins. Honestly don't understand why they're doing the Halo run there, but they'll take their memes. They'll get their victories. And a 2-0 to match the 0-2 of last week. The curse still exists.
That's a happy man right there as he jumps and dances around, screaming and shouting. Fantastic performance of him, a small blip in the mid lane there. But otherwise, a very solid performance on this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, there was also the Fighter Dragon, right? So there was a couple of moments that Order can very easily just VOD review, go back and be like, what were we doing here? But at the same time, they picked their moments where their opponents, any mistake that AV made, it did feel like Order were there to catch that and to punish that accordingly. It took them a while to even break a turret, but they still did what was necessary to get that victory. So at the end result, Order still definitely the better team in the game. Even though there was some hiccups on the radar, there was some blips, some moments where you're like, oh, AV, maybe they are doing it here. You know, once again, through the likes of Chaz, who has been playing pretty well, honestly, score of the team aside through this split.
Must hope for Chaz there, having that strength, but then feeling a little bit gimped by the fact that there's no summoners, team reluctant to try and team fight, unable to utilize that advantage, that power spike that he's achieved.
You have such a game of vocab, man.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm not going to talk about it on air. I'll tell you after.
Well, regardless, let's go back to some other guys with a different vocabulary. It's Nick and Jake.
And it's dad vocab.
It is, yeah. Go to bed. Well done, Order. I think Rusty said it as we were coming down to the studio, but the curse still exists in some ways because obviously it was you win 1, you lose 1 each week, and then it was you lose 2, and now it's you win 2. I don't know. I don't have much more analysis other than that.
Yeah, I think we try and make the wins look hard sometimes.
Yep.
That's a characteristic of an Order game. We really do try to run it down every now and again.
Yep.
As Ronan's now trying to feed Bailey a treat on camera.
You're not getting it until you sit.
Hold it a little bit higher.
Oh, yeah. Good work. Yeah, you can have it. Wow.
So
you are cute.
That was chocolate.
All right, talk to me about that game, boys. The last word that I heard before I left the room was, Coach, what does our draft actually do? Did we figure it out at any point?
Not really. What did our draft do?
I'm not sure, but we kind of like learned as we went. There was definitely a couple of us weren't too confident, but we made it work. Yeah.
I was confident the whole game.
A couple.
Were you actually?
Whatever this BD energy you have over the last couple of weeks is just really working for you.
I mean, honestly, talk to us about it. Like, fans have been very vocal online about playing back-to-back games, and the day does seem to have negative impact on performance. Now, 2 games on Friday, picked up 2 wins. What is it like to play 2 games on the day? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Honest response.
I like it when we win. I don't like it when we lose, because when you lose 2 games on one day, it's double the pain.
What if you won 1 and lost 1?
Depends which one was the last game. So if you like lose the first one and then win the second one, it feels like kind of okay.
Yeah.
But for today's like today, it's freaking amazing because we've won 2. So it's like double the energy, double the hype. Everyone feels good. The vibes are good. Are they, Ronan?
Yeah, they're great.
The vibes are great.
They're fantastic.
So it's good. I like
Absolutely.
And I want to talk about a specific point in the draft because Ronan's giving me the shits at the moment. In the game, actually. And it was when we got Baron buff, right? And we're buffing 3 waves. And then pings went down onto Dragon. And Ronan decided he wanted to whack tier 2 turret mid lane. How did you feel when you knew he was going to die again, Geordie?
Look, I told them I was on Dragon a couple times. And I think Billy also knew I was on Dragon, but Nos really wanted that mid turret. So,
I thought we won, but they kept distracting me with, I'm on Dragon.
It was
Dude,
definitely
fight,
it was definitely a 2v4 outplay situation.
Yeah, I was feeling it, but, sometimes the old man hands catch up to you. Almost 20 now. It's getting a bit disgusting.
Yeah. It must be really tough.
Yeah.
Can you please just close the
look,
show out?
we gotta get rid of this kid. All right, let's take a look at the results from today. Well done, Order, on the last win and on the first win of the day. That was Order taking down PGG for game number 1. Huh?
Thanks.
You're welcome. Only Gag your boy. AV fall to Mammoth for game 2. Direwolves can't take down Legacy for game 3, and then Order obviously taking out Avant. And I'm loath to say it, but Rare popped off with 12 kills. I think it was by the end of the year.
12.
Yeah,
it's good counting.
It is good counting.
Were you counting them?
No.
Absolutely.
I just looked at my items and I was feeling like a goddamn snack.
Speaking of a snack, look at the games we got coming up tomorrow.
Oh, can't wait.
Tasty.
No order game.
There's no order games, exactly. So we won't need to sit through this again. Legacy versus Gravitas, game number 1. It's then Mammoth versus Chiefs for game 2. PGG taking on Gravitas again for game 3. And then Chiefs make a comeback versus Direwolves, who are also looking to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this week, I thought Direwolves looked pretty hot in their last 4 games. Obviously, they had a rough early game versus Legacy and then pulled it together and then kind of lost the game when they should have won it. That first Baron fight was when the Direwolves comp was really strong, so they would be kicking themselves at losing that opportunity, and I expect them to come out swimming versus Chiefs tomorrow. Who you got? You got Chiefs or Direwolves?
Oh, I got Direwolves. I thought Direwolves were like smurfing today, and it was kind of like unlucky 50-50 Baron fight. Yeah, I'm backing Direwolves tomorrow, for sure.
I'll be taking my day off. Not thinking about League of Legends.
So Hoity Toity says, Grimrose says, private schoolboy looking dude, and I assume he's talking to the one in the scarf. All right, it is time for me to mention the OPL anime competition. If you send in anime drawing inspired by the OPL, that is sick. It gets picked. You get it on the show. You get yourself some skins, my friends.
Some skins.
This week, the skins are coming in from the Black Frost range.
Is that new Alistar skin?
Yeah,
that is dope AF Alistar.
There's a Renekton skin as well.
Real?
Yeah.
Good?
I don't know if Swiper's seen it yet, but it's a Smurf
awesome.
skin. It looks sick. It looks really cool.
And if you don't have the champ, then you get the champ as well, so that's a pretty good.
Oh, no
deal.
way.
So, yeah,
that's a chicken wrap combo upsized. You get a bit of both.
Or
or
a Big Mac combo. Move on to the next segment.
That too.
Maccas.
You can take this one. A reminder that in a couple of weeks we have Recall and Restore Week. That means all weekend we are partnering with Headspace to talk about mental health and the National Day Against Violence and Bullying. A very important cause and something that we hope that you will be able to come and be a part of. That's in 2 weeks' time for week 8. That is the Recall and Restore weekend here at the OPL. A massive thank you to our sponsor, McDonald's. Can I please get a yay for Maccas in the chat? Because I think we need it right now. And then we have the MPL coming up, and it's going to be a viewer. We're going to play with a viewer.
Yep, that's what we're doing because... a fan from Twitch chat. Because I think you guys have to be on a plane, right? Yeah. You guys got... Yeah,
I
good.
can play on the plane.
How did he get your microphone? You're the one I actually want to hear from. All right, so please stick around for the MPL. We've got more OPL action coming your way tomorrow from 4 p.m. We've got MPL action coming your way right now, and we will see you very shortly.
Imagine living with that.
Bye.
And the rest of the team runs to try. Now it's a pincer maneuver. Ult comes in. Ayla's the one that finds the kill. And they respond in the try-bus. Draku is massive. He deletes Kaiser. Now they turn their attention onto Swiper. Avant find the leg up. Well, they're going to start things off instantly. Nautilus is going to initiate. Stoneplane ain't surviving here. Redemption going to come down very early on as Bullet Time finds the full value, but not onto many targets. Cataclysm looking in 3 people. There's just no follow-up damage. Ren needs to be careful. He's being caught out in positions like this before. Lisa looks for it instantly. This time, we get the one, but we want. He manages to get out eventually. Ayla, the sacrificial lamb, Gives him the black shield before he falls on down. A lot of damage coming out instantly on towards Nautilus. He's out of this fight before he even had a chance to start. Double redemption, what does it mean? It means that Order are crushing this team fight so far. It's a triple kill as they go forwards. First Nexus turret falls on down, and the members of Avant fall on swiftly too. Double digits for Rare. Double kill, 12 and 2. The game is said and done. Talking about double digits, Order will find their very first 2-0 week.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの島に何を見て何を探してきた
back!
Who stole my penta?
Oh, baby, that's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work!
Let's go, boys.
It's easy to pretend.
Gamers.
You know I'm
Wait,
not
who's our fifth today?
Should've known better than to cheat.
Oh, is
friend.
it? Yo, that's nice for them.
What a great song.
Rusty Costa, orders born, scare me and a viewer, please.
I assume we're on. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the MPL. We are missing a 5th member of the team.
God, why can't I ban this guy?
Who is this
This
guy?
idiot in chat.
Who is it? Name and shame.
I had to refresh.
Don't name him.
Oh my god, the Black Frost skins are actually
Yeah, they're actually cool, aren't they?
lit AF.
They're very cool. Show me the
That's Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
That's Alistar. Where's Renekton? Show me
the Renekton one. Show me it.
Eternals. No, don't want you. Oh.
Oh god, he looks like a dragon.
He does a little bit, doesn't he?
We don't time them out. Don't worry, they're gone. Get out of here.
I want all of them. Oh, is that a
Dragon
legendary
alligator.
one?
Phoenix, you win. Well done. I was actually thinking it could be Lady Dubsy because she's given me so many skins.
they
and
have
she's not actually
chromas.
on tonight. Such a shame. She got the chat up. What's chat doing? Don't hurt Rusty.
Oh my god, it is so hot in here. It is like just the complete opposite. And can someone please get
is that
me
his name?
an unbranded energy drink?
Oh yeah. Yes. Like hard ban, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yep.
Someone in production, I know you can hear me. Stop ignoring me.
How good does this look?
That is actually a very cool skin.
Very nice.
That's actually super smurf.
Can you boys join the game?
I'm in.
Join the party?
That's a good skin.
We're in. You're not in.
I made the party.
You're not there.
You must have left.
Wait, whose lobby are you
What
in?
are you talking about?
Did you get invited by Phoenix and
No, I
Reavers?
made the lobby and then I invited you guys.
Okay,
Oh,
who
poor
am I
Phoenix.
inviting?
I'll invite Phoenix.
Who's Phoenix?
Oh,
No,
shit.
so you're joining
I
him,
didn't
not
wanna
inviting
join.
him.
No.
That's,
Get me out of this. Get me out of this.
Well, I'm taking you back.
Get me back. Okay, you want to invite
So you
Phoenix
just hit plus.
272.
Yeah, so you just hit plus. See the plus button? No, when you go back over him.
Just right-click him, man. Invite to game should be the top one.
Can't you just hit that plus?
No, that's what I did. It put me into
joins.
their party.
that joined.
Yeah. See?
Maybe I'm a noob too. I only know how Path of Exile's invite system works.
Good game.
I still haven't received an unbranded drink of energy supplemented variety.
What was this?
Hey Nick, hit accept.
Nick? Yes. Thanks, Jack.
You are so lucky you have me.
I say that every night before we go to bed.
Do you want this, Spawn?
I mean, no, I want Riven 100p.
Caitlin, hell yeah.
I've used all my roles.
I mean, there's some good characters up there. There's Katarina. There's Brand.
Do we go double support and just sweat it up?
Yeah, you can do that.
Arcade or pool party?
Oh, Pool Party definitely is the best.
Pool party?
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Better than arcade?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
No, Pool Party just has way better animations in game. I actually hate the
Sure, you win.
other animations.
This is like
Oh, what is
visiting my
this?
parents. I don't know what that means.
Valiant Sword Riven Prestige Edition. Holy shit, why don't I have that?
Oh, there's someone in chat.
What's Valiant
who
Sword
is an
Riven?
Iron One trick.
I never...
Ranger Bree, you would be perfect for this right now. Absolutely.
I just
join
bought a
this.
new Riven skin. I never play Riven, but it looks cool.
How do they get in then? How do we get another viewer after this? Or did you just pick...
Just add me. Just add me.
Add Nick Boy.
Add Nick Boy. I'll add you. What was your name? Ranger Bree. Pool Party Caitlin is the best. Sure.
It is. It's a top tier skin.
I'm glad I assume Lady Dubsy gave it to me.
Bless you. Yo, I'm excited. You're playing Caitlyn. Wait,
Yeah.
have you played Caitlyn before?
Yeah, and I owned.
My
Yeah, it was
RSI?
that one Sever, right?
Goat skin, you mean on
Yeah,
Caitlyn?
Pizza Lady. Pizza Lady, you love her.
My RSI on my wrist is actually really bad this week.
Add him. Add him.
I don't know why.
Well, you are twice as old as your ADC.
Yeah, pretty much. And my ADC is a pain in the ass.
Wow, we had to take the microphone away from him at the end.
Yeah.
He got a little
He gets
two
chirpy.
trips to the couch. Whew.
Too many.
He gets big brain.
We should have bought Bill. Bill's always chill.
Oh, one of our opponents is in my clan.
Really?
Oh, actually, they
How do
are.
you feel about
There's
that?
a Rusty over there.
You're Girth Lord?
Well, it's clearly the one that says Rusty.
All these people are in.
How did you know?
Heckers. What's Heckers?
Heckers is hectic.
Heckers is hectic, yeah. It's Heckers.
Hector.
Is that a... That's a... It's a super twee thing. Is that like an Adventure Time thing or something?
I don't think so.
Oh, the sound every time it catches me
Heckers
out.
is a dance thing, isn't it?
I'm never gonna dance again.
I'm going to build full support this time. We made that mistake last.
Oh my god, this skin is actually insane.
Look at the opposition with their low tier skins. Correct, Chewy Apple.
Oh my god, everyone that plays Riven should play this skin.
Lady Dubsy, you just turned up. I was just talking about how I was trying to invite you to the game and you weren't here, and so no game for you. That's a sad champ. That's what that is.
We stand still and just win wall the queue.
I was going to invite you. I was going to invite you.
Now, Rusty, after this game, your
Hey.
trust in me as the support is going to be so strong.
Really?
The Yumi game is going to be out of your mind.
Anything more than a 0, it's pretty good.
It is just so loud. Like, why is it so loud? And why can I not press escape?
Not playing Carrot Riven. Ah, what skins you got?
I got Valiant Sword Riven, and it's actually insane.
It's kind of nice. That looks awesome.
Oh!
I'm kind of smurfing though.
Cookie? Oh! There's a flash. Time to flash. 419.
Kind of smurfing,
flash.
no?
Let's get Smurfy up.
Okay. Come on. Jiffa. Wait, so which one is in your clan? Do you remember?
Loki Cat.
Loki Cat.
The Cogmon.
Oh, we know Loki Cat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loki Cat's in chat all the time.
Absolutely. It's
Oh,
just
this is going to be terrible.
when you're in Clan Rusty and you oppose me, I do not hold back.
Yeah, nice.
Because now he is the prime
It's
target.
tough love. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, mess up Girth Lord.
They're just not doing anything.
Very fun. It's a very fun thing to say.
It's quite
You gotta say XX.
Girth is a great word.
Rusty will ban me from saying it. There it is!
Nice, nice!
They
Come
exhausted?
on!
They exhausted?
Exhausted.
They're smurfing.
I have buttons soon. Riven CDs are actually quite long.
This is disgusting. Flashes instead of
yeah.
E's. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. But I always get told I don't use my spells, so I was trying to prove that I remember I have them. I won't try and impress you anymore.
Well, that guy got baited.
Whatever your name is. Hey! Is it Papyrus? Papyrus, I think.
Perforus.
Like, it's like papyrus.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Rusty ulted.
Hell yeah. I just ticked 6, so I had to. I have to say, Grim Reaper, I think your caps lock was on backwards there, bud.
I still haven't received an undisclosed product of energy sustenance. Which is making it very hard.
Oh! Skim Dog.
Yo!
That helped so much. Oh no, that was Phoenix. You did nothing. Sorry.
I pressed my wave on you, but then you got him as well, so it's like double support. It's actually super annoying for them.
Hey, just stand on this.
Yeah, we'll stand on that. That's a great idea. Hand him down.
It's flashed. I got nothing for you, Russ.
We'll all back up.
Top your boys up.
Grim Reaper says, Spawn, I'll be able to get you a bottle of fancy orange juice soon.
Ah.
Fancy OJ.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thanks,
that's,
Grim.
That's a good offer.
I was like trying to run up to you to give you the E.
Nah, I just wanted that dude real bad, but I got knocked out of my E.
Delanos, imagine subscribing to the OPL to get into the MPL.
I mean, that's pretty good.
If this doesn't get me into the next game, I don't know what will. I like that.
19 months?
Dang. To get into the next game, you just need to, whoop. You just need to be the first one to invite yourself.
Invite yourself?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Wow.
Oh, exploded. It's because I'm just wearing a bikini. Who runs into battle in just a bikini and like a shawl?
I'll wait for your ulti. And I'll just hit them with the wave of the bubble.
We get a chat versus Nick game.
I would absolutely love to own chat.
Can you do custom games in ARAM?
Yeah, you can, but you can't re-roll. So you just like,
Right, okay.
you get what you have, and that often
okay.
makes for some really
I'm not scared of that.
lopsided League of Legends, you know? We've done it before.
Ah! Oh,
Dear
come
I
on.
got you, Nick.
Thank you, buddy.
Run, run, run.
Yeah, they are coming.
I've only got bubble now, so I'll give you my blessing.
I'm gonna actually just straight up here. Dead.
Ooh! Smacked me in the face.
Okay, what's the game plan?
Just hang out, really. Have a good time.
So wholesome.
That's what matters, right?
Just build that big damage, Nick.
Literally no way we can lose
What's
this
the
game.
angriest you've ever been?
Oh, geez. One time, my brother from like 1.5 meters above me, I was just laying down in a beanbag, for no reason, eyed me off, and then jumped heel first into my face.
Oh my god.
Like, for no reason. It was just completely malicious.
How old were you?
I was probably like 16.
That's brutal.
I got so mad.
So that's like a grown man jumping.
Yeah. And he was just young enough that I didn't want to direct it at him. Like, the
Right,
age
okay.
difference.
Yeah, yeah.
So I...
Like you would have gone to prison.
Yeah. So I just took it out on the wall. I've never done that before.
Nice.
It's probably the angriest I've ever been.
You sized that wall up like a kangaroo.
Oh, straight through it.
Ulti and 10.
Yeah, see, the problem is they're just not fighting.
They're very scared.
Gangplank and a keg from there.
I mean, I'm ready. I'm so far away though.
Good Jace. Never mind, they're running.
He flashed an army.
Nice
dodge.
work. Nice
Interesting.
work. That was it. That's why they don't fight, because they suck.
And Yasuo. Yeah.
Why did the Jays flash me? What?
What do you do about it? Stop me from playing Yasuo? ARAM?
Go! Ah, oh, damn you.
I looked for like the bubble because I knew he was going to connect. Here he is, the Yasuo.
Sick.
Delano says, I lagged out of a ranked game once and stormed into the kitchen and threw an avocado at the floor as hard as I could. That's a really sweet It's like a childlike anger.
You know, there was Perforus has just mentioned this. I don't even know if I said that right. Persephone. About Earth. The first ever Earth game that I played was against Carbon.
Yep.
And he fountain camped us for about 6 minutes. Like, we could not leave the fountain.
Yeah.
The second you spawn, you died.
That's right.
Because they had like a bunch of range champions. That was the closest thing to being the maddest I've ever been in League.
Oh, the health is just not good right now.
Oh, I didn't even realize he was on me.
Nice
I mean, it's Rusty. Rusty's
nice.
in Narnia.
Yeah, I understand.
It's you and me, Nick.
And
All right,
run
let's make
away.
a play. Let's make a play. Let's make a play.
Let's make a play.
Ready. Have you got snowball?
No, never.
Just ulti him.
Oh.
Play mate.
There it is. What up?
Play mate.
Well done, brother.
That was it.
Press ulti.
That was just the cockiest thing in the world. Worked though.
Oh, man.
You just had Dark Harvest and like he was so low.
Well, you do get that sometimes. Go, Nick. Smack them with your gun.
Nice energy that I'm receiving.
I know who that's directed at, and it's working.
I'm just so tired because I haven't received an energy drink of an undisclosed flavor. This is sleepy spawn breathing.
You know who should make energy drinks?
Who?
McDonald's.
They should. I have ulti and stuff whenever people want to go.
Alright. I'm just giving you tie callers every time.
I just spent 5k, so like I'm ready to actually just murder them all.
Alright, let's go.
They just all run.
Yeah.
3 seconds. 2 seconds. Alright, I threw myself at them.
Gangplank, Nick. Bubble, live. Hit him.
Nice.
Well done, brother.
Nice.
Well done, brother.
Spicy.
You guys can take that.
Yeah.
I make a play. Have you got ulti?
Yep.
There it is.
Play 2.
So good.
Play 2.
Every time. Yeah.
It's tragic, Chewy Apple.
Oh, he dodged it. Go. Oh, I gave you the buff too late. Could have slowed him.
That's not a platinum level play there, Skimmy.
I
Still
know.
in gold there, mate.
If I'm not plat by next week, I'm gonna get so roasted.
By next week?
Yeah.
Strict timeline for yourself.
Oh look, I want to be like diamond.
He's goals oriented.
I want to be diamond by the end of this like season. No, not this split.
Oh, the actual season.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good growth pattern.
What were you in the other game that you used to play that we're not going to mention the name of?
Grandmaster.
Okay.
So you have the makings of at least
I just
gold
need to
in
know
this
what
one.
half these champions do. Like I get to lane and like I'll die in top lane and then they're like, oh, you know the lane's over, and I'm like, what? Like how's it over?
Oh, it's not. That's just a lot of League of Legends players' mentality.
Yeah. Like, oh, Darius got a kill, it's over, you lose, and I'm like, what? So I just need to learn all those like
Nick has actually improved
minor
a lot.
things.
It was all the time off camera, I'm telling you.
It was.
He got that
It
like
was.
hyperbolic time chamber of no pressure.
Totally.
Oh, there it is. He's looking for it. Big wave from down under.
Oh. Nice.
What up, boys?
Oh, god damn you. God damn you to hell.
It's on you.
To hell.
Go spawny. Oh, I stole it from you. GG.
And you missed Bubble.
I missed Bubble. I thought he's going to run. He should have baited me.
Let me in. Well.
Should have known better than to treat a cheetah friend.
Yeah, I think so.
This has been an eventful ARAM.
It's been great. I mean, it would have been over 45 minutes ago.
It really could have been.
Whistling is probably obnoxious, eh?
I could have bought so much stuff, and I just walked out.
Maybe I shouldn't have taken them all on by myself.
Yeah, you're a rich boy.
Yeah, I just walked straight out.
No, I like this.
Oh,
This is the confidence that I like out of a player. I don't think I don't even need to spend my money to beat you. Hey, we ready?
That was a nice spot.
That was huge.
That was actually dirty.
Well played.
Well done, boys.
That was a 3v5.
I chuck redemption from
3v4.
base. I'm like, I'm helping.
Yeah, but now I can just like one hit my static shit. I'm
The
all
best
good.
feeling.
Like I could just go there and just be like, boom, give it all to me. Screw the Kmart lay-by.
I don't need your afterpay. Ulti that man.
Ulti. Aww.
Oh, you just...
Oh, what do I want? I want Tabby probably.
Alright, I have flashback up, so I want to try and make the plays.
I'm still gonna ulti that dude. I'm gonna find the perfect spot where they can't get him.
I got Shurelya's as well.
You're practically here. Alright. They're really try-harding.
Well, they taught at the feet of Rusty.
Alright, we can kite back. You don't have a lifesteal. Damn.
Is a healing spot?
Yeah, should I buy something with lifesteal as opposed to...
Bloodthirster would be good.
Thirster?
Grab this neck.
Ha! I nearly jumped out of it. Oh god, how...
Oh. We'll spam you up.
I'm just so... soft.
Still have ult. Never mind.
That was so dirty. Madman's still going. Oh! He tried to flex you hard. Unlucky.
GG. Boom!
Nice. It always felt like one of those games that it got calm in the middle because it was like inevitable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I actually knew as soon as I had Riven, you had Yasuo. Well, mainly when you had Yasuo, that we were going to win that game.
And I never even got to spend all that gold I forgot to spend. That's how good we are.
God, I'm so thirsty. Almost dying of thirst.
It's like, do you reckon, I mean, I reckon production's just left.
That would not
I
surprise
reckon
me.
they walked out at about 4:30.
Would not surprise me.
Okay. Good game.
Got that
Really
S
good game.
plus.
We going again?
Yeah.
Who are we inviting this time?
We kick out Phoenix.
Okay.
Get him out of here.
Kick
Only slightly embarrassing.
Lady Dubsy.
It's the first person to join, is it?
Yeah, but Dubsy needs a game because she's given me so many skins. It's disgusting. I think she's given me more. God bless you. Oh no, Captain Chaos.
What's that one?
Pharaoh Nasus.
Good skin.
Insta pop. Welcome, Dubsy.
Oh, Silas. I'm going to roll just for
Roll
the...
back as I can.
Oh, he gets the bod.
Poor buddy Caitlyn.
Oh, and Caitlyn.
Oh my god.
Wow.
This is probably going to be my next tattoo.
Yeah?
Buddy Caitlyn.
No.
Blood Moon Day.
Blood Moon Dana.
Do I want
That's a really nice skin.
I think I want Jinx.
Like her looking in the mask.
Yeah, I think it's cool. This is also a really cool Diana skin, but I think I prefer
I actually, you know what? I'm convinced that ARAMs are rigged because of Eternals. So that just came out. I bought it for 2 champions, Yasuo and Bard.
I bought it for everyone, but only the newbie Eternals with my IP. or Blue Essence, or whatever they're called. I need to think seriously about who I'm investing my Eternals in.
Yeah.
I don't play much APL Star anymore.
I still feel like
How often does
not
Eternals
true.
come around?
You get Malphite.
I haven't played
How often
much of
does
him either.
Eternals come around?
I think it's just a new thing that came out.
Oh, it's just brand new?
Yeah.
right. I am, speaking of brand new things, I'm very excited for the new TFT Battle Pass style thing.
Galaxy.
Before it came out, I got baited by it.
I think this is the one
It's
that I
in
go
PBE at the
challenger
moment.
in. Like, I'm actually going to try this one.
This is it?
Yeah.
Wait. This game? Or
No,
TFT?
like TFT.
Yeah.
Because I've played every season kind of half-assed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, rook / knight. Bishop. Whatever was it? Bishop player in the other game that we won't mention on broadcast.
Yeah.
Nearly queen. So like I think this one, like I want to go like high diamond at minimum.
Plus, I just like the Galaxy thing. I like the idea of.
Have you got it on your phone?
Where that works.
Spawn?
Yeah, I have TFT on my phone, but I don't play any of those games on my phone. When I used to play the original Auto Battler, we would like 8 lobby, so we would always play on PC.
Yep.
And now, like, I'm just a big fan of PC, smashing them out.
That was fun.
I've played a few games on my phone, but the
OG one.
I feel like it's a relaxing. I actually find it quite relaxing on the PC. It's like there's a good zen loop, and on the phone, it's like I got to find 40 minutes to be able to have that loop.
I don't know, I just like the fact that you can just like crash on a couch or just hop in bed, just fuck around, feel lazy. Do you know what I mean?
And so we've all contractually fulfilled the
Are we gonna play
obligation to
TFT
walk
and
about
an
League
MPL?
of Legends and Riot-related products on the MPL.
Yeah, I would say we're
good.
covered
Okay,
now.
cool. Good.
Never mentioned another one ever.
We're gonna play TFT on here when the new one
Yeah,
comes
when
out.
the new one comes out, we should. Yeah.
that's
Never
sick.
gonna dance again.
Let's do it.
Hey, Lady Dubsy went Meowkai. Sub tier Meowkai skin, but I appreciate the pick.
Oh no, Yorik's the one that has the really disturbing skin, right?
Yeah.
The pink Meowric.
Yeah, I think best Maokai tree is Burning Tree. Best Maokai skin is Burning Tree. That's my angry skin.
Loki Cat says my win-loss against Team MPL is 1-1.
1-1.
There you go.
I've absolutely whiffed everything.
No. Give me that cocoa.
Don't apologize for those terrible skins. I'll take those terrible skins, Chaos. I'll take them off your hands.
Vel'Koz could be trouble.
Surely he dies. Thank God.
Yeah, he dies.
That was a huge binding.
Vel'Koz Trist KO. Okay.
Their team comes over.
They're
We
scary.
can't win. It's been fun.
We can't win.
They're scary. Yeah.
That's some real basic League of Legends player there. Just giving up before even the first kill or throw.
No, it's just their comp is like literally unkillable.
It's Thick Bear again.
Yeah, there's a
that
Thick
was a
Bear.
bad time last week.
Oh, that traumatized us.
This time we do have mixed damage, so
Right,
we're in a better
okay.
spot against the
'Cause
bear.
that sucked last week so much.
Yeah. 5 magic dealers against the Volibear? Not nice.
Take it, you coward. I mean, maybe I can just carry with ultis.
I think we can. As long as I don't ult your ult. That could suck. A lot.
Yeah, I really need level 6. I'm useless without it.
Chime! 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 Ah!
Wow! Wow!
Whoa there, bud. You can't dash back to your allies. Get the bear. Get the bear.
Get that bear! Nice! Nice kill of the bear on the World Wildlife friggin' League of Legends OPL episode.
Yes. I like that fact game show, honestly. That was quite enjoyable.
That was a good one, wasn't it? That was
They were
great
just
facts.
great facts.
Yeah. I
Had
looked
me
hard
really
for those.
thinking. I enjoyed it.
I just want to die.
Yeah, good. No one wants my cocoa?
No one?
Mochaccino?
Alright. Here we go.
And Spawn comes back. Oh, actually,
Grab
how
this.
far are you guys off 6?
Pretty close.
I forgot that I've chimed my way.
80%.
Yeah. Yeah, 90%. There we go, got 6. Nice, 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 nice. Our win condition is they suck. I died as I sung that, but it was worth it.
I flashed into the tower, but
So did all
the
of
play.
us.
Oh, he has barrier. What a try
Go,
hard.
Dubsy.
Wow.
What a try hard.
No.
Who has barrier?
Yes, Dell needed. Played Victor.
I need 30 gold.
Yes, we can win, I think, because I realized how good mine and Rusty's ult combo is. My ult is also insanely low CD. Diana is so broken. Why did more people not play Diana?
Yeah.
Even Diana jungle is
It's just silly.
Surely they all die for that.
KO ult.
Kimmy, please kill him.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
don't worry, we got Nick with the play.
The play!
Yeah. Play number 3.
Giant patrol out here. Stacking up.
Alright, I got ulti.
Okay. Yeah,
we
me
got
too,
this,
me
we
too.
got this, we got this. What's going on in chat? Not much.
They're chilling.
Yeah, late volley is a pain.
Alright, I'm ready whenever you are. Rusty Rye.
Man, it was such good damage too.
I mean, yeah, I thought we would win that harder. Did you see how much damage I did?
Yeah.
Ah, nice. Oh, Oh. Much I feel insulted, said Ranger Bree. Watching you all kick butt, says Chaos. I'm too busy.
Oh, he
eating
buried
my
it.
God, he never stops.
You?
Hit him. Hit him. Slap attacks. Alright, yeah.
20 seconds on my ult.
I'm a little while longer. Your ult cooldown's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
What?
What is it?
Bye. Nice flash.
He just hit you with the thumbs up.
Don't trust that Lee.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, we can ult them under turret. I'm feeling it.
Okay, someone dive in. Whoa!
Let's go, boys.
Was that good enough?
Work.
Oh, that was
That's
pretty good.
That's very good.
Also to try and keep you alive after.
Yeah, I didn't flash out or anything. I had accepted my fate as a sacrificial goat on this international
Sacrificial
animal.
goat. Did you have Q on me that whole time? What? No. Oh. Alright. Where is attack speed?
Eon and Ashes.
I'm probably going to rapid fire first.
Ah.
Sacrificial goose. Can I get a honk? Oh, thank you very much.
I could have probably killed him then.
Oh yes, there's a yellow brick road of chimes. I'm coming at high speeds. If you're gonna bard ult, hit tower as well. No,
we just need to hit the turret once. Yeah, good job.
Doesn't summon as Rift.
I can go whenever you guys want, by the way.
I got ulti in 10 if you want to stack it. I'm like layering my chompers with Tempered Fate.
I don't want to stack.
Smack him up.
God, this is a fun champion.
Oh, nice block. Nice block. Respect.
It's just actually so fun to play Diana.
Ah.
Hi. It always amazes me that pro players sometimes don't hit that.
Hit what?
Like a Zhonya's target or a Bard ulti target.
Really?
Delano,
true, yeah.
Delano says you should do a 5v5 ARAM versus NA casters in a neutral region where both casters have 300 ping.
That would be funny.
Pick a middle ground.
That would actually be real funny.
It's actually a great idea.
Content right there.
We meet in Vietnam. What would a middle ground be?
Jensen's just commentating. Talking about his Vietnamese
Korea?
draft.
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
China?
Because they're close to NA, so that.
Yeah, both of us used to play on NA.
Yeah, but
like
they have
200
much less
ping.
ping, don't they?
Nah, I think they had like 170.
Oh yeah.
Like I think Korea's doable. And honestly, like it's not like they can win anyway.
I was
so-
going to say
need
we could take
500
the ping.
ping.
We could take the ping handicap.
I watched them play Clash the other day, mate.
Not good?
No, I only saw the results. They lost.
It's a good result for us. All right, Delanos, you organise that and we'll do it.
I can go whenever we want.
Yep, ready to follow up.
Let's go.
Okay.
But he didn't ult first, so that could have been worse. Could have cancelled your ult.
We lose that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Trial and error eventually doesn't work.
We'll get it right one time.
Hey, we got it right like the first 4.
We did.
That was
About
bound
Russia?
to happen.
Russia could work. I didn't know about playing in Russia, but we could get a Russian commentator to commentate it. I like it.
Alright, I'm coming to defend this turret solo. Wow, did we really? That turret did not
Yeah, it
no
evaporated.
damage.
Negative damage.
I really thought that turret was going to have my back.
They're struggling to hit me though.
You got this now. Bear's dead.
I look over at your screen, I'm like, he's having an epileptic fit. You're like, "Wah, wah, wah, wah."
Some heals for you back here as well, Nick.
Thanks, buddy. Jung29 ARAM says, oh my god, you guys kind of trash in this map, not gonna lie. Well, when you name yourself after a map in League of Legends, I expect you're probably better than the average person. Well done on that. I named myself Nick Boy, which means I'm a pretty good human. Wow!
Gamers, gamers.
named myself after the very well-known Nick Boy.
Niche boy.
Niche boy. That's who I'm named after.
There you go.
We did it. All we needed was to get trash talk by someone
Some
who
motivation.
spent 90% of their life playing A-Rim. That was the inspiration we needed.
Excuse me.
In 20 seconds, I can kill everyone. Oh, I'm dead. Alright. I'll take it.
Oh, he got the... Ah, wow. Bye. I nearly hit the volley. So sad.
Oh, I love it. That just works.
Fucking bar.
If these guys are trash, then I'm actual poo.
Underrated comment, eh? Like,
I actually think we're fairly good at the moment.
Yeah.
not doing too bad these days.
I mean, I can't see the part where we're bad because we don't lose.
That's true.
Sawyer!
To be fair, he is looking mainly at my, my monitor. Rusty, if you could drop me a cheeky hot chucky.
Oh, yeah, I will. In a bit.
You guys could save my life. Hell to the yeah! Thanks, mate.
Beautiful.
They've got an open nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would direct your attention to the open nexus, maybe we could take it. I've just been shut down.
The exit to the OPL is located here.
Well done. This is the path to winning the game.
Big rocket coming down mid lane.
That's going to do nothing, and we've not ended again.
It hit for 10 damage.
It's a kick from Lee Sin. He's got Nick Boy very low, and Nick Boy now is in some trouble.
Oh no.
That will be a double kill going across to Lemurs, and Rusty will soon follow. To
Now I need to run away.
bot.com.
Kind of wish I had ult there, just between me and everyone.
As the adventurers seem to have met their downfall.
Did it all go wrong when the flight attendant took over for spawn?
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. As we descend into Melbourne today, you'll notice that we are actually flying.
The weather is 23 degrees on arrival.
We are going down.
Slight to moderate winds.
Going down.
We are going down.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just make peace with your lord.
We
Nice
could just,
Sonic Wave break!
because they are going
Oh my
on.
god!
Direct your attention to the Kale, if possible.
Actually trolling them.
What is he doing? Get out of my face!
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll direct your attention to the southwest, you'll notice an open nexus. If you could please kill that so I could go to bed, that would be greatly appreciated.
They're alive in 5.
It doesn't take 5 seconds to
it
smash a big crystal.
Wow.
What about now?
Getting memed on.
GG!
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please watch your step as you disembark another 2-0 weekend.
There you go. There you go. You found
He's
your
actually
bit.
too good at that.
And if you're arriving back to Sydney, welcome home.
It's always nice to hear that.
It is. It actually is a great
The welcome
feeling.
home's nice.
Good job, Nick Boy.
Sure.
Hold on, boys.
Let me honour a teammate. Just gonna skip it.
You really can't honour. That's hilarious.
And I can't skip. I'm trapped. Oh,
there you go.
Good work, everybody.
I won damage for the first time ever. Diana is so fun.
Yeah.
She's so silly too. Like, just a good champion.
I'll take Firefighter Tristana.
Oh hell yeah, that's a good skin.
I'll take that for sure.
yeah.
I'll Get rid of those Nasus ones because I hate Nasus with.
Aw,
burning
what's wrong with
intensity of
Susan?
1,000 suns.
Whew.
But yeah, I'll definitely take the firefighter one. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching the MPL. Today, it wasn't surprising that we won 2 of these, but there were some surprising outcomes. I would say basically every game was a bit of a coin flip or a big shock. And it was an enjoyable time had by all, except for obviously the losing teams.
Yeah, even the 2 games where kind of the favourites won, which is like the last game, Order AV, and then Legacy over Direwolves. The game did not look like it was going to go on that trajectory. Both of Ant and Direwolves were able to have really good mid games. I enjoyed the League of Legends today.
I enjoyed the League of Legends today as well. We hope you guys enjoyed it as well.
Also, before we go,
please.
This proves that I'm not just a grumpy asshole on NPL because my team loses. I'm just a grumpy asshole all the time, chat.
There you go. There you go. Surprise. He's always bad. We're out.